Green Mansions, A Romance of the Tropical Forest, Part 1 by William Henry Hudson. Chapter 1. Now that we are cool, he said, and regret that we hurt each other, I am not sorry that it happened. I deserved your reproach. 100 times I have wished to tell you the whole story of my travels and adventures among the savages, and one of the reasons which prevented me was the fear that it would have an unfortunate effect on our friendship. That was precious, and I desired above everything to keep it. But I must think no more about that now. I must think only of how I am to tell you my story. I will begin at a time when I was 23. It was early in life to be in the thick of politics and in trouble to the extent of having to fly my country to save my liberty, perhaps my life. Every nation, someone remarks, has the government it deserves, and Venezuela certainly has the one it deserves. And that suits it best. We call it a republic, not only because it is not one, but also because a thing must have a name. And to have a good name or a fine name is very convenient, especially when you want to borrow money. If the Venezuelans thinly distributed over an area of half a million square miles, mostly illiterate peasants, half-breeds, and indigenes, were educated, intelligent men, zealous only for the public weal, it would be possible for them to have a real republic. They have instead a government by cliques, tempered by revolution. And a very good government it is, in harmony with the physical conditions of the country and the national temperament. Now it happens that the educated men, representing your higher classes, are so few that there are not many persons unconnected by ties of blood or marriage with prominent members of the political groups to which they belong. By this you will see how easy and almost inevitable it is that we should become accustomed to look on conspiracy and revolt against the regnant party, the men of another clique, as only in the natural order of things. In the event of failure, such outbreaks are punished, but they are not regarded as immoral. On the contrary, men of the highest intelligence and virtue among us are seen taking a leading part in these adventures. Whether such a condition of things is intrinsically wrong or not, or would be wrong in some circumstances, and is not wrong, because inevitable in others, I cannot pretend to decide, and all this tiresome profusion is only to enable you to understand how I, a young man of unblemished character, not a soldier by profession, not ambitious of political distinction, wealthy for that country, popular in society, a lover of social pleasures, of mokes, of nature, actuated, as I believed, by the highest motives, allowed myself, but by our adventure failed because the authorities got wind of the affair and matters were precipitated. Our leaders at the moment happened to be scattered over the country somewhere abroad, and a few hot-headed men of the party, who were in Caracas just then and probably feared arrest, struck a rash blow. The president was attacked in the street and wounded, but the attackers were seized, and some of them shot on the following day. When the news reached me, I was at a distance from the capital, staying with a friend on an estate he owned on the river Quebrada Honda, in the state of Guarico, some 15 to 20 miles from the town of Zaraza. My friend, an officer in the army, was a leader in the conspiracy, and as I was the only son of a man who had been greatly hated by the Minister of War, it became necessary for us both to fly for our lives. In the circumstances, we could not look to be pardoned, even on the score of youth. Our first decision was to escape to the sea-coast, but as the risk of a journey to La Guaira or any other port of embarkation on the north side of the country seemed too great, we made our way in a contrary direction to the Orinoco and downstream to Angostura. Now, when we had reached this comparatively safe breathing place, at all events, for the moment I changed my mind about leaving or attempting to leave the country. Since boyhood, I had taken a very peculiar interest in that vast and almost unexplored territory we possess south of the Orinoco with its countless unmapped rivers and trackless forests, and in its savage inhabitants with their ancient customs and character unadulterated by contact with Europeans. To visit this primitive wilderness had been a cherished dream, and I had to some extent even prepared myself for such an adventure by mastering more than one of the Indian dialects of the northern states of Venezuela. And now, finding myself on the south side of our great river with unlimited time at my disposal, I determined to gratify this wish. My companion took his departure towards the coast, while I set about making preparations and hunting up information from those who had traveled in the interior to trade with the savages. I decided eventually to go back upstream and penetrate to the interior in the western part of Guyana and the Amazonian territory bordering on Colombia and Brazil, and to return to Angostura in about 6 months' time. I had no fear of being arrested in the semi-independent, and in most parts savage region, as the Guyana authorities concerned themselves little enough about the Nka. Political upheavals at Caracas. The first 5 or 6 months I spent in Guyana after leaving the city of refuge were eventful enough to satisfy a moderately adventurous spirit. A complacent government employee at Angostura had provided me with a passport in which it was set down for few to read that my object in visiting the interior was to collect information concerning the native tribes, the vegetable products of the country, and other knowledge which would be of advantage to the Republic, and the authorities were requested to afford me protection and assist me in my pursuits. I ascended the Orinoco, making occasional expeditions to the small Christian settlements in the neighborhood of the right bank, also to the Indian villages, and traveling in this way, seeing and learning much, in about 3 months I reached the river Medel. During this period I amused myself by keeping a journal, a record of personal adventures, impressions of the country and people, both semi-civilized and savage, and as my journal grew, I began to think that on my return at some future time to Caracas, it might prove useful and interesting to the public and also procure me fame, which thought proved pleasurable and a great incentive, so that I began to observe things more narrowly and to study expression. But the book was not to be. From the mouth of the Meta I journeyed on, intending to visit the settlement of Atahapo, where the great river Guaviare, with other rivers, empties itself into the Orinoco. But I was not destined to reach it, for at the small settlement of Manapuri I fell ill of a low fever, and here ended the first half-year of my wanderings, about which no more need be told. A more miserable place than Manapuri for a man to be ill of a low fever and could not well be imagined. The settlement, composed of mean hovels with a few large structures of mud or plastered wattle thatched with palm leaves, was surrounded by water, marsh, and forest, the breeding place of myriads of croaking frogs and of clouds of mosquitoes. Even to one in perfect health existence in such a place would have been a burden. The inhabitants, mustered about 80 or 90, mostly Indians of that degenerate class frequently to be met with in small trading outposts. The savages of Guyana are great drinkers, but not drunkards in our sense, since their fermented liquors contain so little alcohol that inordinate quantities must be swallowed to produce intoxication. In the settlements they prefer the white man's more potent poisons, with the result that in a small place like Manapuri one can see enacted, as on a stage, the last act in the great American tragedy, to be succeeded, doubtless, by other and possibly greater tragedies. My thoughts at that period of suffering were pessimistic in the extreme. Sometimes, when the almost continuous rain held up for half a day, I would manage to creep out a short distance, but I was almost past making any exertion, scarcely caring to live, and taking absolutely no interest in the news from Caracas, which reached me at long intervals. At the end of 2 months, feeling a slight improvement in my health, and with it a returning interest in life and its affairs, it occurred to me to get out my diary and write a brief account of my sojourn at Manipuri. I had placed it for safety in a small deal box, lent to me for the purpose by a Venezuelan trader, an old resident at the settlement, by name Pantaleon, called by all Don Panta, one who openly kept half a dozen Indian wives in his house, and was noted for his dishonesty and greed, but who had proved himself a good friend to me. The box was in a corner of the wretched palm-thatched hovel I inhabited, but on taking it out, I discovered that for several weeks the rain had been dripping on it, and that the manuscript was reduced to a sodden pulp. I flung it upon the floor with a curse and threw myself back on my bed with a groan. In that desponding state, I was found by my friend Panta, who was constant in his visits at all hours. And when, in answer to his anxious inquiries, I pointed to the pulpy mass on the mud floor, he turned it over with his foot, and then, bursting into a loud laugh, kicked it out, remarking that he had mistaken the object for some unknown reptile that had crawled in out of the rain. He affected to be astonished that I should regret its loss. It was all a true narrative, he exclaimed. If I wished to write a book for the stay-at-homes to read, I could easily invent 1,000 lies far more entertaining than any real experiences. He had come to me, he said, to propose something. He had lived 20 years at that place, and had got accustomed to the climate. But it would not do for me to remain any longer if I wished to live. I must go away at once to a different country, to the mountains, where it was open and dry. And if you want quinine when you are there, he concluded, smell the wind when it blows from the southwest, and you will inhale it into your system fresh from the forest. When I remarked despondingly that in my condition it would be impossible to quit Manipuri, he went on to say that a small party of Indians was now in the settlement, that they had come not only to trade, but to visit one of their own tribe, who was his wife, purchased some years ago from her father. And the money she cost me I've never regretted to this day, said he, for she is a good wife, not jealous, he added with a curse on all the others. These Indians came all the way from the Cunavita Mountains and were of the Macaritari tribe. He, Panta, and, better still, his good wife would interest them on my behalf, and for a suitable reward they would take me by slow, easy stages to their own country, where I would be treated well and recover my health. This proposal, after I had considered it well, produced so good an effect on me that I not only gave a glad consent, but, on the following day, I was able to get about and begin the preparations for my journey with some spirit. In about 8 days I bade good-bye to my generous friend Panta, whom I regarded, after having seen much of him, as a kind of savage beast that had sprung on me, not to rend, but to rescue from death. For we know that even cruel, savage brutes and evil men have at times sweet, beneficent impulses, during which they act in a way contrary to their natures, like passive agents of some higher power. It was a continual pain to travel in my weak condition, and the patience of my Indians was severely taxed, but they did not forsake me, and at last the entire distance, which I conjectured to be about 65 leagues, was accomplished, and at the end I was actually stronger and better in every way than at the start. From this time my progress towards complete recovery was rapid. The air, with or without any medicinal virtue blown from the cinchona trees in the far-off Andean forest, was tonic, and when I took my walks on the hillside above the Indian village, or later when able to climb to the summits, the world as seen from those wild Cunavita mountains had a largeness and varied glory of scenery, peculiarly refreshing and delightful to the soul. With the Makiritari tribe I passed some weeks, and the sweet sensations of returning health made me happy for a time, but such sensations seldom outlast. Convalescence. I was no sooner well again than I began to feel a restless spirit stirring in me. The monotony of savage life in this place became intolerable. After my long listless period, the reaction had come, and I wished only for action, adventure no matter how dangerous, and for new scenes, new faces, new dialects. In the end, I conceived the idea of going on to the Casiquiare River, where I would find a few small settlements and perhaps obtain help from the authorities there, which would enable me to reach the Rio Negro. For it was now in my mind to follow that river to the Amazons, and so down to Para and the Atlantic coast. Leaving the Quinaveta Range, I started with 2 of the Indians as guides and traveling companions, but their journey ended only halfway to the river I wished to reach, and they left me with some friendly savages living on the Chunupay, a tributary of the Cunucumane, which flows to the Orinoco. Here I had no choice but to wait until an opportunity of attaching myself to some party. Of traveling Indians going southwest should arrive, for by this time I had expended the whole of my small capital in ornaments and calico brought from Manipuri, so that I could no longer purchase any man's service. And perhaps it will be as well to state at this point just what I possessed. For some time I had worn nothing but sandals to protect my feet. My garments consisted of a single suit and 1 flannel shirt, which I washed frequently, going shirtless while it was drying. Fortunately, I had an excellent blue cloth cloak, durable and handsome, given to me by a friend at Angostura, whose prophecy on presenting it that it would outlast me very nearly came true. It served as a covering by night, and to keep a man warm and comfortable when traveling in cold and wet weather, no better garment was ever made. I had a revolver and metal cartridge box in my broad leather belt, also a good hunting knife with strong buckhorn handle and a heavy blade about 9 inches long. In the pocket of my cloak I had a pretty silver tinder box and a matchbox, to be mentioned again in this narrative, and 2 other trifling objects. These I was determined to keep until they could be kept no longer. During the tedious interval of waiting on the Chunupay, I was told a flattering tale by the village Indians, which eventually caused me to abandon the proposed journey to the Rio Negro. These Indians wore necklets like nearly all the Guayana savages, but one, I observed, possessed a necklet unlike that of the others, which greatly aroused my curiosity. It was made of 13 gold plates, irregular in form, about as broad as a man's thumbnail, and linked together with fibers. I was allowed to examine it, and had no doubt that the pieces were of pure gold, beaten flat by the savages. When questioned about it, they said it was originally obtained from the Indians of Parawari, and Parawari, they further said, was a mountainous country west of the Orinoco. Every man and woman in that place, they assured me, had such a necklet. This report inflamed my mind to such a degree that I could not rest by night or day for dreaming golden dreams. And considering how to get to that rich district, unknown to civilized men. The Indians gravely shook their heads when I tried to persuade them to take me. They were far enough from the Orinoco, and Parawari was 10, perhaps 15 days' journey further, on a country unknown to them, where they had no relations. In spite of difficulties and delays, however, and not without pain and some perilous adventures, I succeeded at last in reaching the upper Orinoco, and eventually in crossing to the other side. With my life in my hand, I struggled on westward through an unknown difficult country, from Indian village to village, where at any moment I might have been murdered with impunity, for the sake of my few belongings. It is hard for me to speak a good word for the Guayana savages, but I must now say this of them, that they not only did me no harm when I was at their mercy during this long journey, but they gave me shelter in their villages, and fed me when I was hungry, and helped me on my way when I could make no return. You must not, however, run away with the idea that there is any sweetness in their disposition, any humane or benevolent instincts such as are found among the civilized nations. Far from it. I regard them now, and, fortunately for me, I regarded them then, when, as I have said, I was at their mercy, as beasts of prey, plus a cunning or low kind of intelligence vastly greater than that of the brute, and, for only morality, that respect for the rights of other members of the same family or tribe without which even the rudest communities cannot hold together. How then could I do this thing, and dwell and travel freely, without receiving harm, among tribes that have no peace with, and no kindly feelings towards the stranger, in a district where the white man is rarely or never seen, because I knew them so well? Without that knowledge, always available, and an extreme facility in acquiring new dialects, which had increased by practice until it was almost like intuition, I should have fared badly after leaving the Macuritari tribe. As it was, I had 2 or 3 very narrow escapes. To return from this digression, I looked at last on the famous Parawari Mountains, which, I was greatly surprised to find, were after all nothing but hills, and not very high ones. This, however, did not impress me. The very fact that Parawari possessed no imposing feature in its scenery seemed rather to prove that it must be rich in gold. How else could its name and the fame of its treasures be familiar to people dwelling so far away as the Kunukumana? But there was no gold. I searched through the whole range, which was about 7 leagues long, and visited the villages, where I talked much with the Indians, interrogating them, and they had no necklets of gold, nor gold in any form, nor had they ever heard of its presence in Parawari or in any other place known to them. The very last village where I spoke on the subject of my quest, albeit now without hope, was about a league from the western extremity of the range, in the midst of a high broken country of forest and savanna and many swift streams. Near one of these, called the Kuriki, the village stood, among low scattered trees, a large building in which all the people, numbering 18, passed most of their time when not hunting, with 2 smaller buildings attached to it. The head, or chief, Rooney by name, was about 50 years old, a taciturn, finely formed, and somewhat dignified savage, who was either of a sullen disposition or not well pleased at the intrusion of a white man. And for a time I made no attempt to conciliate him. What profit was there in it at all? Even that light mask, which I had worn so long and with such good effect, incommoded me now. I would cast it aside and be myself silent and sullen as my barbarous host. If any malignant purpose was taking form in his mind, let it and let him do his worst, for when failure first stares a man in the face, it has so dark and repellent a look that not anything that can be added can make him more miserable, nor has he any. Apprehension. For weeks, I had been searching with eager, feverish eyes in every village, in every rocky crevice, in every noisy mountain streamlet, for the glittering yellow dust I had traveled so far to find. And now all my beautiful dreams, all the pleasure and power to be had vanished, like a mere mirage, on the savannah at noon. It was a day of despair which I spent in this place, sitting all day indoors, for it was raining hard, immersed in my own gloomy thoughts, pretending to doze in my seat, and out of the narrow slits of my half-closed eyes, seeing the others, also sitting or moving about, like shadows or people in a dream. And I cared nothing about them, and wished not to seem friendly, even for the sake of the food they might offer me by and by. Towards evening the rain ceased, and rising up I went out a short distance to the neighboring stream, where I sat on a stone and, casting off my sandals, laved my bruised feet in the cool running water. The western half of the sky was blue again, with that tender lucid blue seen after rain, but the leaves still glittered with water, and the wet trunks looked almost black under the green foliage. The rare loveliness of the scene touched and lightened my heart. Away back in the east, the hills of Parawari, with the level sun full on them, loomed with a strange glory against the gray, rainy clouds drawing off on that side, and their new mystic beauty almost made me forget how these same hills had wearied and hurt and mocked me. On that side, also to the north and south, there was open forest, but to the west a different prospect met the eye. Beyond the stream and the strip of verdure that fringed it, and the few scattered dwarf trees growing near its banks, spread a brown savanna sloping upwards to a long, low, rocky ridge, beyond which rose a great solitary hill, or rather mountain, conical in form, and clothed in forest almost to the summit. This was the mountain Itaioa, the chief landmark in that district. As the sun went down over the ridge, beyond the cold savanna, the whole western sky changed to a delicate rose color that had the appearance of rose-colored smoke blown there by some far-off wind, and left suspended a thin, brilliant veil showing through it the distant sky beyond, blue and ethereal. Flocks of birds, a kind of troupial, were flying past me overhead, flock succeeding flock, on their way to their roosting place, uttering as they flew a clear, bell-like chirp. And there was something ethereal, too, in those drops of melodious sound, which fell into my heart like raindrops falling into a pool to mix their fresh heavenly water with the water of earth. Doubtless into the turbid tarn of my heart some sacred drops had fallen from the passing birds, from that crimson disk which had now dropped below the horizon, the darkening hills, the rose and blue of infinite heaven, from the whole visible circle. And I felt purified and had a strange sense and apprehension of a secret innocence and spirituality in nature, a prescience of some bourne, incalculably distant perhaps, to which we are all moving, of a time when the heavenly rain shall have washed us clean from all spot and blemish. This unexpected peace which I had found now seemed to me of infinitely greater value than that yellow metal I had missed finding, with all its possibilities. My wish now was to rest for a season at this spot, so remote and lovely and peaceful, where I had experienced such unusual feelings and such a blessed disillusionment. This was the end of my second period in Guiana. The first had been filled with that dream of a book to win me fame in my country, perhaps even in Europe. The second, from the time of leaving the Quinaveta Mountains, with the dream of boundless wealth, the old dream of gold in this region that has drawn so many minds since the days of Francisco Pizarro. But to remain I must propitiate Rooney, sitting silent with gloomy brows over there indoors. And he did not appear to me like one that might be won with words, however flattering. It was clear to me that the time had come to part with my one remaining valuable trinket, the tinder box of chased silver. I returned to the house, and, going in, seated myself on a log by the fire to stop opposite to my grim host, who was smoking and appeared not to have moved since I left him. I made myself a cigarette, then drew out the tinder box, with its flint and steel attached to it by means of two small silver chains. His eyes brightened a little as they curiously watched my movements, and he pointed without speaking to the glowing coals of fire at my feet. I shook my head, and striking the steel, sent out a brilliant spray of sparks, then blew on the tinder and lit my cigarette. This done, instead of returning the box to my pocket, I passed the chain through the buttonhole of my cloak and let it dangle on my breast as an ornament. When the cigarette was smoked, I cleared my throat in the orthodox manner and fixed my eyes on Rooney, who, on his part, made a slight movement to indicate that he was ready to listen to what I had to say. My speech was long, lasting at least half an hour, delivered in a profound silence. It was chiefly occupied with an account of my wanderings in Guiana, and being little more than a catalogue of names of all the places I had visited and the tribes and chief or headmen with whom I had come in contact, I was able to speak continuously, and so to hide my ignorance of a dialect which was still new to me. The Guayana savage judges a man for his staying powers. To stand as motionless as a bronze statue for 1 or 2 hours, watching for a bird, to sit or lie still for half a day, to endure pain, not seldom self-inflicted, without wincing, and when delivering a speech to pour it out in a copious stream, without pausing to take breath or hesitating over a word, to be able to do all this, is to prove yourself a man, an equal, one to be respected and even made a friend of. What I really wished to say to him was put in a few words at the conclusion of my well-nigh meaningless oration. Everywhere, I said, I had been the Indian's friend, and I wished to be his friend, to live with him at Parawari, even as I had lived with other chiefs and heads of villages and families, to be looked on by him as these others had looked on me, not as a stranger or a white man, but as a friend, a brother, an Indian. I ceased speaking, and there was a slight murmurous sound in the room, as of wind long pent up in many lungs, suddenly exhaled, while Rooney, still unmoved, emitted a low grunt. Then I rose, and detaching the silver ornament from my cloak, presented it to him. He accepted it, not very graciously, as a stranger to these people might have imagined, but I was satisfied, feeling sure that I had made a favorable impression. After a little, he handed the box to the person sitting next to him, who examined it and passed it on to a third. And in this way it went round and came back once more to Rooney. Then he called for a drink. There happened to be a store of casserie in the house. Probably the women had been busy for some days past in making it, little thinking that it was destined to be prematurely consumed. A large jarful was produced. Rooney politely quaffed. First cup. I followed. Then the others, and the women drank also, a woman taking about 1 cupful to a man's 3. Rooney and I, however, drank the most, for we had our positions as the 2 principal personages there to maintain. Tongues were loosened now, for the alcohol, small as the quantity contained in this mild liquor is, had begun to tell on our brains. I had not their pottle-shaped stomach, made to hold unlimited quantities of meat and drink, but I was determined on this most important occasion not to deserve my host's contempt, to be compared, perhaps, to the small bird that delicately picks up 6 drops of water in its bill and is satisfied. I would measure my strength against his, and if necessary drink myself into a state of insensibility. At last I was scarcely able to stand on my legs. But even the season-old savage was affected by this time. In venial veritas, said the ancients, and the principle holds good where there is no vinum, but only mild casserie. Rooney now informed me that he had once known a white man, that he was a bad man, which had caused him to say that all white men were bad, even as David still more sweepingly had proclaimed that all men were liars. Now he found that it was not so, that I was a good man. His friendliness increased with intoxication. He presented me with a curious little tinder box, made from the conical tail of an armadillo, hollowed out, and provided with a wooden stopper, this to be used in place of the box I had deprived myself of. He also furnished me with a grass hammock and had it hung up there and then, so that I could lie down when inclined. There was nothing he would not do for me. And at last, when many more cups had been emptied, and a 3rd or 4th jar brought out, he began to unburthen his heart of its dark and dangerous secrets. He shed tears for the man without a tear, dwells not in the woods of Guiana, tears for those who had been treacherously slain long years ago, for his father, who had been killed by Trapitza, the father of Managa, who was still above ground. But let him and all his people beware of Rooney. He had spilt their blood before, he had fed the fox, and vulture with their flesh, and would never rest while Managa lived with his people at Urite, the 5 hills of Urite, which were 2 days' journey from Parawari. While thus talking of his old enemy, he lashed himself into a kind of frenzy, smiting his chest and gnashing his teeth, and finally seizing a spear he buried its point deep into the clay floor, only to wrench it out and strike it into the earth again and again, to show how he would serve Managa and any one of Managa's people he might meet with man, woman, or child. Then he staggered out from the door to flourish his spear, and looking to the northwest, he shouted aloud to Managa to come and slay his people and burn down his house, as he had so often threatened to do. "Let him come, let Managa come," I cried, staggering out after him. "I am your friend, your brother. I have no spear and no arrows, but I have this." And here I drew out and flourished my revolver. "Where is Managa?" I continued. "Where are the hills of Urite?" He pointed to a star low down in the southwest. "Then," I shouted, "let this bullet find Managa sitting by the fire among his people, and let him fall and pour out his blood on the ground." And with that I discharged my pistol in the direction he had pointed to. A scream of terror burst out from the women and children, while Rooney at my side, in an access of fierce delight and admiration, turned and embraced me. It was the first and last embrace I ever suffered from a naked male savage, and although this did not seem a time for fastidious feelings, to be hugged to his sweltering body was an unpleasant experience. More cups of casserie followed this outburst, and at last, unable to keep it up any longer, I staggered to my hammock. But being unable to get into it, Rooney, overflowing with kindness, came to my assistance, whereupon we fell and rolled together on the floor. Finally I was raised by the others and tumbled into my swinging bed, and fell at once into a deep, dreamless sleep, from which I did not awake until after sunrise on the following morning. Chapter 2. It is fortunate that casserie is manufactured by an extremely slow, laborious process, since the women, who are the drink makers, in the first place, have to reduce the material cassava bread to a pulp by means of their own molars, after which it is watered down and put away in troughs to ferment. Great is the diligence of these willing slaves, but, work how they will, they can only satisfy their lord's love of a big drink at long intervals. Such a function as that at which I had assisted is therefore the result of much patient mastication and silent fermentation, the delicate flower of a plant that has been a long time growing. Having now established myself as one of the family, at the cost of some disagreeable sensations and a pang or two of self-disgust, I resolved to let nothing further trouble me at Parawari, but to live the easy, careless life of the idle man, joining in hunting and fishing expeditions when in the mood, at other times enjoying existence in my own way, apart from my fellows, conversing with wild nature in that solitary place. Besides Rooney, there were, in our little community, 2 oldish men, his cousins I believe, who had wives and grown-up children. Another family consisted of Piake, Rooney's nephew, his brother Kwako, about whom there will be much to say, and a sister Oolava. Piake had a wife and 2 children. Kwako was unmarried and about 19 or 20 years old. Olava was the youngest of the 3. Last of all, who should perhaps have been first, was Rooney's mother, called Claw Claw, probably in imitation of the cry of some bird, for in these latitudes a person is rarely, perhaps never, called by his or her real name, which is a secret jealously preserved, even from near relations. I believe that Claw herself was the only living being who knew the name her parents had bestowed on her at birth. She was a very old woman, spare in figure, brown as old sun-baked leather, her face written over with innumerable wrinkles, and her long, coarse hair perfectly white. Yet she was exceedingly active, and seemed to do more work than any other woman in the community. More than that, when the day's toil was over and nothing remained for the others to do, then Klaus. Night work would begin, and this was to talk all the others, or at all events all the men, to sleep. She was like a self-regulating machine, and punctually every evening when the door was closed and the night fire made up, and every man in his hammock, she would set herself going, telling the most interminable stories until the last listener was fast asleep. Later in the night, if any man woke with a snort or grunt, off she would go again, taking up the thread of the tale where she had dropped it. Old Claw amused me very much by night and day, and I seldom tired of watching her owlish countenance as she sat by the fire, never allowing it to sink low for want of fuel, always steadying the pot when it was on to simmer, and at the same time attending to the movements of the others about her, ready at a moment's notice to give assistance or to dart out on a stray chicken or refractory child. So much did she amuse me, although without intending it, that I thought it would be only fair in my turn to do something for her entertainment. I was engaged one day in shaping a wooden foil with my knife, whistling and singing snatches of old melodies at my work, when all at once I caught sight of the ancient dame looking greatly delighted, chuckling internally, nodding her head, and keeping time with her hands. Evidently she was able to appreciate a style of music superior to that of the aboriginals, and forthwith I abandoned my foils for the time and set about the manufacture of a guitar, which cost me much labor and brought out more ingenuity than I had ever thought myself capable of. To reduce the wood to the right thinness, then to bend and fasten it with wooden pegs and with gums, to add the arm, frets, keys, and finally the catgut strings. Those of another kind being out of the question, kept me busy for some days. When completed, it was a rude instrument, scarcely tunable. Nevertheless, when I smote the strings, playing lively music, or accompanied myself in singing, I found that it was a great success, and so was as much pleased with my own performance as if I had had the most perfect guitar ever made in old Spain. I also skipped about the floor, strumming at the same time, instructing them in the most lively dances of the whites, in which the feet must be as nimble as the player's fingers. It is true that these exhibitions were always witnessed by the adults with a profound gravity which would have disheartened a stranger to their ways. They were a set of hollow bronze statues that looked at me, but I knew that the living animals inside of them were tickled at my singing, strumming, and pirouetting. Cla was, however, an exception, and encouraged me not infrequently by emitting a sound, half cackle and half screech by way of laughter, for she had come to her second childhood, or, at all events, had dropped the stolid mask which the young Guayana savage, in imitation of his elders, adjusts to his face at about the age of 12, to wear it thereafter all his life long, or only to drop it occasionally when very drunk. The youngsters also openly manifested their pleasure, although, as a rule, they tried to restrain their feelings in the presence of grown-up people, and with them I became a great favorite. By and by I returned to my foil making, and gave them fencing lessons, and sometimes invited 2 or 3 of the biggest boys to attack me simultaneously, just to show how easily I could disarm and kill them. This practice excited some interest in Quaco, who had a little more of curiosity and geniality, and less of the put-on dignity of the others, and with him I became most intimate. Fencing with Quaco was highly amusing. No sooner was he in position, foil in hand, than all my instructions were thrown to the winds, and he would charge and attack me in his own barbarous manner, with the result that I would send his foil spinning a dozen yards away, while he, struck motionless, would gaze after it in open-mouthed astonishment. 3 weeks had passed by not unpleasantly when, one morning, I took it in my head to walk by myself across that somewhat sterile savanna west of the village and stream, which ended, as I have said, in a long, low, stony ridge. From the village there was nothing to attract the eye in that direction, but I wished to get a better view of that great solitary hill or mountain of Itaio, and of the cloud-like summits beyond it in the distance. From the stream, the ground rose in a gradual slope, and the highest part of the ridge for which I made was about 2 miles from the starting point, a parched brown plain, with nothing growing on it but scattered tussocks of sere hair like grass. When I reached the top and could see the country beyond, I was agreeably disappointed at the discovery that the sterile ground extended only about 1.25 miles on the further side, and was succeeded by a forest, a very inviting patch of woodland covering 5 or 6 square miles, occupying a kind of oblong basin extending from the foot of Itaoa on the north to a low range of rocky hills on the south. From the wooded basin long narrow strips of forest ran out in various directions like the arms of an octopus, one pair embracing the slopes of Itaoa, another much broader belt, extending along a valley which cut through the ridge of hills on the south side at right angles and was lost to sight beyond. Far away in the west and south and north distant mountains appeared, not in regular ranges, but in groups or singly, or looking like blue banked-up clouds on the horizon. Glad at having discovered the existence of this forest so near home, and wondering why my Indian friends had never taken me to it nor ever went out on that side, I set forth with a light heart to explore it for myself, regretting only that I was without a proper weapon for procuring game. The walk from the ridge over the savanna was easy, as the barren, stony ground sloped downwards the whole way. The outer part of the wood on my side was very open, composed in most part of dwarf trees that grow on stony soil, and scattered thorny bushes bearing a yellow pea-shaped blossom. Presently I came to thicker wood, where, the trees were much taller and in greater variety, and after this came another sterile strip, like that on the edge of the wood where stone cropped out from the ground and nothing grew except the yellow flowered thorn bushes. Passing this sterile ribbon, which seemed to extend to a considerable distance north and south, and was 50 to 100 yards wide, the forest again became dense and the trees large, with much undergrowth in places obstructing the view and making progress difficult. I spent several hours in this wild paradise, which was so much more delightful than the extensive gloomier forests I had so often penetrated in Guiana. For here, if the trees did not attain to such majestic proportions, the variety of vegetable forms was even greater. As far as I went, it was nowhere dark under the trees, and the number of lovely parasites everywhere illustrated the kindly influence of light and air. Even where the trees were largest, the sunshine penetrated, subdued by the foliage to exquisite greenish golden tints, filling the wide lower spaces with tender half-lights and faint blue and gray shadows. Lying on my back and gazing up, I felt reluctant to rise and renew my ramble, for what a roof was that above my head! Roof, I call it, just as the poets in their poverty sometimes describe the infinite ethereal sky by that word, but it was no more roof-like and hindering to the soaring spirit than the higher clouds that float in changing forms and tints, and like the foliage chasten the intolerable noonday beams. How far above me seemed that leafy cloudland into which I gazed! Nature, we know, first taught the architect to produce by long colonnades the illusion of distance, but the light-excluding roof prevents him from getting the same effect above. Here, nature is unapproachable with her green, airy canopy, a sun-impregnated cloud above cloud, and though the highest may be unreached by the eye, the beams yet filter through, illumining the wide spaces beneath chamber, succeeded by chamber, each with its own special lights and shadows. Far above me, but not nearly so far as it seemed, the tender gloom, Of one such chamber or space is traversed now by a golden shaft of light falling through some break in the upper foliage, giving a strange glory to everything it touches, projecting leaves and beard-like tuft of moss and snaky bush rope. And in the most open part of that most open space, suspended on nothing to the eye, the shaft reveals a tangle of shining silver threads, the web of some large tree spider. These seemingly distant yet distinctly visible threads serve to remind me that the human artist is only able to get his horizontal distance by a monotonous reduplication of pillar and arch placed at regular intervals, and that the least departure from this order would destroy the effect. But nature produces her effects at random, and seems only to increase the beautiful illusion by that infinite variety of decoration in which she revels, binding tree to tree in a tangle of anaconda-like lianas, and dwindling down from these huge cables to airy webs and hair-like fibers that vibrate to the wind of the passing insect's wing. Thus in idleness with such thoughts for company I spent my time, glad that no human being, savage or civilized, was with me. It was better to be alone, to listen to the monkeys that chattered without offending, to watch them occupied with the unserious business of their lives. With that luxuriant tropical nature, its green clouds and elusive aerial spaces, full of mystery, they harmonized well in language, appearance, and motions mountebank, angels living their fantastic lives far above earth in a halfway heaven of their own. I saw more monkeys on that morning than I usually saw in the course of a week's rambling. And other animals were seen. I particularly remembered two accaries. I startled that after rushing away a few yards stopped and stood peering back at me as if not knowing whether to regard me as friend or enemy. Birds, too, were strangely abundant, and altogether this struck me as being the richest hunting ground I had seen, and it astonished me to think that the Indians of the village did not appear to visit it. On my return in the afternoon, I gave an enthusiastic account of my day's ramble, speaking not of the things that had moved my soul, but only of those which move the Guiana Indian's soul, the animal food he craves, and which, one would imagine, nature would prefer him to do without, so hard he finds it to wrest a sufficiency from her. To my surprise, they shook their heads and looked troubled at what I said. And finally my host informed me that the wood I had been in was a dangerous place, that if they went there to hunt, a great injury would be done to them, and he finished by advising me not to visit it again. I began to understand from their looks and the old man's vague words that their fear of the wood was superstitious. If dangerous creatures had existed there, tigers or camotes or solitary murderous savages, they would have said so. But when I pressed them with questions, they could only repeat that something bad existed in the place, that animals were abundant there because no Indian who valued his life dared venture into it. I replied that unless they gave me some more definite information, I should certainly go again and put myself in the way of the danger they feared. My reckless courage, as they considered it, surprised them, but they had already begun to find out that their superstitions had no effect on me, that I listened to them as to stories invented to amuse a child, and for the moment they made no further attempt to dissuade me. Next day I returned to the forest of evil report, which had now a new and even greater charm, the fascination of the unknown and the mysterious. Still, the warning I had received made me distrustful and cautious at first, for I could not help thinking about it. When we consider how much of their life is passed in the woods, which become as familiar to them as the streets of our native town to us, it seems almost incredible that these savages have a superstitious fear of all forests, fearing them as much, even in the bright light of day, as a nervous child. With memory filled with ghost stories, fears a dark room. But, like the child in the dark room, they fear the forest only when alone in it, and for this reason always hunt in couples or parties. What, then, prevented them from visiting this particular wood, which offered so tempting a harvest? The question troubled me not a little. At the same time I was ashamed of the feeling and fought against it, and in the end I made my way to the same sequestered spot where I had rested so long on my previous visit. In this place I witnessed a new thing and had a strange experience. Sitting on the ground in the shade of a large tree, I began to hear a confused noise as of a coming tempest of wind mixed with shrill calls and cries. Nearer and nearer it came, and at last a multitude of birds of many kinds, but mostly small, appeared in sight, swarming through the trees, some running on the trunks and larger branches, others flitting through the foliage, and many keeping on the wing, now hovering and now darting this way or that. They were all busily searching for and pursuing the insects, moving on at the same time, and in a very few minutes they had finished examining the trees near me and were gone. But not satisfied with what I had witnessed, I jumped up and rushed after the flock to keep it in sight. All my caution and all recollection of what the Indians had said was now forgot, so great was my interest in this bird army. But as they moved on without pause, they quickly left me behind, and presently my career was stopped by an impenetrable tangle of bushes, vines, and roots of large trees extending like huge cables along the ground. In the midst of this leafy labyrinth, I sat down on a projecting root to cool my blood before attempting to make my way back to my former position. After that tempest of motion and confused noises, the silence of the forest seemed very profound, but before I had been resting many moments, it was broken by a low strain of exquisite bird melody, wonderfully pure and expressive, unlike any musical sound I had ever heard before. It seemed to issue from a thick cluster of broad leaves of a creeper only a few yards from where I sat. With my eyes fixed on this green hiding place, I waited with suspended breath for its repetition, wondering whether any civilized being had ever listened to such a strain before. Surely not, I thought, else the fame of so divine a melody would long ago have been noised abroad. I thought of the rialaho, the celebrated organ bird or flute bird, and of the various ways in which hearers are affected by it. To some, its warbling is like the sound of a beautiful, mysterious instrument, while to others it seems like the singing of a blithe-hearted child with a highly melodious voice. I had often heard and listened with delight to the singing of the rialaho in the Guiana forests, but this song, or musical phrase, was utterly unlike it in character. It was pure, more expressive, softer so low that at a distance of 40 yards I could hardly have heard it. But its greatest charm was its resemblance to the human voice, a voice purified and brightened to something almost angelic. Imagine, then, my impatience as I sat there straining my sense, my deep disappointment when it was not repeated. I rose at length very reluctantly. And slowly began making my way back. But when I had progressed about 30 yards, again the sweet voice sounded just behind me, and turning quickly, I stood still and waited. The same voice, but not the same song, not the same phrase. The notes were different, more varied and rapidly enunciated, as if the singer had been more excited. The blood rushed to my heart as I listened, my nerves tingled with a strange new delight, the rapture produced by such music heightened by a sense of mystery. Before many moments I heard it again, not rapid now, but a soft warbling, lower than at first, infinitely sweet and tender, sinking to lisping sounds that soon ceased to be audible, the whole having lasted as long as it would take me to repeat a sentence of a dozen words. This seemed the singer's farewell to me, for I waited and listened in vain to hear it repeated, and after getting back to the starting point, I sat for upwards of an hour, still hoping to hear it once more. The weltering sun at length compelled me to quit the wood, but not before. had resolved to return the next morning and seek for the spot where I had met with so enchanting an experience. After crossing the sterile belt I have mentioned within the wood, and just before I came to the open outer edge where the stunted trees and bushes die away on the border of the savannah, what was my delight and astonishment at hearing the mysterious melody once more! It seemed to issue from a clump of bushes close by, but by this time I had come to the conclusion that there was a ventriloquism in this woodland voice, which made it impossible for me to determine its exact direction. Of one thing I was, however, now quite convinced, and that was that the singer had been following me all the time. Again and again as I stood there listening it sounded, now so faint and apparently far off as to be scarcely audible. Then all at once it would ring out bright and clear within a few yards of me, as if the shy little thing had suddenly grown bold. But, far or near, the vocalist remained invisible, and at length the tantalizing melody ceased altogether. Chapter 3. I was not disappointed on my next visit to the forest, nor on several succeeding visits, and this seemed to show that if I was right in believing that these strange, melodious utterances proceeded from one individual, then the bird or being, although still refusing to show itself, was always on the watch for my appearance, and followed me wherever I went. This thought only served to increase my curiosity. I was constantly pondering over the subject, and at last concluded that it would be best to induce one of the Indians to go with me to the wood on the chance of his being able to explain the mystery. One of the treasures I had managed to preserve in my sojourn with these children of nature, who were always anxious to become possessors of my belongings, was a small, prettily fashioned metal matchbox opening with a spring. Remembering that Koloko, among others, had looked at this trifle with covetous eyes, the covetous way in which they all looked at it, had given it a fictitious value in my own. I tried to bribe him with the offer of it to accompany me to my favorite haunt. The brave young hunter refused again and again, but on each occasion he offered to perform some other service or to give me something in exchange for the box. At last I told him that I would give it to the first person who should accompany me, and fearing that someone would be found valiant enough to win the prize, he at length plucked up a spirit, and on the next day, seeing me going out for a walk, he all at once offered to go with me. He cunningly tried to get the box before starting. His cunning, poor youth, was not very deep. I told him that the forest we were about to visit abounded with plants and birds, unlike any I had seen elsewhere, that I wished to learn their names and everything about them, and that when I had got the required information the box would be his, not sooner. Finally we started, he, as usual, armed with his abatana, with which I imagined he would procure more game than usually fell to his little poisoned arrows. When we reached the wood, I could see that he was ill at ease. Nothing would persuade him to go into the deeper parts, and even where it was very open and light he was constantly gazing into bushes and shadowy places, as if expecting to see some frightful creature lying in wait for him. This behavior might have had a disquieting effect on me had I not been thoroughly convinced that his fears were purely superstitious, and that there could be no dangerous animal in a spot I was accustomed to walk in every day. My plan was to ramble about with an unconcerned air, occasionally pointing out an uncommon tree or shrub or vine, or calling his attention to a distant bird cry and asking the bird's name, in the hope that the mysterious voice would make itself heard, and that he would be able to give me some explanation of it. But for upwards of 2 hours we moved about, hearing nothing except the usual bird voices, and during all that time he never stirred a yard from my side, nor made an attempt to capture anything. At length we sat down under a tree in an open spot close to the border of the wood. He sat down very reluctantly, and seemed more troubled in his mind than ever, keeping his eyes continually roving about, while, He listened intently to every sound. The sounds were not few, owing to the abundance of animal and especially of bird life in this favored spot. I began to question my companion as to some of the cries we heard. There were notes and cries familiar to me as the crawling of the cock-parrot's screams and yelping of toucans, the distant wailing calls of mam and duraquara, and shrill laughter-like notes of the large tree climber as it passed from tree to tree, the quick whistle of cotingas, and strange throbbing and thrilling sounds, as of pygmies beating on metallic drums, of the skulking pitta thrushes, and with these mingled other notes less well known. One came from the treetops, where it was perpetually wandering amid the foliage, a low note, repeated at intervals of a few seconds, so thin and mournful and full of mystery that I half expected to hear that it proceeded from the restless ghost of some dead bird. But no, he only said it was uttered by a little bird, too little, presumably, to have a name. From the foliage of a neighboring tree came a few tinkling chirps, as of a small mandolin, 2 or 3 strings of which had been carelessly struck by the player. He said that it came from a small green frog that lived in trees, and in this way my rude Indian, vexed perhaps at being asked such trivial questions, brushed away the pretty fantasies my mind had woven in the woodland solitude. For I often listened to this tinkling music, and it had suggested the idea that the place was frequented by a tribe of fairy-like troubadour monkeys, and that if I could only be quick-sighted enough, I might one day be able to detect the minstrel sitting, in a green tunic perhaps, cross-legged on some high, swaying bough, carelessly touching his mandolin, suspended from his neck by a yellow ribbon. By and by a bird came with low, swift flight, its great tail spread open fan-wise, and perched itself on an exposed bough not 30 yards from us. It was all of the chestnut-red color, long-bodied, and sized like a big pigeon. Its actions show that its curiosity had been greatly excited, for it jerked from side to side, eyeing us first with one eye, then the other, while its long tail rose and fell in a measured way. "Look, Quaco," I said in a whisper, "there is a bird for you to kill." But he only shook his head, still watchful. "Give me the blowpipe then," I said with a laugh, putting out my hand to take it. But he refused to let me take it, knowing that it would only be an arrow wasted if I attempted to shoot anything. As I persisted in telling him to kill the bird, he at last bent his lips near me and said in a half-whisper, as if fearful of being overheard, "I can kill nothing here. If I shot at the bird, the daughter of the deity would catch the dart in her hand and throw it back and hit me here," touching his breast just over his heart. I laughed again, saying to myself, with some amusement, that Quaco was not such a bad companion after all, that he was not without imagination, but in spite of my laughter, his words roused my interest and suggested the idea that the voice I was curious about had been heard by the Indians and was as great a mystery to them as to me, since, not being like that of any creature known to them, it would be attributed by their superstitious minds to one of the numerous demons or semi-human monsters inhabiting every forest, stream, and mountain, and fear of it would drive them from the wood. In this case, judging from my companion's words, they had varied the form of the superstition somewhat, inventing a daughter of a water spirit to be afraid of. My thought was that if their keen, practiced eyes had never been able to see this flitting woodland creature with the musical soul, it was not likely that I would succeed in my quest. I began to question him, but he now appeared less inclined to talk and more frightened than ever, and each time I attempted to speak he imposed silence with a quick gesture of alarm, while he continued to stare about him with dilated eyes. All at once he sprang to his feet as if overcome with terror and started running at full speed. His fear infected me, and, springing up, I followed as fast as I could, but he was far ahead of me, running for dear life, and before I had gone 40 yards, my feet were caught in a creeper trailing along the surface, and I measured my length on the ground. The sudden, violent shock almost took away my senses for a moment, but when I jumped up and stared round to see no unspeakable monster, Kurubita, or other rushing on to slay and devour me there and then, I began to feel ashamed of my cowardice, and in the end I turned and walked back to the spot I had just quitted and sat down once more. I even tried to hum a tune, just to prove to myself that I had completely recovered from the panic caught from the miserable Indian. But it is never possible in such cases to get back one's serenity immediately, and a vague suspicion continued to trouble me for a time. After sitting there for half an hour or so listening to distant bird sounds, I began to recover my old confidence, and even to feel inclined to penetrate further into the wood. All at once, making me almost jump, so sudden it was, so much nearer. And louder than I had ever heard it before, the mysterious melody began. Unmistakably it was uttered by the same being heard on former occasions, but today it was different in character. The utterance was far more rapid, with fewer silent intervals, and it had none of the usual tenderness in it, nor ever once sunk to that low, whisper-like talking which had seemed to me as if the spirit of the wind had breathed its low sighs and syllables in speech. Now it was not only loud, rapid, and continuous, but, while still musical, there was an incisiveness in it, a sharp ring, as of resentment, which made it strike painfully on the sense. The impression of an intelligent, unhuman being addressing me in anger took so firm a hold on my mind that the old fear returned and, rising, I began to walk rapidly away, intending to escape from the wood. The voice continued violently rating me, as it seemed to my mind, moving with me, which caused me to accelerate my steps. And very soon I would have broken into a run when its character began to change again. There were pauses now, intervals of silence, long or short, and after each one the voice came to my ear with a more subdued and dulcet sound, more of that melting, flute-like quality it had possessed at other times, and this softness of tone, coupled with the talking-like form of utterance, gave me the idea of a being no longer incensed, addressing me now in a peaceable spirit, reasoning away my unworthy tremors, and imploring me to remain with it in the wood. Strange as this voice without a body was, and always productive of a slightly uncomfortable feeling on account of its mystery, it seemed impossible to doubt that it came to me now in a spirit of pure friendliness, and when I had recovered my composure, I found a new delight in listening to it all the greater because of the fear so lately experienced, and of its seeming intelligence. For the third time, I reseated myself on the same spot, and at intervals the voice talked to me there for some time, and, to my fancy, expressed satisfaction and pleasure at my presence. But later, without losing its friendly tone, it changed again. It seemed to move away and to be thrown back from a considerable distance, and, at long intervals, it would approach me again with a new sound, which I began to interpret as of command or entreaty. Was it, I asked myself, inviting me to follow? And if I obeyed, to what delightful discoveries or frightful dangers might it lead? My curiosity, together with the belief that the being I called it being, not bird, now was friendly to me, overcame all timidity, and I rose and walked at random towards the interior of the wood. Very soon I had no doubt left that the being had desired me to follow, for there was now a new note of gladness in its voice, and it continued near me as I walked, at intervals approaching me so closely as to set me staring into the surrounding shadowy places like poor scared Kuako. On this occasion, too, I began to have a new fancy. For fancy or illusion I was determined to regard it, that some swift-footed being was treading the ground near me, that I occasionally caught the faint rustle of a light footstep and detected a motion in leaves and fronds and thread-like stems of creepers hanging. near the surface as if some passing body had touched and made them tremble. And once or twice that I even had a glimpse of a gray, misty object moving at no great distance in the deeper shadows. Led by this wandering tricksy being, I came to a spot where the trees were very large and the damp dark ground almost free from undergrowth, and here the voice ceased to be heard. After patiently waiting and listening for some time, I began to look about me with a slight feeling of apprehension. It was still about 2 hours before sunset. Only in this place the shade of the vast trees made a perpetual twilight. Moreover, it was strangely silent here, the few bird cries that reached me coming from a long distance. I had flattered myself that the voice had become to some extent intelligible to me. Its outburst of anger caused no doubt by my cowardly flight after the Indian, then its recovered friendliness, which had induced me to return, and finally its desire to be followed. Now that it had led me to this place of shadow and profound silence and had ceased to speak, and to led, I could not help thinking that this was my goal, that I had been brought to this spot with a purpose, that in this wild and solitary retreat some tremendous adventure was about to befall me. As the silence continued unbroken, there was time to dwell on this thought. I gazed before me and listened intently, scarcely breathing until the suspense became painful, too painful at last, and I turned and took a step with the idea of going back to the border of the wood when close by, clear as a silver bell, sounded the voice once more, but only for a moment, 2 or 3 syllables in response to my movement. Then it was silent again. Once more, I was standing still, as if in obedience to a command, in the same state of suspense. And whether the change was real or only imagined, I know not. But the silence every minute grew more profound and the gloom deeper. Imaginary terrors began to assail me. Ancient fables of men allured by beautiful forms and melodious voices to destruction all at once acquired a fearful significance. I recalled some of the Indian beliefs, especially that of the misshapen, man-devouring monster who is said to beguile his victims into the dark forest by mimicking the human voice, the voice sometimes of a woman in distress, or by singing some strange and beautiful melody. I grew almost afraid to look round, lest I should catch sight of him stealing towards me on his huge feet, with toes pointing backwards, his mouth snarling horribly to display his great green fangs. It was distressing to have such fancies in this wild, solitary spot, hateful to feel their power over me when I knew that they were nothing but fancies and creations of the savage mind. But if these supernatural beings had no existence, there were other monsters, only too real, in these woods, which it would be dreadful to encounter alone and unarmed, since against such adversaries a revolver would be as ineffectual as a popgun. Some huge camoodi, able to crush my bones like brittle twigs in its constricting coils, might lurk in these shadows and approach me stealthily, unseen in its dark color on the dark ground. Or some jaguar or black tiger might steal towards me, masked by a bush or tree trunk, to spring upon me unawares. Or worse still, this way might suddenly come a pack of those swift-footed, unspeakably terrible hunting leopards, from which every living thing in the forest flies with shrieks of consternation, or else falls paralyzed in their path to be instantly torn to pieces and devoured. A slight rustling sound in the foliage above me made me start and cast up my eyes. High up, where a pale gleam of tempered sunlight fell through the leaves, a grotesque, human-like face, black as ebony and adorned with a great red beard, appeared staring down upon me. In another moment it was gone. It was only a large arawato, or howling monkey, but I was so unnerved that I could not get rid of the idea that it was something more than a monkey. Once more I moved, and again the instant I moved my foot, clear and keen and imperative sounded. The voice, it was no longer possible to doubt its meaning. It commanded me to stand still, to wait, to watch, to listen. Had it cried, "Listen, do not move," I could not have understood it better. Trying as the suspense was, I now felt powerless to escape. Something very terrible, I felt convinced, was about to happen, either to destroy or to release me from the spell that held me. And while I stood thus rooted to the ground, the sweat standing in large drops on my forehead, all at once close to me sounded a cry, fine and clear at first, and rising at the end to a shriek so loud, piercing, and unearthly in character, that the blood seemed to freeze in my veins, and a despairing cry to heaven escaped my lips. Then, before that long shriek expired, a mighty chorus of thunderous voices burst forth around me, and in this awful indescribably horrible were my sensations at that moment. I was deafened, and would possibly have been maddened had I not, as by a miracle, chanced to see a large araguato on a branch overhead, roaring with open mouth and inflated throat and chest. It was simply a concert of howling monkeys that had so terrified me. But my extreme fear was not strange in the circumstances, since everything that had led up to the display, the gloom and silence, the period of suspense, and my heated imagination had raised my mind to the highest degree of excitement and expectancy. I had rightly conjectured, no doubt, that my unseen guide had led me to that spot for a purpose, and the purpose had been to set me in the midst of a congregation of araguatos, to enable me for the first time fully to appreciate their unparalleled vocal powers. I had always heard them at a distance. Here they were gathered in scores, possibly hundreds. The whole araguato population of the forest, I should think, close to me, and it may give some faint conception of the tremendous power and awful character of the sound thus produced by their combined voices when I say that this animal miscalled howler in English would outroar the mightiest lion that ever woke the echoes of an African wilderness. This roaring concert, which lasted 3 or 4 minutes, having ended, I lingered a few minutes longer on the spot, and not hearing the voice again, went back to the edge of the wood, and then started on my way back to the village. Chapter 4. Perhaps I was not capable of thinking quite coherently on what had just happened, until I was once more fairly outside of the forest shadows, out in that clear open daylight, where things seem what they are, and imagination, like a juggler detected and laughed at, hastily takes itself out of the way. As I walked homewards, I paused midway on the barren ridge to gaze back on the scene I had left, and then the recent adventure began to take a semi-ludicrous aspect in my mind. All that circumstance of preparation, that mysterious prelude to something unheard of, unimaginable, surpassing all fables ancient and modern, and all tragedies, to end at last in a concert of howling monkeys. Certainly the concert was very grand indeed, one of the most astounding in nature, but still I sat down on the stone and laughed freely. The sun was sinking behind the forest, its broad red disk still showing through the topmost leaves, and the higher part of the foliage was of a luminous green, like green flame, throwing off flakes of quivering fiery light, but lower down the trees were in profound shadow. I felt very light-hearted while I gazed on this scene, for how pleasant it was just now to think of the strange experience I had passed through, to think that I had come safely out of it, that no human eye had witnessed my weakness, and that the mystery existed still to fascinate me. For ludicrous as the denouement now looked, the cause of all, the voice itself, was a thing to marvel at more than ever. That it proceeded from an intelligent being I was firmly convinced, and although too materialistic in my way of thinking to admit for a moment that it was a supernatural being, I still felt that there was something more than I had at first imagined in Quato's speech about a daughter of the deity, that the Indians knew a great deal about the mysterious voice, and had held it in great fear seemed evident. But they were savages with ways that were not mine, and however friendly they might be towards one of a superior race, there was always in their relations with him a low cunning, prompted partly by suspicion, underline their words and actions. For the white man to put himself mentally on their level is not more impossible than for these aborigines to be perfectly open, as children are, towards the white. Whatever subject the stranger within their gates exhibits an interest in, that they will be reticent about, and their reticence, which conceals itself under easily invented lies or an affected stupidity, invariably increases with his desire for information. It was plain to them that some very unusual interest took me to the wood. Consequently, I could not expect that they would tell me anything they might know to enlighten me about the matter, and I concluded that Quaco's words about the daughter of the deity and what she would do if he blew an arrow at a bird had accidentally escaped him in a moment of excitement. Nothing, therefore, was to be gained by questioning them, or, at all events, by telling them how much the subject attracted me. And I had nothing to fear. My independent investigations had made this much clear to me. The voice might proceed from a very frolicsome and tricksy creature, full of wild, fantastic humors, but nothing worse. It was friendly to me, I felt sure. At the same time, it might not be friendly towards the Indians, for, on that day, it had made itself heard only after my companion had taken flight, and it had then seemed incensed against me, possibly because the savage had been in my company. That was the result of my reflections on the day's events when I returned to my entertainer's roof and sat down among my friends to refresh myself with stewed fowl and fish from the household pot, into which a hospitable woman invited me with a gesture to dip my fingers. Quaco was lying in his hammock, smoking, I think certainly not reading. When I entered, he lifted his head and stared at me, probably surprised to see me alive, unharmed, and in a placid temper. I laughed at the look, and, somewhat disconcerted, he dropped his head down again. After a minute or two, I took metal matchbox and tossed it onto his breast. He clutched it and, starting up, stared at me in the utmost astonishment. He could scarcely believe his good fortune, for he had failed to carry out his part of the compact and had resigned himself to the loss of the coveted prize. Jumping down to the floor, he held up the box triumphantly, his joy overcoming the habitual stolid look, while all the others gathered about him, each trying to get the box into his own hands to admire it again, notwithstanding that they had all seen it a dozen times before. But it was Quaco's now and not the stranger's, and therefore more nearly their own than formerly, and must look different, more beautiful, with a brighter polish on the metal. And that wonderful enameled cock on the lid figured in Paris probably, but just like a cock in Guiana, the pet bird which they no more think of killing and eating than we do our purring pussies, and lemon-colored canaries must now look more strikingly valiant and cock-like than ever, with its crimson comb and wattles, burnished red hackles, and dark green arching tail. Plumes. But Quaco, while willing enough to have it admired and praised, would not let it out of his hands, and told them pompously that it was not theirs for them to handle, but his Quaco's for all time, that he had won it by accompanying me, valorous man that he was, to that evil wood into which they timid, inferior creatures that they were, would never have ventured to set foot. I am not translating his words, but that was what he gave them to understand pretty plainly, to my great amusement. After the excitement was over, Rooney, who had maintained a dignified calm, made some roundabout remarks, apparently with the object of eliciting an account of what I had seen and heard in the forest of evil fame. I replied carelessly that I had seen a great many birds and monkeys so tame that I might have procured one if I had had a blowpipe, in spite of my never having practiced shooting with that weapon. It interested them to hear about the abundance and tameness of the monkeys, although it was scarcely news. But how tame they must have been when I, the stranger, not to the manor born, not naked, brown-skinned, lynx-eyed, and noiseless as an owl in his movements, had yet been able to look closely at them. Rooney only remarked, apropos of what I had told him, that they could not go there to hunt. Then he asked me if I feared nothing. Nothing, I replied carelessly. The things you fear hurt not the white man, and are no more than this to me. Saying which I took up a little white wood ash in my hand and blew it away with my breath. And against other enemies I have this, I added, touching my revolver. A brave speech, just after that Arawato episode, but I did not make it without blushing mentally. He shook his head and said it was a poor weapon against some enemies. Also truly enough that it would procure no birds and monkeys for the stew pot. Next morning, my friend Kwako, taking his zabatana, invited me to go out with him, and I consented with some misgivings, thinking he had overcome his superstitious fears and, inflamed by my account of the abundance of game in the forest, intended going there with me. The previous day's experience had made me think that it would be better in the future to go there alone, but I was giving the poor youth more credit than he deserved. It was far from his intention to face the terrible unknown again. We went in a different direction, and tramped for hours through woods where birds were scarce and only of the smaller kinds. Then my guide surprised me a second time by offering to teach me to use the zabatana. This, then, was to be my reward for giving him the box. I readily consented, and with the long weapon, awkward to carry, in my hand, and imitating the noiseless movements and cautious, watchful manner of my companion, I tried to imagine myself a simple Guayana savage, with no knowledge of that artificial social state to which I had been born, dependent on my skill and little roll of poison darts. For a livelihood. By an effort of the will, I emptied myself of my life experience and knowledge, or as much of it as possible, and thought only of the generations of my dead imaginary progenitors who had ranged these woods back to the dim forgotten years before Columbus. And if the pleasure I had in the fancy was childish, it made the day pass quickly enough. Quackle was constantly at my elbow to assist and give advice, and many an arrow I blew from the long tube and hit no bird. Heaven knows what I hit, for the arrows flew away on their wide and wild career to be seen no more, except a few which my keen-eyed comrade marked to their destination and managed to recover. The result of our day's hunting was a couple of birds, which Quaco, not I, shot, and a small opossum his sharp eyes detected high up a tree, lying coiled up on an old nest, over the side of which the animal had incautiously allowed his snaky tail to dangle. The number of darts I wasted must have been a rather serious loss to him, but he did not seem troubled at it and made no remark. Next day, to my surprise, he volunteered to give me a second lesson, and we went out again. On this occasion he had provided himself with a large bundle of darts, but wise man, they were not poisoned, and it therefore mattered little whether they were wasted or not. I believe that on this day I made some little progress. At all events, my teacher remarked that before long I would be able to hit a bird. This made me smile and answer that if he could place me within 20 yards of a bird not smaller than a small man, I might manage to touch it with an arrow. This speech had a very unexpected and remarkable effect. He stopped short in his walk, stared at me wildly, then grinned, and finally burst into a roar of laughter, which was no bad imitation of the howling monkey's performance, and smote his naked thighs with tremendous energy. At length recovering himself, he asked whether a small woman was not the same as a small man, and, being answered in the affirmative, went off into a second extravagant roar of laughter. Thinking it was easy to tickle him while he continued in this mood, I began making any number of feeble jokes. Feeble, but quite as good as the one which had provoked such outrageous merriment, for it amused me to see him acting in this unusual way. But they all failed of their effect. There was no hitting the bull's-eye a second time. He would only stare vacantly at me, then grunt like a peccary not appreciatively, and walk on. Still, at intervals, he would go back to what I had said about hitting a very big bird, and roar again, as if this wonderful joke was not easily exhausted. Again, on the third day, we were out together practicing at the birds, frightening, if not killing them, but before noon, finding that it was his intention to go to a distant spot where he expected to meet with larger game, I left him and returned to the village. The blowpipe practice had lost its novelty, and I did not care to go on all day and every day with it. More than that, I was anxious after so long an interval to pay a visit to my wood, as I began to call it, inn. The hope of hearing that mysterious melody, which I had grown to love and to miss when even a single day passed without it. Chapter 5. After making a hasty meal at the house, I started, full of pleasing anticipations, for the wood, for how pleasant a place it was to be in. What a wild beauty and fragrance and melodiousness it possessed above all forests, because of that mystery that drew me to it. And it was mine, truly and absolutely as much mine as any portion of earth's surface could belong to any man, mine with all its products, the precious woods and fruits and fragrant gums that would never be trafficked away, its wild animals that man would never persecute, nor with any jealous savage dispute, my ownership or pretend that it was part of his hunting ground. As I crossed the savannah, I played with this fancy, but when I reached the ridgy eminence to look down once more on my new domain, the fancy changed to a feeling so keen that it pierced to my heart and was like pain in its intensity, causing tears to rush to my eyes. And caring not in that solitude to disguise my feelings from myself, and from the wide heaven that looked down and saw me, for this is the sweetest thing that solitude has for us, that we are free. In it, and no convention holds us. I dropped on my knees and kissed the stony ground, then casting up my eyes, thanked the author of my being for the gift of that wild forest, those green mansions where I had found so great a happiness. Elated with this strain of feeling, I reached the wood not long after noon, but no melodious voice gave me familiar and expected welcome, nor did my invisible companion make itself heard at all on that day, or, at all events, not in its usual bird-like warbling language. But on this day I met with a curious little adventure and heard something very extraordinary, very mysterious, which I could not avoid connecting in my mind with the unseen warbler that so often followed me in my rambles. It was an exceedingly bright day, without cloud, but windy, and finding myself in a rather open part of the wood, near its border, where the breeze could be felt, I sat down to rest on the lower part of a large branch, which was half broken. But still remained attached to the trunk of the tree, while resting its terminal twigs on the ground. Just before me, where I sat, grew a low, wide-spreading plant, covered with broad, round, polished leaves, and the roundness, stiffness, and perfectly horizontal position of the upper leaves made them look like a collection of small platforms or round table tops placed nearly on a level. Through the leaves, to the height of a foot or more above them, a slender dead stem protruded, and from a twig at its summit depended a broken spider's web. A minute dead leaf had become attached to one of the loose threads and threw its small but distinct shadow on the platform leaves below. And as it trembled and swayed in the current of air, the black spot trembled with it or flew swiftly over the bright green surfaces and was seldom at rest. Now, as I sat looking down on the leaves and the small dancing shadow, scarcely thinking of what I was looking at, I noticed a small spider with a flat body and short legs creep cautiously out onto the upper surface of a leaf. Its pale red color barred with velvet black first drew my attention to it, for it was beautiful to the eye, and presently I discovered that this was no web-spinning, sedentary spider, but a wandering hunter that captured its prey, like a cat, by stealing on it, concealed and making a rush or spring at the last. The moving shadow had attracted it and, as the sequel showed, was mistaken for a fly running about over the leaves and flitting from leaf to leaf. Now began a series of wonderful maneuvers on the spider's part, with the object of circumventing the imaginary fly, which seemed specially designed to meet this special case, for certainly no insect had ever before behaved in quite so erratic a manner. Each time the shadow flew past, the spider ran swiftly in the same direction, hiding itself under the leaves, always trying to get near without alarming its prey. And then the shadow would go round and round in a small circle, and some new strategic move on the part of the hunter would be called forth. I became deeply interested in this curious scene. I began to wish that the shadow would remain quiet for a moment or two, so as to give the hunter a chance. And at last I had my wish. The shadow was almost motionless, and the spider moving towards it, yet seeming not to move, and as it crept closer I fancied that I could almost see the little striped body quivering with excitement. Then came the final scene. Swift and straight as an arrow, the hunter shot himself onto the fly-like shadow, then wiggled round and round, evidently trying to take hold of his prey with fangs and claws, and finding nothing under him, he raised the fore part of his body vertically, as if to stare about him in search of the delusive fly, but the action may have simply expressed astonishment. At this moment I was just on the point of giving free and loud vent to the laughter which I had been holding in when, just behind me, as if from some person who had been watching the scene over my shoulder and was as much amused as myself at its termination, sounded a clear trill of merry laughter. I started up and looked hastily around, but no living creature was there. The mass of loose foliage I stared into was agitated as if from a body having just pushed through it. In a moment, the leaves and fronds were motionless again. Still, I could not be sure that a slight gust of wind had not shaken them. But I was so convinced that I had heard close to me a real human laugh or sound of some living creature that exactly simulated a laugh, that I carefully searched the ground about me, expecting to find a being of some kind. But I found nothing, and going back to my seat on the hanging branch, I remained seated for a considerable time, at first only listening, then pondering on the mystery of that sweet trill of laughter, and finally I began to wonder whether I, like the spider that chased the shadow, had been deluded, and had seemed to hear a sound that was not a sound. On the following day, I was in the wood again, and after a 2 or 3 hours' ramble, during which I heard nothing, thinking it useless to haunt the known spots any longer, I turned southwards and penetrated into a denser part of the forest where the undergrowth made progress difficult. I was not afraid of losing myself. The sun above and my sense of direction, which was always good, would, enable me to return to the starting point. In this direction I had been pushing resolutely on for over half an hour, finding it no easy matter to make my way without constantly deviating to this side or that from the course I wished to keep, when I came to a much more open spot. The trees were smaller and scantier here, owing to the rocky nature of the ground, which sloped rather rapidly down, but it was moist and overgrown with mosses, ferns, creepers, and low shrubs, all of the liveliest green. I could not see many yards ahead, owing to the bushes and tall fern fronds, but presently I began to hear a low, continuous sound, which, when I had advanced 20 or 30 yards further, I made out to be the gurgling of running water, and at the same moment I made the discovery that my throat was parched and my palms tingling with heat. I hurried on, promising myself a cool draught, when all at once, above the soft dashing and gurgling of the water, I caught yet another sound, a low warbling note, or succession of notes, which might have been emitted by a bird. But it startled me nevertheless. Bird-like warbling sounds had come to mean so much to me, and pausing, I listened intently. It was not repeated, and finally, treading with the utmost caution so as not to alarm the mysterious vocalist, I crept on until, coming to a green heart with a quantity of feathery foliage of a shrub growing about its roots, I saw that just beyond the tree the ground was more open still, letting in the sunlight from above, and that the channel of the stream I sought was in this open space, about 20 yards from me, although the water was still hidden from sight. Something else was there which I did see. Instantly my cautious advance was arrested. I stood gazing with concentrated vision, scarcely daring to breathe lest I should scare it away. It was a human being, a girl form, reclining on the moss among the ferns and herbage near the roots of a small tree. One arm was doubled behind her neck for her head to rest upon, while the other arm was held extended before her, the hand raised towards a small brown bird perched on a pendulous twig just beyond its reach. She appeared to be playing with the bird, possibly amusing herself by trying to entice it onto her hand, and the hand appeared to tempt it greatly, for it persistently hopped up and down, turning rapidly about this way and that, flirting its wings and tail, and always appearing just on the point of dropping onto her finger. From my position it was impossible to see her distinctly, yet I dared not move. I could make out that she was small, not above 4 feet 6 or 7 inches in height, in figure slim, with delicately shaped little hands and feet. Her feet were bare, and her only garment was a slight camise-shaped dress reaching below her knees, of a whitish-gray color, with a faint luster, as of a silky material. Her hair was very wonderful. It was loose and abundant, and seemed wavy or curly, falling in a cloud on her shoulders and arms. Dark it appeared, but the precise tint was indeterminable, as was that of her skin, which looked neither brown nor white. Altogether near to me as she actually was, there was a kind of mistiness in the figure which made it appear somewhat vague and distant, and a greenish-gray seemed the prevailing color. This tint I presently attributed to the effect of the sunlight falling on her through the green foliage. For once, for a moment, she raised herself to reach her finger nearer to the bird, and then a gleam of unsubdued sunlight fell on her hair and arm, and the arm at that moment appeared of a pearly whiteness, and the hair, just where the light touched it, had a strange luster and play of iridescent color. I had not been watching her more than 3 seconds before the bird, with a sharp, creaking little chirp, flew up and away in sudden alarm. At the same moment she turned and saw me through the light leafy screen. But although catching sight of me thus suddenly, she did not exhibit alarm like the bird. Only her eyes, wide open, with a surprised look in them, remained immovably fixed on my face. And then slowly, imperceptibly, for I did not notice the actual movement, so gradual and smooth it was, like the motion of a cloud of mist which changes its form and place, yet to the eye seems not to have moved, she, rose to her knees, to her feet retired, and with face still towards me and eyes fixed on mine, finally disappeared, going as if she had melted away into the verdure. The leafage was there occupying the precise spot where she had been a moment before, the feathery foliage of an acacia shrub, and stems and broad arrow-shaped leaves of an aquatic plant, and slim, drooping fern fronds, and they were motionless and seemed not to have been touched by something passing through them. She had gone, yet I continued still, bent almost double, gazing fixedly at the spot where I had last seen her, my mind in a strange condition, possessed by sensations which were keenly felt and yet contradictory. So vivid was the image left on my brain that she still seemed to be actually before my eyes, and she was not there, nor had been, for it was a dream, an illusion, and no such being existed or could exist in this gross world. And at the same time I knew that she had been there, that imagination was powerless to conjure up a form so exquisite. With the mental image I had to be satisfied, for although I remained for some hours at that spot, I saw her no more, nor did I hear any familiar melodious sound. For I was now convinced that in this wild, solitary girl I had at length discovered the mysterious warbler that so often followed me in the wood. At length, seeing that it was growing late, I took a drink from the stream and slowly and reluctantly made my way out of the forest and went home. Early next day I was back in the wood, full of delightful anticipations, and had no sooner got well among the trees than a soft, warbling sound reached my ears. It was like that heard on the previous day, just before catching sight of the girl among the ferns. So soon, thought I, elated, and with cautious steps I proceeded to explore the ground, hoping again to catch her unawares. But I saw nothing, and only after beginning to doubt that I had heard anything unusual, and had sat down to rest on a rock, the sound was repeated, soft and low as before, very near and distinct. Nothing more was heard at this spot, but an hour later in another place. The same mysterious note sounded near me. During my remaining time in the forest, I was served many times in the same way, and still nothing was seen, nor was there any change in the voice. Only when the day was near its end did I give up my quest, feeling very keenly disappointed. It then struck me that the cause of the elusive creature's behavior was that she had been piqued at my discovery of her in one of her most secret hiding places in the heart of the wood, and that it had pleased her to pay me out in this manner. On the next day there was no change. She was there again, evidently following me, but always invisible, and varied not from that one mocking note of yesterday, which seemed to challenge me to find her a second time. In the end I was vexed, and resolved to be even with her by not visiting the wood for some time. A display of indifference on my part would, I hoped, result in making her less coy. In the future, next day, firm in my new resolution, I accompanied Coaco and 2 others to a distant spot where they expected that the ripening fruit on a cashew tree would attract a large number of birds. The fruit, however, proved still green, so that we gathered none and killed few birds. Returning together, Coaco kept at my side, and by, falling behind our companions, he complimented me on my good shooting, although, as usual, I had only wasted the arrows I had blown. "Soon you will be able to hit," he said. "Hit a bird as big as a small woman," and he laughed once more immoderately at the old joke. At last, growing confidential, he said that I would soon possess a zabatana of my own, with arrows in plenty. He was going to make the arrows himself, and his uncle Atawinki, who had a straight eye, would make the tube. I treated it all as a joke, but he solemnly assured me that he meant it. Next morning he asked me if I was going to the forest of evil fame, and when I replied in the negative, seemed surprised and, very much to my surprise, evidently disappointed. He even tried to persuade me to go, where before I had been earnestly recommended not to go until, finding that I would not, he took me with him to hunt in the woods. By and by he returned to the same subject. He could not understand why I would not go to that wood, and asked me if I had begun to grow afraid. "No, not afraid," I replied, "but I know the place well, and am getting tired of it. I had seen everything in it, birds and beasts, and had heard all its strange noises." "Yes, heard," he said, nodding his head knowingly, "but you have seen nothing strange. Your eyes are not good enough yet." I laughed contemptuously and answered that I had seen everything strange. The wood contained, including a strange young girl, and I went on to describe her appearance and finished by asking if he thought a white man was frightened at the sight of a young girl. What I said astonished him. Then he seemed greatly pleased, and growing still more confidential and generous than on the previous day, he said that I would soon be a most important personage among them and greatly distinguish myself. He did not like it when I laughed at all this, and went on with great seriousness to speak of the unmade blowpipe that would be mine, speaking of it as if it had been something very great, equal to the gift of a large tract of land or the governorship of a province north of the Orinoco. And by he spoke of something else more wonderful even than the promise of a blowpipe, with arrows galore, and this was that young sister of his, whose name was Oliva, a maid of about 16, shy and silent and mild-eyed, rather lean and dirty, not ugly nor yet prepossessing. And this copper-colored little drab of wilderness he proposed to bestow in marriage on me. Anxious to pump him, I managed to control my muscles and asked him what authority he, a young nobody who had not yet risen to the dignity of buying a wife for himself, could have to dispose of a sister in this offhand way. He replied that there would be no difficulty, that Rooney would give his consent, as would also Utawinki, Piaki, and other relations. And last and least, according to the matrimonial customs of these latitudes, Olava herself would be ready to bestow her person quayu, worn fig-leaf wise, necklace of akori teeth, and all on so worthy a suitor as myself. Finally, to make the prospect still more inviting, he added that it would not be necessary for me to subject myself to any voluntary tortures to prove myself a man and fitted to enter into the purgatorial state of matrimony. He was a great deal too considerate, I said, and, with all the gravity I could command, asked him what kind of torture he would recommend. For me, so valorous a person, no torture, he answered magnanimously, but he kuaku had made up his mind as to the form of torture he meant to inflict some day on his own person. He would prepare a large sack, and into it put fire ants as many as that, he exclaimed triumphantly, stooping and filling his 2 hands with loose sand. He would put them in the sack, and then get into it himself naked, and tie it tightly round his neck, so as to show to all spectators that the hellish pain of innumerable venomous stings in his flesh could be endured without a groan and with an unmoved countenance. The poor youth had not an original mind, since this was one of the commonest forms of self-torture among the Guayana tribes. But the sudden wonderful animation with which he spoke of it, the fiendish joy that illumined his usually stolid countenance, sent a sudden disgust and horror through me. But what a strange, inverted kind of fiendishness is this, which delights at the anticipation of torture inflicted on oneself and not on an enemy, and towards others these savages are mild and peaceable. No, I could not believe in their mildness. That was only on the surface when nothing occurred to rouse their savage, cruel instincts. I could have laughed at the whole matter, but the exulting look on my companion's face had made me sick of the subject, and I wished not to talk any more about it. But he would talk still, this fellow, whose words, as a rule, I had to take out of his mouth with a fork, as we say, and still on the same subject, he said that not one person in the village would expect to see me torture myself, that after what I would do for them all, after delivering them from a great evil, nothing further would be expected of me. I asked him to explain his meaning, for it now began to appear plain that in everything he had said he had been leading up to some very important matter. It would, of course, have been a great mistake to suppose that my savage was offering me a blowpipe and a marketable virgin sister from purely disinterested motives. In reply, he went back to that still unforgotten joke about my being able eventually to hit a bird as big as a small woman with an arrow. Out of it all came when he went on to ask me if that mysterious girl I had seen in the wood was not of a size to suit me as a target when I had got my hand in with a little more practice. That was the great work I was asked to do for them. That shy, mysterious girl with the melodious, wild bird voice was the evil being I was asked to slay with poisoned arrows. This was why he now wished me to go often to the wood, to become more and more familiar with her haunts and habits, to overcome all shyness and suspicion in her, and at the proper moment, when it would be impossible to miss my mark, to plant the fatal arrow. The disgust he had inspired in me before, when gloating over anticipated tortures, was a weak and transient feeling to what I now experienced. I turned on him in a sudden transport of rage, and in a moment would have shattered on his head the blowpipe I was carrying in my hand. But his astonished look as he turned to face me made me pause and prevented me from committing so fatal an indiscretion. I could only grind my teeth and struggle to overcome an almost overpowering hatred and wrath. Finally, I flung the tube down and bade him take it, telling him that I would not touch it again if he offered me all the sisters of all the savages in Guyana for wives. He continued gazing at me, mute with astonishment, and prudence suggested that it would be best to conceal as far as possible the violent animosity I had conceived against him. I asked him somewhat scornfully if he believed that I should ever be able to hit anything, bird or human being, with an arrow. "No," I almost shouted, so as to give vent to my feelings in some way, and drawing my revolver. "This is the white man's weapon. But he kills men with it, men who attempt to kill or injure him, but neither with this nor any other weapon does he murder innocent young girls treacherously." After that we went on in silence for some time. At length he said that the being I had seen in the wood and was not. Afraid of was no innocent young girl, but a daughter of the Didi, an evil being, and that so long as she continued to inhabit the wood, they could not go there to hunt, and even in other woods they constantly went in fear of meeting her. Too much disgusted to talk with him, I went on in silence, and when we reached the stream near the village, I threw off my clothes and plunged into the water to cool my anger before going in to the others. Chapter 6. Thinking about the forest girl while lying awake that night, I came to the conclusion that I had made it sufficiently plain to her how little her capricious behavior had been relished, and had therefore no need to punish myself more by keeping any longer out of my beloved green mansions. Accordingly, next day, after the heavy rain that fell during the morning hours had ceased, I set forth about noon to visit the wood. Overhead the sky was clear again, but there was no motion in the heavy sultry atmosphere, while dark blue masses of banked-up clouds on the western horizon threatened a fresh downpour later in the day. My mind was, however, now too greatly excited at the prospect of a possible encounter with the forest nymph to allow me to pay any heed to these ominous signs. I had passed through the first strip of wood and was in the succeeding stony, sterile space when a gleam of brilliant color close by on the ground caught my sight. It was a snake lying on the bare earth, Had I kept on without noticing it, I should most probably have trodden upon or dangerously near it. Viewing it closely, I found that it was a coral snake, famed as much for its beauty and singularity as for its deadly character. It was about 3 feet long and very slim, its ground color a brilliant vermilion, with broad jet black rings at equal distances round its body, each black ring or band divided by a narrow yellow strip in the middle. The symmetrical pattern and vividly contrasted colors would have given it the appearance of an artificial snake made by some fanciful artist, but for the gleam of life in its bright coils. Its fixed eyes, too, were living gems, and from the point of its dangerous arrowy head, the glistening tongue flickered ceaselessly as I stood a few yards away regarding it. "I admire you greatly, Sir Serpent," I said, or thought, "but it is dangerous, say the military authorities, to leave an enemy or possible enemy in the rear. The person who does such a thing must be either a bad strategist or a genius, and I am neither." Retreating a few paces, I found and picked up a stone about as big as a man's hand and hurled it at the dangerous-looking head with the intention of crushing it. But the stone hit upon the rocky ground a little on one side of the mark and, being soft, flew into 100 small fragments. This roused the creature's anger, and in a moment with raised head he was gliding swiftly towards me. Again I retreated, not so slowly on this occasion, and finding another stone, I raised and was about to launch it when a sharp, ringing cry issued from the bushes growing near, and quickly following the sound, forth stepped the forest girl, no longer elusive and shy, vaguely seen in the shadowy wood, but boldly challenging attention, exposed to the full power of the meridian sun, which made her appear luminous and rich in color, beyond example. Seeing her thus, all those emotions of fear and abhorrence invariably excited in us by the sight of an active venomous serpent in our path vanished instantly from my mind. I could now only feel astonishment and admiration at the brilliant being as she advanced with swift, easy, undulating motion towards me, or rather towards the serpent, which was now between us, moving more and more slowly as she came nearer. The cause of this sudden wonderful boldness, so unlike her former habit, was unmistakable. She had been watching my approach from some hiding place among the bushes, ready no doubt to lead me a dance through the wood, with her mocking voice, as on previous occasions when my attack on the serpent caused that outburst of wrath. The torrent of ringing and to me inarticulate sounds in that unknown tongue, her rapid gestures, and, above all, her wide-open, sparkling eyes and face aflame with color, made it impossible to mistake the nature of her feeling. And casting about for some term or figure of speech in which to describe the impression produced on me at that moment, I think of wash-bish, and, better still, avispada, literally the same word in Spanish, not having precisely the same meaning, nor ever applied contemptuously, only to reject both after a moment's reflection. Yet I go back to the image of an irritated wasp as perhaps offering the best illustration of some large tropical wasp advancing angrily towards me, as I have witnessed 100 times, not exactly flying, but moving rapidly, half running and half flying, over the ground with loud and angry buzz, the glistening wings open and agitated, beautiful beyond most animated creatures in its sharp but graceful lines, polished surface, and varied brilliant coloring, and that wrathfulness that fits it so well and seems to give it additional luster. Wonder-struck at the sight of her strange beauty and passion, I forgot the advancing snake until she came to a stop at about 5 yards from me. Then, to my horror, I saw that it was beside her naked feet. Although no longer advancing, the head was still raised high as if to strike. But presently, the spirit of anger appeared to die out of it. The lifted head, oscillating a little from side to side, sunk down lower and lower to rest finally on the girl's bare instep, and lying there motionless, the deadly thing had the appearance of a gaily colored silken garter just dropped from her leg. It was plain to see that she had no fear of it, that she was one of those exceptional persons, to be found, it is said, in all countries, who possess some magnetic quality which has a soothing effect on even the most venomous and irritable reptiles. Following the direction of my eyes, she too glanced down, but did not move her foot. Then she made her voice heard again, still loud and sharp, but the anger was not now so pronounced. "Do not fear, I shall not harm it," I said in the Indian tongue. She took no notice of my speech and continued speaking with increasing resentment. I shook my head, replying that her language was unknown to me. Then, by means of signs, I tried to make her understand that the creature was safe from further molestation. She pointed indignantly at the stone in my hand, which I had forgotten all about. At once I threw it from me, and instantly there was a change. The resentment had vanished, and a tender radiance lit her face like a smile. I advanced a little nearer, addressing her once more in the Indian tongue, but my speech was evidently unintelligible to her as she stood now glancing at the snake, lying at her feet, now at me. Again I had recourse to signs and gestures. Pointing to the snake, then to the stone I had cast away, I endeavored to convey to her that in the future I would for her sake be a friend to all venomous reptiles, and that I wished her to have the same kindly feelings towards me as towards these creatures. Whether or not she understood me, she showed no disposition to go into hiding again, and continued silently regarding me with a look that seemed to express pleasure at finding herself at last thus suddenly brought face to face with me. Flattered at this, I gradually drew nearer, until at the last I was standing at her side, gazing down with the utmost delight into that face which so greatly surpassed in loveliness all human faces I had ever seen or imagined. And yet to you, my friend, it probably will not seem that she was so beautiful, since I have, alas, only the words we all use to paint commoner, coarser things, and no means to represent all the exquisite details, all the delicate lights and shades and swift changes of color and expression. Moreover, is it not a fact that the strange or unheard of can never appear beautiful in a mere description, because that which is most novel in it attracts too much attention and is given undue prominence in the picture, and we miss that which would have taken away the effect of strangeness, the perfect balance of the parts and harmony of the whole? For instance, the blue eyes of the northerner would, when first ascribed to the black-eyed inhabitants of warm regions, seem unbeautiful and a monstrosity, because they would vividly see with the mental vision that unheard-of blueness, but not in the same vivid way the accompanying flesh and hair tints with which it harmonizes. Think, then, less of the picture as I have to paint it in words than of the feeling its original inspired in me when, looking closely for the first time on that rare loveliness, trembling with delight, I mentally cried, "Oh, why has nature, maker of so many types and of innumerable individuals of each, given to the world but one being like this?" Scarcely had the thought formed itself in my mind before I dismissed it as utterly incredible. No, this exquisite being was without doubt one of a distinct race which had existed in this little-known corner of the continent for thousands of generations, albeit now perhaps reduced to a small and dwindling remnant. Her figure and features were singularly delicate, but it was her color that struck me most, which indeed made her differ from all other human beings. The color of the skin would be almost impossible to describe, so greatly did it vary with every change of mood, and the moods were many and transient, and with the angle on which the sunlight touched it, and the degree of light. Beneath the trees, at a distance, it had seemed a somewhat dim white or pale gray. Mere in the strong sunshine, it was not white, but alabastrian, semi-pellucid, showing an underlying rose color, and at any point where the rays fell direct, this color was bright and luminous, as we see in our fingers when held before a strong firelight. But that part of her skin that remained in shadow appeared of a dimmer white, and the underlying color varied from dim, rosy purple to dim blue, with the skin the color of the eyes harmonized perfectly. At first, when lit with anger, they had appeared flame-like. Now the iris was of a peculiar soft or dim and tender red, a shade sometimes seen in flowers. But only when looked closely at could this delicate hue be discerned, the pupils being large, as in some gray eyes, and the long, dark, shading lashes at a short distance made the whole eye appear dark. Think not, then, of the red flower. Exposed to the light and sun in conjunction with the vivid green of the foliage, think only of such a hue in the half-hidden iris, brilliant and moist with the eye's moisture, deep with the eye's depth, glorified by the outward look of a bright, beautiful soul. Most variable of all in color was the hair, this being due to its extreme fineness and glossiness, and to its elasticity, which made it lie fleecy and loose on head, shoulders, and back. A cloud with a brightness on its surface made by the freer outer hairs, a fit setting and crown for a countenance of such rare changeful loveliness. In the shade, viewed closely, the general color appeared a slate, deepening in places to purple. But even in the shade the nimbus of free flossy hairs half veiled the darker tints with a downy pallor, and at a distance of a few yards it gave the whole hair a vague, misty appearance. In the sunlight the color varied more, looking now dark, sometimes intensely black, now of a light uncertain hue, with a play of iridescent color on the loose surface, as we see on the glossed plumage of some birds, and at a short distance, with the sun shining full on her head, it sometimes looked white as a noonday cloud, so changeful was it and ethereal in appearance. With its cloud colors that all other human hair, even of the most beautiful golden shades, pale or red, seemed heavy and dull and dead-looking by comparison. But more than form and color and that enchanting variability was the look of intelligence, which at the same time seemed complementary to, and one with the all-seeing, all-hearing alertness appearing in her face. The alertness one remarks in a wild creature, even when in repose and fearing nothing, but seldom in man, never perhaps an intellectual or studious man. She was a wild, solitary girl of the woods, and did not understand the language of the country in which I had addressed her. What inner or mind life could such a one have more than that of any wild animal existing in the same conditions? Yet looking at her face, it was not possible to doubt its intelligence. This union in her of two opposite qualities, which with us cannot or do not exist together, although so novel, yet struck me as the girl's principal charm. Why had nature not done this before? Why in all? Others does the brightness of the mind dim that beautiful physical brightness which the wild animals have? But enough for me that which no man had ever looked for or hoped to find existed here, that through that unfamiliar luster of the wild life shone the spiritualizing light of mind that made us kin. These thoughts passed swiftly through my brain as I stood feasting my sight on her bright, piquant face, while she on her part gazed back into my eyes, not only with fearless curiosity, but with a look of recognition and pleasure, at the encounter so unmistakably friendly, that, encouraged by it, I took her arm in my hand, moving at the same time a little nearer to her. At that moment, a swift, startled expression came into her eyes. She glanced down and up again into my face. Her lips trembled and slightly parted as she murmured some sorrowful sounds in a tone so low as to be only just audible. thinking she had become alarmed and was on the point of escaping out of my hands, and fearing, above all things, to lose sight of her again so soon, I slipped my arm around her slender body to detain her, moving one foot at the same time to balance myself. And at that moment I felt a slight blow and a sharp burning sensation shoot into my leg, so sudden and intense that I dropped my arm, at the same time uttering a cry of pain, and recoiled 1 or 2 paces from her. But she stirred not when I released her. Her eyes followed my movements. Then she glanced down at her feet. I followed her look and figure to yourself. My horror when I saw there the serpent I had so completely forgotten, and which even that sting of sharp pain had not brought back to remembrance. There it lay, a coil of its own, thrown round one of her ankles, and its head, raised nearly a foot high, swaying slowly from side to side, while the swift forked tongue flickered continuously. Then only then I knew what had happened, and at the same time I understood the reason of that sudden look of alarm in her face, the murmuring sound she had uttered, and the downward startled glance. Her fears had been solely for my safety, and she had warned me. Too late, too late. In moving, I had trodden on or touched the serpent with my foot, and it had bitten me just above the ankle. In a few moments, I began to realize the horror of my position. Must I die? Must I die? Oh my God! Is there nothing that can save me? I cried in my heart. She was still standing motionless in the same place. Her eyes wandered back from me to the snake. Gradually its swaying head was lowered again, and the coil unwound from her ankle. Then it began to move away, slowly at first, and with the head a little raised, then faster, and in the end it glided out of sight. Gone. But it had left its venom in my blood. O cursed reptile! Back from watching its retreat, my eyes returned to her face, now strangely clouded with trouble. Her eyes dropped before mine, while the palms of her hands were pressed together, and the fingers clasped and unclasped alternately. How different she seemed now, the brilliant face grown so pallid and vague-looking. But not only because this tragic end to our meeting had pierced her with pain, that cloud in the west had grown up and now covered half the sky with vast lurid masses of vapor, blotting out the sun, and a great gloom had fallen on the earth. That sudden twilight and a long roll of approaching thunder reverberating from the hills increased my anguish and desperation. Death at that moment looked unutterably terrible. The remembrance of all that made life dear pierced me to the core, all that nature was to me, all the pleasures of sense and intellect, the hopes I cherished, all was revealed to me as by a flash of lightning. Bitterest of all was the thought that I must now bid everlasting farewell to this beautiful being I had found in the solitude, this lustrous daughter of the Dee, just when I had won her from her shyness, that I must go away into the cursed blackness of death, and never know the mystery of her life. It was that which utterly unnerved me and made my legs tremble under me and brought great drops of sweat to my forehead until I thought that the venom was already doing its swift fatal work in my veins. With uncertain steps I moved to a stone a yard or two away and sat down upon it. As I did so, the hope came to me that this girl, so intimate with nature, might know of some antidote to save me. Touching my leg, and using other signs, I addressed her again in the Indian language. "The snake has bitten me," I said. "What shall I do? Is there no leaf, no root you know that would save me from death? Help me! Help me!" I cried in despair. My signs. She probably understood if not my words, but she made no reply, and still she remained standing motionless, twisting and untwisting her fingers, and regarding me with a look of ineffable grief and compassion. Alas, it was vain to appeal to her. She knew what had happened, and what the result would most likely be, and pitied, but was powerless to help me. Then it occurred to me that if I could reach the Indian village before the venom overpowered me, something might be done to save me. Oh, why had I tarried so long, losing so many precious minutes? Large drops of rain were falling now, and the gloom was deeper, and the thunder almost continuous. With a cry of anguish, I started to my feet and was about to rush away towards the village when a dazzling flash of lightning made me pause for a moment. When it vanished, I turned a last look on the girl, and her face was deathly pale, and her hair looked blacker than night. And as she looked, she stretched out her arms towards me and uttered a low, wailing cry. "Goodbye forever," I murmured, and turning once more from her, rushed away like one crazed into the wood. But in my confusion, I had probably taken the wrong direction, for instead of coming out in a few minutes into the open border of the forest and on to the savannah, I found myself every moment getting deeper among the trees. I stood still, perplexed, but could not shake off the conviction that I had started in the right direction. Eventually, I resolved to keep on for 100 yards or so, and then, if no opening appeared, to turn back and retrace my steps. But this was no easy matter. I soon became entangled in a dense undergrowth, which so confused me that at last I confessed despairingly to myself that for the first time in this wood I was hopelessly lost. And in what terrible circumstances! At intervals, a flash of lightning would throw a vivid blue glare down into the interior of the wood, and only served to show that I had lost myself in a place where even at noon, in cloudless weather, progress would be most difficult. And now the light would only last a moment, to be followed by thick gloom, and I could only tear blindly on, bruising and lacerating my flesh at every step, falling again and again, only to struggle up and on again, now high above the surface, climbing over prostrate trees and branches. Hopeless, utterly hopeless, seemed all my mad efforts. And at each pause, when I would stand exhausted, gasping for breath, my throbbing heart almost suffocating me, a dull, continuous teasing pain in my bitten leg served to remind me that I had but a little time left to exist, that by delaying at first I had allowed my only chance of salvation to slip by. How long a time I spent fighting my way through this dense black wood I know not. Perhaps 2 or 3 hours. Only to me, the hours seemed like years of prolonged agony. At last, all at once, I found that I was free of the close undergrowth and walking on level ground, but it was darker here, darker than the darkest night, and at length, when the lightning came and flared down through the dense roof of foliage overhead, I discovered that I was in a spot that had a strange look, where the trees were very large and grew wide apart, and with no undergrowth to impede progress beneath them. Here, recovering breath, I began to run, and after a while found that I had left the large trees behind me and was now in a more open place with small trees and bushes, and this made me hope for a while that I had at last reached the border of the forest. But the hope proved vain. Once more I had to force my way through dense undergrowth, and finally emerged onto a slope where it was open, and I could once more see for some distance around me by such light as came through the thick pall of clouds. Trudging on to the summit of the slope, I saw that there was open savanna country beyond, and for a moment rejoiced that I had got free from the forest. A few steps more, and I was standing on the very edge of a bank, a precipice not less than 50 feet deep. I had never seen that bank before, and therefore knew that I could not be on the right side of the forest. But now my only hope was to get completely away from the trees and then to look for the village, and I began following the bank in search of a descent. No break occurred, and presently I was stopped by a dense thicket of bushes. I was about to retrace my steps when I noticed that a tall, slender tree, growing at the foot of the precipice, its green top not more than a couple of yards below my feet, seemed to offer a means of escape. Nerving myself with the thought that if I got crushed by the fall, I should probably escape a lingering and far more painful death, I dropped into the cloud of foliage beneath me and clutched desperately at the twigs as I fell. For a moment I felt myself sustain, but branch after branch gave way beneath my weight, and then I only remember, very dimly, a swift flight through the air before losing consciousness. Chapter 7. With the return of consciousness, I at first had a vague impression that I was lying somewhere, injured and incapable of motion, that it was night and necessary for me to keep my eyes fast shut to prevent them from being blinded by almost continuous vivid flashes of lightning. Injured and sore all over, but warm and dry, surely dry. Nor was it lightning that dazzled, but firelight. I began to notice things little by little. The fire was burning on a clay floor a few feet from where I was lying. Before it, on a log of wood, sat or crouched a human figure. An old man with chin on breast and hands clasped before his drawn-up knees. Only a small portion of his forehead and nose visible to me. An Indian I took him to be, from his coarse, lank, gray hair and dark brown skin. I was in a large hut, falling at the sides to within 2 feet of the floor, but there were no hammocks in it, nor bows and spears, and no skins, not even under me, for I was lying on straw mats. I could hear the storm still raging outside, the rush and splash of rain, and, at intervals, the distant growl of thunder. There was wind, too. I listened to it sobbing in the trees, and occasionally a puff found its way in and blew up the white ashes at the old man's feet and shook the yellow flames like a flag. I remembered now how the storm began, the wild girl, the snake bite, my violent efforts to find a way out of the woods, and, finally, that leap from the bank where recollection ended. That I had not been killed by the venomous tooth, nor the subsequent fearful fall, seemed like a miracle to me. And in that wild, solitary place, lying insensible, in that awful storm and darkness, I had been found by a fellow creature, a savage doubtless, but a good Samaritan all the same, who had rescued me from death. I was bruised all over and did not attempt to move, fearing the pain it would give me, and I had a racking headache. But these seemed trifling discomforts after such adventures and such perils. I felt that I had recovered or was recovering from that venomous bite, that I would live and not die, live to return to my country. And the thought filled my heart to overflowing, and tears of gratitude and happiness rose to my eyes. At such times a man experiences benevolent feelings and would willingly bestow some of that overplus of happiness on his fellows to lighten other hearts. And this old man before me, who was probably the instrument of my salvation, began greatly to excite my interest and compassion. For he seemed so poor in his old age and rags, so solitary and dejected as he sat there, with knees drawn up, his great brown bare feet looking almost black by contrast with the white wood ashes about them. What could I do for him? What could I say to cheer his spirits in that Indian language, which has few or no words to express kindly feelings? Unable to think of anything better to say, I at length suddenly cried aloud, "Smoke, old man! Why do you not smoke? It is good to smoke." He gave a mighty start and, turning, fixed his eyes on me. Then I saw that he was not a pure Indian, for although as brown as old leather, he wore a beard and mustache. A curious face had this old man, which looked as if youth and age had made it a battling ground. His forehead was smooth except for two parallel lines in the middle running its entire length, dividing it in zones. His arched eyebrows were black as ink, and his small black eyes were bright and cunning, like the eyes of some wild carnivorous animal. In this part of his face youth had held its own, especially in the eyes which looked young and lively. But lower down age had conquered, scribbling his skin all over with wrinkles, while mustache and beard were white as thistledown. "Aha! The dead man is alive again," he exclaimed with a chuckling laugh. This in the Indian tongue. Then in Spanish he added, "But speak to me in the language you know best, señor, for if you are not a Venezuelan, call me an owl." "And you, old man?" said I. "Ah, I was right. Why, sir, what I am is plainly written on my face. Surely you do not take me for a pagan. I might be a black man from Africa, or an Englishman, but an Indian that, no. But a minute ago you had the goodness to invite me to." Smoke. How, sir, can a poor man smoke who is without tobacco? Without tobacco in Guiana. Can you believe it? But, sir, do not blame me. If the beast that came one night and destroyed my plants when ripe for cutting had taken pumpkins and sweet potatoes instead, it would have been better for him if curses have any effect. And the plant grows slowly, sir. It is not an evil weed to come to maturity in a single day. And as for other leaves in the forest, I smoke them, yes, but there is no comfort to the lungs in such smoke. My tobacco pouch was full, I said. You will find it in my coat if I did not lose it. The saints forbid, he exclaimed. Grandchild Rima, have you got a tobacco pouch with the other things? Give it to me. Then I first noticed that another person was in the hut, a slim young girl who had been seated against the wall on the other side of the fire, partially hid by the shadows. She had my leather belt, with the revolver in its case, and my hunting knife attached, and the few articles I had had in my pockets on her lap. Taking up the pouch, she handed it to him, and he clutched it with a strange eagerness. "I will give it back presently, Rima," he said. "Let me first smoke a cigarette, and then another." It seemed probable from this that the good old man had already been casting covetous eyes on my property, and that his granddaughter had taken care of it for me. But how the silent, demure girl had kept it from him was a puzzle. So intensely did he seem now to enjoy it, drawing the smoke vigorously into his lungs and, after keeping it 10 or 15 seconds there, letting it fly out again from mouth and nose in blue jets and clouds. His face softened visibly. He became more and more genial and loquacious, and asked me how I came to be in that solitary place. I told him that I was staying with the Indian Rooney, his neighbor. "But, senor," he said, "if it is not an impertinence, how is it that a young man of so distinguished an appearance as yourself, a Venezuelan, should be residing with these children of the devil? You love not your neighbors, then?" "I know them, sir. How should I love them?" He was rolling up his second or third cigarette by this time, and I could not help noticing that he took a great deal more tobacco than he required in his fingers, and that the surplus on each occasion was conveyed to some secret receptacle among his rags. "Love them, sir. They are infidels, and therefore the good Christian must only hate them. They are thieves. They will steal from you before your very face, so devoid are they of all shame. And also murderers. Gladly would they burn this poor thatch above my head, and kill me and my poor grandchild, who shares this solitary life with me, if they had the courage. But they are all arrant cowards, and fear to approach me, fear even to come into this wood. You would laugh to hear what they are afraid of. A child would laugh to hear it. What do they fear? I said, for his words had excited my interest in a great degree. Why, sir, would you believe it? They fear this child, my granddaughter, seated there before you. A poor innocent girl of 17 summers, a Christian who knows her catechism and would not harm the smallest thing that God has made, no, not a fly, which is not regarded on account of its smallness. Why, sir, it is due to her tender heart that you are safely sheltered here, instead of being left out of doors in this tempestuous night. To her, to this girl, I returned in astonishment. Explain, old man, for I do. Not know how I was saved. Today, Senor, through your own heedlessness, you were bitten by a venomous snake. Yes, that is true, although I do not know how it came to your knowledge. But why am I not a dead man? Then have you done something to save me from the effects of the poison? Nothing. What could I do so long after you were bitten? When a man is bitten by a snake in a solitary place, he is in God's hands. He will live or die as God wills. There is nothing to be done. But surely, sir, you remember that my poor grandchild was with you in the wood when the snake bit you. A girl was there, a strange girl I have seen and heard before when I have walked in the forest. But not this girl, surely not this girl. No other, said he, carefully rolling up another cigarette. It is not possible, I returned. Ill would you have fared, sir, had she not been there. For after being bitten, you rushed away into the thickest part of the wood and went about in a circle like a demented person, for heaven knows how long. But she never left you. She was always close to you. You might have touched her with your hand. And at last some good angel who was watching you, in order to stop your career, made you mad altogether, and caused you to jump over a precipice and lose your senses. And you were no sooner on the ground than she was with you. Ask me not how she got down. And when she had propped you up against the bank, she came for me. Fortunately, the spot where you had fallen is near not 500 yards from the door, and I, on my part, was willing to assist her in saving you, for I knew it was no Indian that had fallen, since she loves not that breed, and they come not. Here, it was not an easy task for you way, senor, but between us we brought you in. While he spoke, the girl continued sitting in the same listless attitude as when I first observed her, with eyes cast down and hands folded in her lap. Recalling that brilliant being in the wood that had protected the serpent from me and calmed its rage, I found it hard to believe his words, and still felt a little incredulous. Rima, that is your name, is it not? I said. Will you come here and stand before me and let me look closely at you? Sigh, senor. She meekly answered, and removing the things from her lap, she stood up. Then, passing behind the old man, came and stood before me, her eyes still bent on the ground, a picture of humility. She had the figure of the forest girl, but wore now a scanty faded cotton garment, while the loose cloud of hair was confined in 2 plaits and hung down her back. The face also showed the same delicate lines, but of the brilliant animation and variable color and expression there appeared no trace. Gazing at her countenance as she stood there silent, shy, and spiritless before me, the image of her brighter self came vividly to my mind, and I could not recover from the astonishment I felt at such a contrast. Have you ever observed a hummingbird moving about in an aerial dance among the flowers, a living prismatic gem that changes its color with every change of position? How in turning it catches the sunshine on its burnished neck in gorgeous plumes, green and gold and flame-colored, the beams changing to visible flakes as they fall, dissolving into nothing, to be succeeded by others and yet others? In its exquisite form, its changeful splendor, its swift motions and intervals of aerial suspension, it is a creature of such fairy-like loveliness as to mock all description. And have you seen this same fairy-like creature suddenly perch itself on a twig, in the shade, its misty wings and fan-like tail folded, the iridescent glory vanished, looking like some common dull-plumaged little bird sitting listless in a cage? Just so great was the difference in the girl as I had seen her in the forest, and as she now appeared under the smoky roof in the firelight. After watching her for some moments, I spoke. "Rima, there must be a good deal of strength in that frame of yours, which looks so delicate. Will you raise me up a little?" She went down on one knee and, placing her arms round me, assisted me to a sitting posture. "Thank you, Rima." "Oh, misery!" I groaned. "Is there a bone left unbroken in my poor body?" "Nothing broken," cried the old man, clouds of smoke flying out with his words. "I have examined you well, legs, arms, ribs. For this is how it was, Seigneur. A thorny bush into which you fell saved you from being flattened on the stony ground. But you are bruised, sir, black with bruises. And there are more scratches of thorns on your skin than letters on a written page." "A long thorn might have entered my brain," I said, "from the way it pains. Feel my forehead, Rima. Is it very hot and dry?" She did as I asked, touching me lightly with her little cool hand. "No, Senor, not hot, but warm and moist," she said. "Thank heaven for that," I said. "Poor girl! And you followed me through the wood in all that terrible storm. Ah, if I could lift my bruised arm, I would take your hand to kiss it in gratitude for so great a service. I owe you my life, sweet Rima. What shall I do to repay so great a debt?" The old man chuckled as if amused, but the girl lifted not her eyes nor spoke. "Tell me, sweet child," I said, "for I cannot realize it yet. Was it really you that saved the serpent's life when I would have killed it? Did you stand by me in the wood with the serpent lying at your feet?" "Yes, Senor," came her gentle answer. "And it was you I saw in the wood one day, lying on the ground playing with a small bird?" "Yes, Senor." "And it was you that followed me so often among the trees, calling to me, yet always hiding so that I could never see you? Yes, Senor." "Oh, this is wonderful!" I exclaimed. Whereat the old man chuckled again. "But tell me this, my sweet girl," I continued. "You never addressed me in Spanish. What strange musical language was it you spoke to me in?" She shot a timid glance at my face and looked troubled at the question, but made no reply. "Senor," said the old man, "that is a question which you must excuse my child from answering. Not, sir, from want of will, for she is docile and obedient. Though I say it, but there is no answer beyond what I can tell you. And this is, sir, that all creatures, whether man or bird, have the voice that God has given them, and in some the voice is musical, and in others not so." "Very well, old man," said I to myself. "There let the matter rest for the present. But if I am destined to live and not die, I shall not long remain satisfied with." "Your too simple explanation. Rima," I said, "you must be fatigued. It is thoughtless of me to keep you standing here so long." Her face brightened a little, and bending down, she replied in a low voice, "I am not fatigued, sir. Let me get you something to eat now." She moved quickly away to the fire, and presently returned with an earthenware dish of roasted pumpkin and sweet potatoes, and kneeling at my side, fed me deftly with a small wooden spoon. I did not feel grieved at the absence of meat and the stinging condiments the Indians love, nor did I even remark that there was no salt in the vegetables. So much was I taken up with watching her beautiful, delicate face while she ministered to me. The exquisite fragrance of her breath was more to me than the most delicious viands could have been, and it was a delight each time she raised the spoon to my mouth to catch a quote. momentary glimpse of her eyes, which now looked dark as wine when we lift the glass to see the ruby gleam of light within the purple. But she never for a moment laid aside the silent, meek, constrained manner, and when I remembered her bursting out in her brilliant wrath on me, pouring forth that torrent of stinging invective in her mysterious language, I was lost in wonder and admiration at the change in her and at her double personality. Having satisfied my wants, she moved quietly away and, raising a straw mat, disappeared behind it into her own sleeping apartment, which was divided off by a partition from the room I was in. The old man's sleeping place was a wooden cot or stand on the opposite side of the room, but he was in no hurry to sleep, and after Rima had left us, put a fresh log on the blaze and lit another cigarette. Heaven knows how many he had smoked by this time. He became very talkative and called to his side his 2 dogs, which I had not noticed in the room before, for me to see. It amused me to hear their names, Susio and Goloso, dirty and greedy. They were surly looking brutes with rough yellow hair and did not win my heart, but according to his account they possessed all the usual canine virtues, and he was still holding forth on the subject when I fell asleep. Chapter 8. When morning came, I was too stiff and sore to move, and not until the following day was I able to creep out to sit in the shade of the trees. My old host, whose name was Nuflo, went off with his dogs, leaving the girl to attend to my wants. 2 or 3 times during the day she appeared to serve me with food and drink, but she continued silent and constrained in manner as on the first evening of seeing her in the hut. Late in the afternoon old Nuflo returned, but did not say where he had been, and shortly afterwards Rima reappeared, demure as usual, in her faded cotton dress, her cloud of hair confined in 2 long plaits. My curiosity was more excited than ever, and I resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery of her life. The girl had not shown herself responsive, but now that Nuflo was back, I was treated to as much talk as I cared to hear. He talked of many things, only omitting those which I desired to hear about, but his pet subject appeared to be the divine government of the world, God's politics, and its manifest imperfections, or, in other words, the manifold abuses which from time to time had been allowed to creep into it. The old man was pious, but like many of his class in my country, he permitted himself to indulge in very free criticisms of the powers above, from the King of Heaven down to the smallest saint whose name figures in the calendar. "These things, Senor," he said, "are not properly managed. Consider my position. Here am I compelled for my sins to inhabit this wilderness with my poor granddaughter. She is not your granddaughter." I suddenly interrupted, thinking to surprise him into an admission, but he took his time to answer, "Senor, we are never sure of anything in this world, not absolutely sure. Thus it may come to pass that you will one day marry, and that your wife will in due time present you with a son, one that will inherit your fortune and transmit your name to posterity. And yet, sir, in this world, you will never know to a certainty that he is your son." "Proceed with what you were saying," I returned with some dignity. "Here we are," he continued, "compelled to inhabit this land and do not meet with proper protection from the infidel. Now, sir, this is a crying evil, and it is only becoming in one who has the true faith and is a loyal subject of the all-powerful to point out with due humility that he is growing very remiss in his affairs and is losing a good deal of his prestige. And what, Senor, is at the bottom of it? Favoritism. We know that the Supreme cannot himself be everywhere, attending to each little trick-track that arises in the world, matters altogether beneath his notice, and that he must, like the President of Venezuela or the Emperor of Brazil, appoint men angels if you like to conduct his affairs and watch over each district. and it is manifest that for this country of Guiana, the proper person has not been appointed. Every evil is done, and there is no remedy, and the Christian has no more consideration shown him than the infidel. Now, Signor, in a town near the Orinoco, I once saw on a church the archangel Michael, made of stone, and twice as tall as a man, with one foot on a monster shaped like a cayman, but with bat's wings, and a head and neck like a serpent. Into this monster he was thrusting his spear. That is the kind of person that should be sent to rule these latitudes, a person of firmness and resolution, with strength in his wrist. And yet it is probable that this very man, this Saint Michael, is hanging about the palace, twirling his thumbs, waiting for an appointment, while other weaker men, and heaven forgive me for saying it, not above a bribe, perhaps, are sent out to rule over this province. On this string he would harp by the hour. It was a lofty subject on which he had pondered much in his solitary life, and he was glad of an opportunity of ventilating his grievance and expounding his views. At first it was a pure pleasure. To hear Spanish again, and the old man, albeit ignorant of letters, spoke well. But this, I may say, is a common thing in our country, where the peasant's quickness of intelligence and poetic feeling often compensate for want of instruction. His views also amused me, although they were non-novel. But after a while I grew tired of listening, yet I listened still, agreeing with him and leading him on to let him have his fill of talk, always hoping that he would come at last to speak of personal matters and give me an account of his history and of Rima's origin. But the hope proved vain. Not a word to enlighten me would he drop. However cunningly I tempted him. So be it, thought I. But if you are cunning, old man, I shall be cunning too, and patient, for all things come to him who waits. He was in no hurry to get rid of me. On the contrary, he more than hinted that I would be safer under his roof than with the Indians at the same time. Apologizing for not giving me meat to eat. But why do you not have meat? Never have I seen animals so abundant and tame as in this wood. Before he could reply, Rima, with a jug of water from the spring in her hand, came in. Glancing at me, he lifted his finger to signify that such a subject must not be discussed in her presence. But as soon as she quitted the room, he returned to it. "Senor," he said, "have you forgotten your adventure with the snake? Know, then, that my grandchild would not live with me for one day longer if I were to lift my hand against any living creature. For us, senor, every day is fast day only without the fish. We have maize, pumpkin, cassava, potatoes, and these suffice. And even of these cultivated fruits of the earth she eats but little in the house, preferring certain wild berries and gums, which are more to her taste, and which she picks here and there in her rambles in the wood. And I, sir, loving her as I do, whatever my inclination may be, shed no blood and eat no flesh." I looked at him with an incredulous smile. "And your dogs, old man? My dogs?" Sir, they would not pause or turn aside if a coatimundi crossed their path, an animal with a strong odor. As a man is, so is his dog. Have you not seen dogs eating grass, sir? Even in Venezuela, where these sentiments do not prevail. And when there is no meat, when meat is forbidden, these sagacious animals accustom themselves to a vegetable diet. I could not very well tell the old man that he was lying to me. That would have been bad policy, and so I passed it off. "I have no doubt that you are right," I said. "I have heard that there are dogs in China that eat no meat, but are themselves eaten by their owners after being fattened on rice. I should not care to." "Dine on one of your animals, old man." He looked at them critically and replied, "Certainly they are lean." "I was thinking less of their leanness than of their smell," I returned. "Their odor when they approach me is not flowery, but resembles that of other dogs which feed on flesh, and have offended my too sensitive nostrils even in the drawing rooms of Caracas. It is not like the fragrance of cattle when they return from the pasture. Every animal," he replied, "gives out that odor which is peculiar to its kind." An incontrovertible fact which left me nothing to say. When I had sufficiently recovered the suppleness of my limbs to walk with ease, I went for a ramble in the wood, in the hope that Rima would accompany me, and that out among the trees she would cast aside that artificial constraint and shyness which was her manner in the house. It fell out just as I had expected. She accompanied me in the sense of being always near me, or within earshot, and her manner was now free and unconstrained as I could wish. But little or nothing was gained by the change. She was once more the tantalizing, elusive, mysterious creature I had first known through her wandering, melodious voice. The only difference was that the musical, inarticulate sounds were now less often heard, and that she was no longer afraid to show herself to me. This for a short time was enough to make me happy, since no lovelier being was ever looked upon, nor one whose loveliness was less likely to lose its charm through being often seen. But to keep her near me, or always in sight was, I found, impossible. She would be free as the wind, free as the butterfly, going and coming at her wayward will, and losing herself from sight a dozen times every hour. To induce her to walk soberly at my side, or sit down and enter into conversation with me, seemed about as impracticable as to tame the fiery-hearted little hummingbird that flashes into sight, remains suspended motionless for a few seconds before your face, then, quick as lightning, vanishes again. At length, feeling convinced that she was most happy when she had me out following her in the wood, that in spite of her bird-like wildness she had a tender human heart, which was easily moved, I determined to try to draw her closer by means of a little innocent stratagem. Going out in the morning after calling her several times to no purpose, I began to assume a downcast manner, as if suffering pain or depressed with grief, and at last, finding a convenient exposed root under a tree, on a spot where the ground was dry and strewn with loose yellow sand, I sat down and refused to go any further. For she always wanted to lead me on, and whenever I paused, she would return to show herself, or to chide or encourage me in her mysterious language, all her pretty, little arts were now practiced in vain. With cheek resting on my hand, I still sat. So my eyes fixed on that patch of yellow sand at my feet, watching how the small particles glinted like diamond dust when the sunlight touched them. A full hour passed in this way, during which I encouraged myself by saying mentally, "This is a contest between us, and the most patient and the strongest of will, which should be the man, must conquer. And if I win on this occasion, it will be easier for me in the future, easier to discover those things which I am resolved to know, and the girl must reveal to me, since the old man has proved impracticable." Meanwhile she came and went and came again, and at last, finding that I was not to be moved, she approached and stood near me. Her face, when I glanced at it, had a somewhat troubled look, both troubled and curious. "Come here, Rima," I said, "and stay with me for a little while. I cannot follow." "You now." She took one or two hesitating steps, then stood still again, and at length, slowly and reluctantly, advanced to within a yard of me. Then I rose from my seat on the root, so as to catch her face better, and placed my hand against the rough bark of the tree. "Rima," I said, speaking in a low, caressing tone, "will you stay with me here a little while and talk to me, not in your language but in mine, so that I may understand? Will you listen when I speak to you and answer me?" Her lips moved but made no sound. She seemed strangely disquieted and shook back her loose hair, and with her small toes moved the sparkling sand at her feet, and once or twice her eyes glanced shyly at my face. "Rima, you have not answered me," I persisted. "Will you not say yes?" "Yes? Where does your grandfather spend his day when he goes out with his dogs?" She shook her head slightly but would not speak. "Have you no mother, Rima? Do you remember your mother? My mother." "My mother," she exclaimed in a low voice, but with a sudden wonderful animation. Bending a little nearer, she continued, "Oh, she is dead. Her body is in the earth and turned to dust, like that," and she moved the loose sand with her foot. "Her soul is up there, where the stars and the angels are, grandfather says. But what is that to me? I'm here, am I not? I talk to her just the same. Everything I see I point out, and tell her everything. In the daytime in the woods, when we are together, and at night when I lie down I cross my arms on my breast so, and say, 'Mother, mother, now you are in my arms. Let us go to sleep together.' Sometimes I say, 'Oh, why will you never answer me when I speak and speak? Mother, mother!' At the end her voice suddenly rose to a mournful cry, then sunk, and at the last repetition of the word, died to a low whisper. Ah, poor Rima! She is dead and cannot speak to you, cannot hear you. Talk to me, Rima. I am living and can answer." But now the cloud, which had suddenly lifted from her heart, letting me see for a moment into its mysterious depths, its fancies, so childlike, and feelings so intense, had fallen again, and my words brought no response except a return of that troubled look to her face. "Silent still," I said. "Talk to me then of your mother, Rima. Do you know that you will see her again some day?" "Yes, when I die." "That is what the priest said." "The priest?" "Yes, at Woa. Do you know?" "Mother died there when I was small. It is so far away. And there are 13 houses by the side of the river just here, and on this side trees, trees." This was important, I thought, and would lead to the very knowledge I wished for. So I pressed her to tell me more about the settlement she had named and of which I had never heard. "Everything have I told you," she returned, surprised that I did not know that she had exhausted the subject in those half-dozen words she had spoken. "Obliged to shift my ground," I said at a venture. "Tell me, what do you ask of the Virgin Mother when you kneel before her picture? Your grandfather told me that you had a picture in your little room." "You know," flashed out her answer with something like resentment. "It is all there in there," waving her hand towards the hut. "Out here in the wood. It is all gone like this." And stooping quickly, she raised a little yellow sand on her palm, then let it run away through her fingers. Thus she illustrated how all the matters she had been taught slipped from her mind when she was out of doors, out of sight of the picture. After an interval she added, "Only mother is here always with me." "Ah, poor Rima," I said, "alone without a mother, and only your old grandfather. He is old. What will you do when he dies and flies away to the starry country where your mother is?" She looked inquiringly at me, then made answer in a low voice, "You are here." But when I go away?" She was silent, and not wishing to dwell on a subject that seemed to pain her, I continued, "Yes, I am here now, but you will not stay with me and talk freely. Will it always be the same if I remain with you? Why are you always so silent in the house, so cold with your old grandfather, so different, so full of life, like a bird, when you are alone in the woods? Rima, speak to me. Am I no more to you than your old grandfather? Do you not like me to talk to you?" She appeared strangely disturbed at my words. "Oh, you are not like him," she suddenly replied. "Sitting all day on the log by the fire, all day, all day. Goloso and Susio lying beside him sleep, sleep. Oh, when I saw you in the wood I followed you, and talked, still no answer. Why will you not come when I call?" To me. Then, mocking my voice, "Rima, Rima, come here. Do this, say that, Rima, Rima. It is nothing, nothing, it is not you," pointing to my mouth, and then, as if fearing that her meaning had not been made clear, suddenly touching my lips with her finger. "Why do you not answer me? Speak to me like this." And turning a little more towards me and glancing at me with eyes that had all at once changed, losing their clouded expression for one of exquisite tenderness. From her lips came a succession of those mysterious sounds which had first attracted me to her, swift and low and bird-like, yet with something so much higher and more soul-penetrating than any bird music. Ah, what feeling and fancies, what quaint turns of expression, unfamiliar to my mind, were contained in those sweet wasted symbols. I could never come to her when she called, or respond to her spirit. To me, they would always be inarticulate sounds, affecting me like a tender spiritual music, a language without words, suggesting more than words to the soul. The mysterious speech died down to a lisping sound, like the faint note of some small bird falling from a cloud of foliage on the topmost bough of a tree, and at the same time that new light passed from her eyes, and she half averted her face in a disappointed way. "Rima," I said at length, a new thought coming to my aid, "it is true that I am not here, touching my lips as she had done, and that my words are nothing. But look into my eyes, and you will see me there all that is in my heart." "Oh, I know what I should see there," she returned quickly. "What would you see, tell me?" "There is a little black ball in the middle of your eye. I should see myself in it, no bigger than that," and she marked off about an eighth of her little fingernail. "There is a pool in the wood, and I look down and see myself there. That is better. Just as large as I am, not small and black like a small fly." And after saying this a little disdainfully, she moved away from my side and out into the sunshine, and then, half turning towards me, and glancing first at my face and then upwards, she raised her hand to call my attention to something there. Far up, high as the tops of the tallest trees, a great blue-winged butterfly was passing across the open space with loitering flight. In a few moments it was gone over the trees. Then she turned once more to me with a little rippling sound of laughter, the first I had heard from her, and called, "Come, come!" I was glad enough to go with her then, and for the next 2 hours we rambled together in the wood, that is, together in her way, for though always near, she contrived to keep out of my sight most of the time. She was evidently now in a gay, frolicsome temper. Again and again, when I looked closely into some wide-spreading bush, or peered behind a tree, when her calling voice had sounded, her rippling laughter would come to me from some other spot. At length, somewhere about the center of the wood, she led me to an immense mora tree, growing almost isolated, covering with its shade a large space of ground entirely free from undergrowth. At this spot she all at once vanished from my side, and after listening and watching some time in vain, I sat down beside the giant trunk to wait for her. Very soon I heard a low, warbling sound which seemed quite near. "Rima! Rima!" I called, and instantly my call was repeated like an echo. Again and again I called, and still the words flew back to me, and I could not decide whether it was an echo or not. Then I gave up calling, and presently the low, warbling sound was repeated, and I knew that Rima was somewhere near me. "Rima, where are you?" I called. "Rima, where are you?" came the answer. "You are behind the tree. You are behind the tree." "I shall catch you, Rima." And this time, instead of repeating my words, she answered, "Oh no." I jumped up and ran round the tree, feeling sure that I should find her. It was about 35 or 40 feet in circumference, and after going round 2 or 3 times, I turned and ran the other way, but failing to catch a glimpse of her, I at last sat down again. "Rima, Rima," sounded the mocking voice as soon as I had sat down. "Where are you, Rima? I shall catch you, Rima. Have you caught Rima? Have you caught Rima?" "No, I have not caught her. There is no Rima now. She has faded away like a rainbow, like a drop of dew in the sun. I have lost her. I shall go to sleep." And stretching myself out at full length under the tree, I remained quiet for 2 or 3 minutes. Then a slight rustling sound was heard, and I looked eagerly round for her. But the sound was overhead and caused by a great avalanche of leaves which began to descend on me from that vast leafy canopy above. "Ah, little spider monkey, little green tree snake, you are there." But there was no seeing her in that immense aerial palace hung with dim drapery of green and copper-colored leaves. But how had she got there? Up the stupendous trunk even a monkey could not have climbed, and there were no lianas dropping to earth from the wide horizontal branches that I could see. But by and by, looking further away, I perceived that on one side the longest lower branches reached and mingled with the shorter boughs of the neighboring trees. While gazing up, I heard her low, rippling laugh, and then caught sight of her as she ran along an exposed horizontal branch, erect on her feet, and my heart stood still with terror, for she was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. In another moment she vanished from sight in a cloud of foliage, and I saw no more of her for about 10 minutes, when all at once she appeared at my side once more, having come round the trunk of the mora. Her face had a bright, pleased expression, and showed no trace of fatigue or agitation. I caught her hand in mine. It was a delicate, shapely little hand, soft as velvet and warm, a real human hand. Only now, when I held it, did she seem altogether like a human being, and not a mocking spirit of the wood, a daughter of the Didi. "Do you like me to hold your hand, Rima?" "Yes," she replied with indifference. "Is it I?" "Yes." This time as if it was small satisfaction to make acquaintance with this purely physical part of me. Having her so close gave me an opportunity of examining that light sheeny garment she wore always in the woods. It felt soft and satiny to the touch, and there was no seam nor hem in it that I could see, but it was all in one piece, like the cocoon of the caterpillar. While I was feeling it on her shoulder and looking narrowly at it, she glanced at me with a mocking laugh in her eyes. "Is it silk?" I asked. Then, as she remained silent, I continued, "Where did you get this dress, Rima? Did you make it yourself? Tell me." She answered not in words, but in response to my question. A new look came into her face. No longer restless and full of change in her expression, she was now as immovable as an alabaster statue. Not a silken hair on her head trembled. Her eyes were wide open, gazing fixedly before her, and when I looked into them they seemed to see, and yet not to see me. They were like the clear, brilliant eyes of a bird, which reflect as in a miraculous mirror all the visible world, but do not return our look and seem to see us merely as one of the thousand small details that make up the whole picture. Suddenly she darted out her hand like a flash, making me start at the unexpected motion, and quickly withdrawing it, held up a finger before me. From its tip a minute gossamer spider, about twice the bigness of a pin's head, appeared suspended from a fine, scarcely visible line, 3 or 4 inches long. "Look!" she exclaimed, with a bright glance at my face. The small spider she had captured, anxious to be free, was falling earthward, but could not reach the surface. Leaning her shoulder a little forward, she placed the fingertip against it, but lightly, scarcely touching, and moving continuously, with a motion rapid as that of a fluttering moth's wing, while the spider, still paying out his line, remained suspended, rising and falling slightly at nearly the same distance from the ground. After a few moments, she cried, "Drop down, little spider." Her fingers' motion ceased, and the minute captive fell, to lose itself on the shaded ground. "Do you not see?" she said to me, pointing to her shoulder. Just where the fingertip had touched the garment, a round shining spot appeared, looking like a silver coin on the cloth. But on touching it with my finger it seemed part of the original fabric, only whiter and more shiny on the gray ground, on account of the freshness of the web of which it had just been made. And so all this curious and pretty performance, which seemed instinctive in its spontaneous quickness and dexterity, was merely intended to show me how she made her garments out of the fine floating lines of small gossamer spiders. Before I could express my surprise and admiration, she cried again with startling suddenness, "Look!" A minute shadowy form darted by, appearing like a dim line traced across the deep glossy moor foliage, then on the lighter green foliage further away. She waved her hand in imitation of its swift curving flight, then dropping it, exclaimed, "Gone, oh, little thing!" What was it? I asked, for it might have been a bird like moth, or a bee. "Did you not see? And you asked me to look into your eyes." "Ah, little squirrel Sakawinki, you remind me of that," I said, passing my arm round her waist and drawing her a little closer. "Look into my eyes now and see if I am blind, and if there is nothing in them except an image of Rima like a small, small fly." She shook her head and laughed a little mockingly, but made no effort to escape from my arm. "Would you like me always to do what you wish, Rima? To follow you in the woods when you say come, to chase you round the tree to catch you and lie down for you to throw leaves on me, and to be glad when you are glad?" "Oh yes, then let us make a compact. I shall do everything to please you, and you must promise to do everything to please me. Tell me." "Little things, Rima, none so hard as chasing you round a tree. Only to have you stand or sit by me and talk will make me happy. And to begin you must call me by my name, Abel." "Is that your name?" "Oh, not your real name. Abel." "Abel, what is that?" "It says nothing. I have called you by so many names, 20, 30, and no answer." "Have you?" "But, dearest girl, every person has a name. One name he is called by. Your name, for instance, is Rima, is it not?" "Rima? Only Rima to you?" "In the morning, in the evening, now in this place, and in a little while where know I?" In the night when you wake and it is dark, dark, and you see me all the same, only Rima. Oh, how strange! What else, sweet girl? Your grandfather Nuflo calls you Rima. Nuflo, she spoke, as if putting a question to herself. Is that an old man with 2 dogs that lives somewhere in the wood? And then, with sudden petulance, and you ask me to talk to you? Oh, Rima, what can I say to you? Listen, no, no, she exclaimed, quickly turning and putting her fingers on my mouth to stop my speech, while a sudden merry look shone in her eyes. You shall listen when I speak, and do all I say, and tell me what to do to please you with your eyes. Let me look in your eyes that are not blind. She turned her face more towards me, and with head a little thrown back and inclined to one side, gazing now full into my eyes as I had wished her to do. After a few moments, she glanced away to the distant trees, but I could see into those divine orbs and knew that she was not looking at any particular object. All the ever-varying expressions, inquisitive, petulant, troubled, shy, frolicsome, had now vanished from the still face, and the look was inward and full of a strange, exquisite light, as if some new happiness or hope had touched her spirit. Sinking my voice to a whisper, I said, "Tell me what you have seen in my eyes, Rima." She murmured in reply something melodious and inarticulate, then glanced at my face in a questioning way, but only for a moment. Then her sweet eyes were again veiled under those drooping lashes. "Listen, Rima," I said. "Was that a hummingbird we saw a little while ago? You are like that now dark, a shadow in the shadow, seen for an instant and then gone. Oh, little thing, and now in the sunshine standing still, how beautiful! 1,000 times more beautiful than the hummingbird. Listen, Rima. You are like all beautiful things in the wood flower, and bird and butterfly and green leaf and frond and little silky-haired monkey high up in the trees. When I look at you, I see them all and more, 1,000 times, for I see Rima herself. And when I listen to Rima's voice, talking in a language I cannot understand, I hear the wind whispering in the leaves, the gurgling running water, the bee among the flowers, the organ bird singing far, far away in the shadows of the trees. I hear them all, and more, for I hear Rima. Do you understand me now? Is it I speaking to? You have I answered, you have I come to you? She glanced at me again, her lips trembling, her eyes now clouded with some secret trouble. Yes, she replied in a whisper, and then, no, it is not you, and after a moment, doubtfully, is it you? But she did not wait to be answered. In a moment she was gone round the moor, nor would she return again for all my calling. Chapter 9. That afternoon with Rima in the forest under the mora tree had proved so delightful that I was eager for more rambles and talks with her. But the variable little witch had a great surprise in store for me. All her wild, natural gaiety had unaccountably gone out of her. When I walked in the shade she was there, but no longer as the blithe, fantastic being, bright as an angel, innocent and affectionate as a child, tricksy as a monkey that had played at hide-and-seek with me. She was now my shy, silent attendant, only occasionally visible, and appearing then like the mysterious maid I had found reclining among the ferns who had melted away mist-like from sight as I gazed. When I called, she would not now answer as formerly, but in response would appear in sight, as if to assure me that I had not been forsaken, and after a few moments her gray, shadowy form would once more vanish among the trees. The hope that as her confidence increased and she grew accustomed to talk with me, she would be brought to reveal the story of her life, had to be abandoned, at all events for the present. I must, after all, get my information from Nuflo, or rest in ignorance. The old man was out for the greater part of each day with his dogs, and from these expeditions he brought back nothing that I could see but a few nuts and fruits, some thin bark for his cigarettes, and an occasional handful of haima gum to perfume the hut of an evening. After I had wasted 3 days in vainly trying to overcome the girl's now inexplicable shyness, I resolved to give for a while my undivided attention to her grandfather to discover, if possible, where he went and how he spent his time. My new game of hide-and-seek with Nuflo instead of with Rima began on the following morning. He was cunning, so was I. Going out and concealing myself among the bushes, I began to watch the hut. That I could elude Rima's keener eyes I doubted, but that did not trouble me. She was not in harmony with the old man and would do nothing to defeat my plan. I had not been long in my hiding place before he came out, followed by his 2 dogs, and going to some distance from the door, he sat down on a log. For some minutes he smoked, then rose and, after looking cautiously round, slipped away among the trees. I saw that he was going off in the direction of the low range of rocky hills south of the forest. I knew that the forest did not extend far in that direction, and thinking that I should be able to catch a sight of him on its borders, I left the bushes and ran through the trees as fast as I could to get ahead of him. Coming to where the wood was very open, I found that a barren plain beyond it, a quarter of a mile wide, separated it from the range of hills. Thinking that the old man might cross this open space, I climbed into a tree to watch. After some time he appeared, walking rapidly among the trees, the dogs at his heels, but not going towards the open plain. He had, it seemed, after arriving at the edge of the wood, changed his direction and was going west, still keeping in the shelter of the trees. When he had been gone about 5 minutes, I dropped to the ground and started in pursuit. Once more I caught sight of him through the trees, and I kept him in sight for about 20 minutes longer. Then he came to a broad strip of dense wood which extended into and through the range of hills, and here I quickly lost him. Hoping still to overtake him, I pushed on, but after struggling through the underwood for some distance, and finding the forest growing more difficult as I progressed, I at last gave him up. Turning eastward, I got out of the wood to find myself at the foot of a steep, rough hill, one of the range which the wooded valley cut through at right angles. It struck me that it would be a good plan to climb the hill to get a view of the forest belt in which I had lost the old man, and after walking a short distance I found a spot which allowed of an ascent. The summit of the hill was about 300 feet above the surrounding level, and did not take me long to reach. It commanded a fair view, and I now saw that the belt of wood beneath me extended right through the range, and on the south side opened out into an extensive forest. If that is your destination, thought I, old fox, your secrets are safe from me. It was still early in the day, and a slight breeze tempered the air and made it cool. And pleasant on the hilltop after my exertions. My scramble through the wood had fatigued me somewhat, and resolving to spend some hours on that spot, I looked round for a comfortable resting place. I soon found a shady spot on the west side of an upright block of stone, where I could recline at ease on a bed of lichen. Here, with shoulders resting against the rock, I sat thinking of Rima, alone in her wood today, with just a tinge of bitterness in my thoughts, which made me hope that she would miss me as much as I missed her. And in the end I fell asleep. When I woke, it was past noon, and the sun was shining directly on me. Standing up to gaze once more on the prospect, I noticed a small wreath of white smoke issuing from a spot about the middle of the forest belt beneath me, and I instantly divined that Nuflo had made a fire at that place, and I resolved to surprise him in his retreat. When I got down to the base of the hill, the smoke could no longer be seen, but I had studied the spot well from above, and had, singled out a large clump of trees on the edge of the belt as a starting point, and after a search of half an hour, I succeeded in finding the old man's hiding place. First, I saw smoke again through an opening in the trees, then a small rude hut of sticks and palm leaves. Approaching cautiously, I peered through a crack and discovered old Nuflo engaged in smoking some meat over a fire, and at the same time grilling some bones on the coals. He had captured a coatimundi, an animal somewhat larger than a tame tomcat with a long snout and long ringed tail. One of the dogs was gnawing at the animal's head, and the tail and the feet were also lying on the floor, among the old bones and rubbish that littered it. Stealing round, I suddenly presented myself at the opening to his den, when the dogs rose up with a growl, and Nuflo instantly leaped to his feet, knife in hand. "Aha, old man," I cried with a laugh, "I have found you at one of your vegetarian repasts, and your grass-eating dogs as well." He was disconcerted and suspicious, but when I explained that I had seen a smoke while on the hills, where I had gone to search for a curious blue flower which grew in such places, and had made my way to it to discover the cause, he recovered confidence and invited me to join him at his dinner of roast meat. I was hungry by this time, and not sorry to get animal food once more. Nevertheless, I ate this meat with some disgust, as it had a rank taste and smell, and it was also unpleasant to have those evil-looking dogs savagely gnawing at the animal's head and feet at the same time. "You see," said the old hypocrite, wiping the grease from his mustache, "this is what I am compelled to do in order to avoid giving offense. My granddaughter is a strange being, sir, as you have perhaps observed." "That reminds me," I interrupted, "that I wish you to relate her history to me. She is, as you say, strange, and has speech and faculties unlike ours, which shows that she comes of a different race." No, her faculties are not different from ours. They are sharper, that is all. It pleases the all-powerful to give more to some than to others. Not all the fingers on the hand are alike. You will find a man who will take up a guitar and make it speak, while all that I understand," I broke in again. "But her origin, her history, that is what I wish to hear." "And that, sir, is precisely what I am about to relate. Poor child, she was left on my hands by her sainted mother, my daughter, sir, who perished young. Now, her birthplace, where she was taught letters and the catechism by the priest, was in an unhealthy situation. It was hot and wet, always wet, a place suited to frogs rather than to human beings. At length, thinking that it would suit the child better, for she was pale and weakly, to live in a drier atmosphere among mountains, I brought her to this district. For this, Signor, and for all I have done for her, I look for no reward here, but to that place where my daughter has got her foot. Not, sir, on the threshold, as you might think, but well inside. For, after all, it is to the authorities above, in spite of some blots which we see in their administration, that we must look for justice. Frankly, sir, this is the whole story of my granddaughter's origin." "Ah, yes," I returned. "Your story explains why she can call a wild bird to her hand and touch a venomous serpent with her bare foot and receive no harm." "Doubtless you are right," said the old dissembler. "Living alone in the wood, she had only God's creatures to play and make friends with, and wild animals, I have heard it said, know those who are friendly towards them." "You treat her friends badly," said I, kicking the long tail of the coatimundi away with my foot, and regretting that I had joined in his repast. "Senor, you must consider that we are only what heaven made us. When all this was formed," he continued, opening his arms wide to indicate the entire creation, "the person who concerned himself with this matter gave seeds and fruitless and nectar of flowers for the sustentation of his small birds. But we have not their delicate appetites. The more robust stomach which he gave to man cries out for meat. Do you understand? But of all this, friend, not one word to Rima. I laughed scornfully. Do you think me such a child, old man, as to believe that Rima, that little sprite, does not know that you are an eater of flesh? Rima, who is everywhere in the wood, seeing all things, even if I lift my hand against a serpent, she herself unseen. But, sir, if you will pardon my presumption, you are saying too much. She does not come here, and therefore cannot see that I eat meat. In all that wood where she flourishes and sings, where she is in her house and garden, and mistress of the creatures, even of the small butterfly with painted wings there, sir, I hunt no animal, nor will my dogs chase any animal there. That is what I meant when I said that if an animal should stumble against their legs, they would lift up their noses and pass on without seeing it. For in that wood there is one law, the law that Rima imposes, and outside of it a different law. I am glad that you have told me this, I replied. The thought that Rima might be near and, unseen herself, look in upon us feeding with the dogs, and, like dogs, on flesh, was one which greatly troubled my mind. He glanced at me in his usual quick, cunning way. Ah, senor, you have that feeling too after so short a time with us. Consider, then, what it must be for me, unable to nourish myself on gums and fruitlets, and that little sweetness made by wasps out of flowers, when I am compelled to go far away and eat secretly to avoid giving offense. It was hard, no doubt, but I did not pity him. Secretly, I could only feel anger against him for refusing to enlighten me while making such a presence of openness, and I also felt disgusted with myself for having joined him in his rank repast. But dissimulation was necessary, and so, after conversing a little more on indifferent topics and thanking him for his hospitality, I left him alone to go on with his smoky task. On my way back to the lodge, fearing that some taint of Nuflo's evil-smelling den and dinner might still cling to me, I turned aside to where a streamlet in the wood widened and formed a deep pool to take a plunge in the water. After drying myself in the air, and thoroughly ventilating my garments by shaking and beating them, I found an open, shady spot in the wood, and threw myself on the grass to wait for evening before returning to the house. By that time the sweet, warm air would have purified me. Besides, I did not consider that I had sufficiently punished Rima for her treatment of me. She would be anxious for my safety, perhaps even looking for me everywhere in the wood. It was not much to make her suffer one day after she had made me miserable for 3, and perhaps when she discovered that I could exist without her society, she would begin to treat me less capriciously. So ran my thoughts as I rested on the warm ground, gazing up into the foliage, green as young grass in the lower shady parts, and above luminous with the bright sunlight and full of the murmuring sounds of insect life. My every action, word, thought had my feeling for Rima as a motive. Why, I began to ask myself, was Rima so much to me? It was easy to answer that question because nothing so exquisite had ever been created. All the separate and fragmentary beauty and melody and graceful motion found scattered throughout nature were concentrated and harmoniously combined in her. How various, how luminous, how divine she was! A being for the mind to marvel at, to admire continually, finding some new grace and charm every hour, every moment, to add to the old. And there was, besides, the fascinating mystery surrounding her origin to arouse and keep my interest in her continually active. That was the easy answer I returned to the question I had asked myself. But I knew that there was another answer, a reason more powerful than the first. And I could no longer thrust it back or hide its shining face with the dull, leaden mask of mere intellectual curiosity. because I loved her as I had never loved before, never could love any other being, with a passion which had caught something of her own brilliance and intensity, making a former passion look dim and commonplace in comparison, a feeling known to everyone, something old and worn out, a weariness even to think of. From these reflections, I was roused by the plaintive three-syllable call of an evening bird, a nightjar common in these woods, and was surprised to find that the sun had set, and the woods already shadowed with the twilight. I started up. And began hurriedly walking homewards, thinking of Rima, and was consumed with impatience to see her, and as I drew near to the house, walking along a narrow path which I knew, I suddenly met her face to face. Doubtless she had heard my approach, and instead of shrinking out of the path and allowing me to pass on without seeing her, as she would have done on the previous day, she had sprung forward to meet me. I was struck with wonder at the change in her as she came with a swift, easy motion, like a flying bird, her hands outstretched as if to clasp mine, her lips parted in a radiant, welcoming smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. I started forward to meet her, but had no sooner touched her hands than her countenance changed, and she shrunk back trembling, as if the touch had chilled her warm blood. And moving some feet away, she stood with downcast eyes, pale and sorrowful, as she had seemed yesterday. In vain I implored her to tell me the cause of this change and of the trouble she evidently felt. Her lips trembled as if with speech, but she made no reply, and only shrunk further away when I attempted to approach her. And at length, moving aside from the path, she was lost to sight in the dusky leafage. I went on alone and sat outside for some time, until old Nuflo returned from his hunting, and only after he had gone in and had made the fire burn up did Rima make her appearance, silent and constrained as ever. Chapter 10. On the following day, Rima continued in the same inexplicable humor, and feeling my defeat keenly, I determined once more to try the effect of absence on her, and to remain away on this occasion for a longer period. Like old Nuflo, I was secret in going forth next morning, waiting until the girl was out of the way, then slipping off among the bushes into the deeper wood, and finally, quitting its shelter, I set out across the savannah towards my old quarters. Great was my surprise on arriving at the village to find no person there. At first I imagined that my disappearance in the forest of evil fame had caused them to abandon their home in a panic, but on looking round I concluded that my friends had only gone on one of their periodical visits to some neighboring village. For when these Indians visit their neighbors, they do it in a very thorough manner. They all go, taking with them their entire stock of provisions, their cooking utensils, weapons, hammocks, and even their pet animals. Fortunately, in this case they had not taken quite everything. My hammock was there, also one small pot, some cassava bread, purple potatoes, and a few ears of maize. I concluded that these had been left for me in the event of my return, also that they had not been gone very many hours, since a log of wood buried under the ashes of the hearth was still alight. Now, as their absences from home usually last many days, it was plain that I would have the big, naked, barn-like house to myself for as long as I thought proper to remain, with little food to eat. But the prospect did not disturb me, and I resolved to amuse myself with music. In vain I hunted for my guitar. The Indians had taken it to delight their friends by twanging its strings. At odd moments during the last day or two, I had been composing a simple melody in my brain, fitting it to ancient words, and now, without an instrument to assist me, I began softly singing to myself, Muy más clara que la luna solacest. After music I made up the fire and parched an ear of maize for my dinner, and while laboriously crunching the dry hard grain, I thanked heaven for having bestowed on me such good molars. Finally, I slung my hammock in its old corner, and placing myself in it in my favored oblique position, my hands clasped behind my head, one knee cocked up, the other leg dangling down, I resigned myself to idle thought. I felt very happy. How strange, thought I with a little self-flattery, that I, accustomed to the agreeable society of intelligent men and charming women and of books, should find such perfect contentment here. But I congratulated myself too soon. The profound silence began at length to oppress me. It was not like the forest, where one has wild birds for company, where their cries, albeit inarticulate, have a meaning and give a charm to solitude. Even the sight and whispered sounds of green leaves and rushes trembling in the wind have for us something of intelligence and sympathy, but I could not commune with mud walls and an earthen pot. Feeling my loneliness too acutely, I began to regret that I had left Rimma, than to feel remorse at the secrecy I had practiced. Even now, while I inclined idly in my hammock, she would be roaming the forest in search of me, listening for my footsteps, fearing perhaps that I had met with some accident where there was no person to succor me. It was painful to think of her in this way, of the pain I had doubtless given her by stealing off without a word of warning. Springing to the floor, I flung out of the house and went down to the stream. It was better there, for now the greatest heat of the day was over, and the weltering sun began to look large and red and rayless through the afternoon haze. I seated myself on a stone within a yard or two of the limpid water, and now the sight of nature and the warm, vital air and sunshine infected my spirit and made it possible for me to face the position calmly, even hopefully. The position was this. For some days the idea had been present in my mind, and was now fixed there, that this desert was to be my permanent home. The thought of going back to Caracas, that little Paris in America, with its old world vices, its idle political passions, its empty round of gaieties, was unendurable. I was changed, and this change so great, so complete was proof that the old artificial life had not been and could not be the real one, in harmony with my deeper and truer nature. I deceived myself, you will say, as I have often myself said. I had and I had not. It is too long a question to discuss here, but just then I felt that I had quitted the hot, tainted atmosphere of the ballroom, that the morning air of heaven refreshed and elevated me and was sweet to breathe. Friends and relations I had who were dear to me, but I could forget them, even as I could forget the splendid dreams which had been mine. And the woman I had loved, and who perhaps loved me in return, I could forget her too. A daughter of civilization and of that artificial life, she could never experience such feelings as these and return to nature as I was doing. For women, though within narrow limits, more plastic than men, are yet without that larger adaptiveness which can take us back to the sources of life, which they have left eternally behind. Better, far better for both of us, that she should wait through the long, slow months, growing sick at heart with hope deferred, that, seeing me no more, she should weep my loss, and be healed at last by time, and find love and happiness again in the old way, in the old place. And while I thus sat thinking sadly enough, but not despondingly, of past and present and future, all at once on the warm, still air came the resonant, far-reaching ka-ling of the campanero from some leafy summit half a league away. Cling-clang fell the sound again, and often again, at intervals, affecting me strangely at that moment, so bell-like, so like the great wide traveling sounds associated in our minds with Christian worship, and yet so unlike. A bell, yet not made of gross metal dug out of earth, but of an ethereal, sublimer material that floats impalpable and invisible in space, a vital bell suspended on nothing, giving out sounds in harmony with the vastness of blue heaven, the unsullied purity of nature, the glory of the sun, and conveying a mystic, a higher message to the soul than the sounds that surge from tower and belfry. O mystic bell-bird of the heavenly race of the swallow and dove, the quetzal and the nightingale, when the brutish savage and the brutish white man that slay thee, one for food, the other for the benefit of science, shall have passed away, live still, live to tell thy message to the blameless spiritualized race that shall come after us to possess the earth, not for 1,000 years, but forever. For how much shall thy voice be our clarified successors, when even to my dull, unpurged soul thou canst speak such high things, and bring it a sense of an impersonal, all-compromising one who is in me and I in him, flesh of his spades cote. The sound ceased, but I was still in that exalted mood and, like a person in a trance, staring fixedly before me into the open wood of scattered dwarf trees on the other side of the stream, when suddenly, on the field of vision, appeared, ah! grotesque human figure moving towards me. I started violently, astonished and a little alarmed, but in a very few moments I recognized the ancient Claquois coming home with a large bundle of dry sticks on her shoulders, bent almost double under the burden, and still ignorant of my presence. Slowly she came down to the stream, then cautiously made her way over the line of stepping stones by which it was crossed, and only when within 10 yards did the old creature catch sight of me sitting silent and motionless in her path. With a sharp cry of amazement and terror, she straightened herself up, the bundle of sticks dropping to the ground, and turned to run from me. That, at all events, seemed her intention, for her body was thrown forward, and her head and arms working like those of a person going at full speed, but her legs seemed paralyzed, and her feet remained planted on the same spot. I burst out laughing, whereat she twisted her neck until her wrinkled brown old face appeared over her shoulder staring at me. This made me laugh again, whereupon she straightened herself up once more. And turned round to have a good look at me. "Come, Claw," I cried, "can you not see that I am a living man and no spirit? I thought no one had remained behind to keep me company and give me food. Why are you not with the others? Ah, why?" she returned tragically. And then, deliberately turning from me and assuming a most unladylike attitude, she slapped herself vigorously on the small of the back, exclaiming, "Because of my pain here." As she continued in that position with her back towards me for some time, I laughed once more and begged her to explain. Slowly she turned round and advanced cautiously towards me, staring at me all the time. Finally, still eyeing me suspiciously, she related that the others had all gone on a visit to a distant village, she starting with them, that after going some distance, a pain had attacked her in her hind quarters, so sudden and acute that it had instantly brought her to a full stop, and to illustrate how full the stop was, she allowed herself to go down, very unnecessarily, with a flop to the ground. But she no sooner touched the ground than up she started to her feet again, with an alarmed look on her owlish face, as if she had sat down on a stinging nettle. "We thought you were dead," she remarked, still thinking that I might be a ghost after all. "No, still alive," I said. "And so because you came to the ground with your pain, they left you behind. Well, never mind, Claw, we are two now, and must try to be happy together." By this time she had recovered from her fear, and began to feel highly pleased at my return, only lamenting that she had no meat to give me. She was anxious to hear my adventures, and the reason of my long absence. I had no wish to gratify her curiosity with the truth at all events, knowing very well that with regard to the daughter of the D, Her feelings were as purely savage and malignant as those of Coaco. But it was necessary to say something, and fortifying myself with the good old Spanish notion that lies told to the heathen are not recorded, I related that a venomous serpent had bitten me, after which a terrible thunderstorm had surprised me in the forest, and night coming on prevented my escape from it. Then, next day, remembering that he who is bitten by a serpent dies, and not wishing to distress my friends with the sight of my dissolution, I elected to remain, sitting there in the wood, amusing myself by singing of Kasuna Yids Moakiamahibadonkkai. Old Cla looked very serious, shaking and nodding her head a great deal, muttering to herself. Finally she gave it as her opinion that nothing ever would, or could kill me, but whether my story had been believed or not she only knew. I spent an amusing evening with my old savage hostess. She had thrown off her ailments, and, pleased at having a companion in her dreary solitude, she was good-tempered and talkative, and much more inclined to laugh than when the others were present. When she was on her dignity, we sat by the fire, cooking such food as we had, and talked and smoked. Then I sang her songs in Spanish with that melody of my own muy mas clara que la luna, and she rewarded me by emitting a barbarous chant in a shrill, screechy voice. And finally, starting up, I danced for her benefit, polka, mazurka, and valse, whistling and singing to my motions. More than once during the evening she tried to introduce serious subjects, telling me that I must always live with them, learn to shoot the birds and catch the fishes, and have a wife, and then she would speak of her granddaughter Olava, whose virtues it was proper to mention, but whose physical charms needed no description, since they had never been concealed. Each time she got on this topic, I cut her short, vowing that if I ever married she only should be my wife. She informed me that she was old and past her fruitful period, that not much longer would she make cassava bread and blow the fire to a flame with her wheezy old bellows, and talk the men to sleep at night. But I stuck to it that she was young and beautiful, that our descendants would be more numerous than the birds in the forest. I went out to some bushes close by, where I had noticed a passion plant in bloom, and gathering a few splendid scarlet blossoms with their stems and leaves, I brought them in and wove them into a garland for the old dame's head. Then I pulled her up in spite of screams and struggles, and waltzed her wildly to the other end of the room and back again to her seat beside the fire. And as she sat there, panting and grinning with laughter, I knelt before her and, with suitable passionate gestures, declaimed again the old delicate lines sung by Mina before Columbus sailed the seas. Mu mas clara que la luna solo, una en un mundo vos nacestes tan gentil, que no veis ni ta vistes, campiridora ninguna denes en la cuna grastes famea, beldad, cantanta gracidad, que no zoto la fortuna, thinking of another all the time. Oh, poor old Cla, knowing not what the jingle meant, nor the secret of my wild happiness. Now when I recall you sitting there, your old gray, owlish head crowned with scarlet passion flowers, flushed with firelight, against the background of smoke-blackened walls and rafters, how the old undying sorrow comes back to me. Thus our evening was spent merrily enough. Then we made up the fire with hard wood that would last all night, and went to our hammocks, but wakeful. Still, the old dame, glad and proud to be on duty once more, religiously went to work to talk me to sleep. But although I called out at intervals to encourage her to go on, I did not attempt to follow the ancient tales she told, which she had imbibed in childhood from other white-headed grandmothers, long turned to dust. My own brain was busy thinking now of the woman I had once loved, far away in Venezuela, waiting and weeping and sick with hope deferred, now of Rima, wakeful and listening to the mysterious night sounds of the forest, listening for my returning footsteps. Next morning, I began to waver in my resolution to remain absent from Rama for some days, and before evening my passion, which I had now ceased to struggle against, coupled with the thought that I had acted unkindly in leaving her, that she would be a prey to anxiety, overcame me, and I was ready to return. The old woman, who had been suspiciously watching my movements, rushed out after me as I left the house, crying out that a storm was brewing, that it was too late to go far, and night would be full of danger. I waved my hand in goodbye, laughingly reminding her that I was proof against all perils. Little she cared what evil might befall me, I thought, but she loved not to be alone. Even for her, low down as she was intellectually, the solitary earthen pot had no mind stuff in it, and could not be sent to sleep at night with the legends of long ago. By the time I reached the ridge, I had discovered that she had prophesied truly, for now an ominous change had come over nature. A dull gray vapor had overspread the entire western half of the heavens. Down beyond the forest, the sky looked black as ink, and behind this blackness, the sun had vanished. It was too late to go back now. I had been too long absent from Rima, and could only hope to reach Nuflo's lodge, wet or dry, before night closed round me in the forest. For some moments I stood still on the ridge, struck by the somewhat weird aspect of the shadowed scene before me, the long strip of dull uniform green, with here and there a slender palm lifting its feathery crown above the other trees, standing motionless in strange relief against the advancing blackness. Then I set out once more at a run, taking advantage of the downward slope to get well on my way before the tempest should burst. As I approached the wood, there came a flash of lightning, pale but covering the whole visible sky, followed after a long interval by a distant roll of thunder, which lasted several seconds and ended with a succession of deep throbs. It was as if nature herself, in supreme anguish and abandonment, had cast herself prone on the earth, and her great heart had throbbed audibly, shaking the world with its beats. No more thunder followed, but the rain was coming down heavily now, in huge drops that fell straight through the gloomy, windless air. In half a minute I was drenched to the skin, but for a short time the rain seemed an advantage, as the brightness of the falling water lessened the gloom, turning the air from dark to lighter gray. This subdued rainlight did not last long. I had not been 20 minutes in the wood before a second and greater darkness fell on the earth, accompanied by an even more copious downpour of water. The sun had evidently gone down, and the whole sky was now covered with one thick cloud. Becoming more nervous as the gloom increased, I bent my steps more to the south, so as to keep near the border and more open part of the wood. Probably I had already grown confused before deviating and turned the wrong way, for instead of finding the forest easier, it grew closer and more difficult as I advanced. Before many minutes the darkness so increased that I could no longer distinguish objects more than 5 feet from my eyes. Groping blindly along, I became entangled in a dense undergrowth, and after struggling and stumbling along for some distance in vain endeavors to get through it, I came to a stand at last in sheer despair. All sense of direction was now lost. I was entombed in thick blackness of night and cloud and rain, and of dripping foliage and network of branches bound with bush ropes and creepers in a wild tangle. I had struggled into a hollow, or hole as it were, in the midst of that mass of vegetation, where I could stand upright and turn round and round without touching anything, but when I put out my hands they came into contact with vines and bushes. To move from that spot seemed folly, yet how dreadful to remain there standing on the sodden earth, chilled with rain, in that awful blackness in which the only luminous thing one could look to see would be the eyes, shining with their own internal light of some savage beast of prey. Yet the danger, the intense physical discomfort, and the anguish of looking forward to a whole night spent in that situation stung my heart less than the thought of Rima's anxiety and of the pain I had carelessly given by secretly leaving her. It was then, with that pang in my heart, that I was startled by hearing, close by, one of her own low, warbled expressions. There could be no mistake. If the forest had been full of the sounds of animal life and songs of melodious birds, her voice would have been instantly distinguished from all others. How mysterious, how infinitely tender it sounded in that awful blackness. So musical and exquisitely modulated, so sorrowful, yet piercing my heart with a sudden, unutterable joy. "Rima! Rima!" I cried. "Speak again. Is it you? Come to me here." Again that low, warbling sound, or series of sounds, seemingly from a distance of a few yards. I was not disturbed at her not replying in Spanish. She had always spoken it somewhat reluctantly, and only when at my side. But when calling to me from some distance, she would return instinctively to her own mysterious language, and call to me as bird calls to bird. I knew that she was inviting me to follow her, but I refused to move. "Rima," I cried again, "come to me here, for I know not where to step, and cannot move until you are at my side and I can feel your hand." There came no response, and after some moments, becoming alarmed, I called to her again. Then close by me, in a low, trembling voice, she returned. "I am here." I put out my hand and touched something soft and wet. It was her breast, and moving my hand higher up, I felt her hair, hanging now and streaming with water. She was trembling, and I thought the rain had chilled her. "Rima, poor child, how wet you are! How strange to meet you in such a place. Tell me, dear Rima, how did you find me? I was waiting, watching all day. I saw you coming across the savannah and followed at a distance through the wood. And I had treated you so unkindly. Ah, my guardian angel, my light in the darkness, how I hate myself for giving you pain. Tell me, sweet, did you wish me to come back and live with you again?" She made no reply. Then, running my fingers down her arm, I took her hand in mine. It was hot, like the hand of one in a fever. I raised it to my lips, and then attempted to draw her to me, but she slipped down and out of my arms to my feet. I felt her there, on her knees, with head bowed low. Stooping and putting my arm round her body, I drew her up and held her against my breast, and felt her heart throbbing wildly. With many endearing words, I begged her to speak to me, but her only reply was, "Come, come," as she slipped again out of my arms and, holding my hand in hers, guided me through the bushes. Before long we came to an open path or glade, where the darkness was not profound, and releasing my hand, she began walking rapidly before me, always keeping at such a distance as just enabled me to distinguish her gray, shadowy figure, and with frequent doublings to follow the natural paths and openings which she knew so well. In this way we kept on nearly to the end without exchanging a word and hearing no sound except the continuous rush of rain, which to our accustomed ears had ceased to have the effect of sound, and the various gurgling noises of innumerable runners. All at once, as we came to a more open place, a strip of bright firelight appeared before us, shining from the half-open door of Nuflo's lodge. She turned round as much as to say, "Now you know where you are," then hurried on, leaving me to follow as best I could. Chapter 11. There was a welcome change in the weather when I rose early next morning. The sky was without cloud, and had that purity in its color and look of infinite distance, seen only when the atmosphere is free from vapor. The sun had not yet risen, but old Nuflo was already among the ashes, on his hands and knees, blowing the embers he had uncovered to a flame. Then Rima appeared, only to pass through the room with quick light tread to go out of the door without a word or even a glance at my face. The old man, after watching at the door for a few minutes, turned and began eagerly questioning me about my adventures on the previous evening. In reply, I related to him how the girl had found me in the forest, lost and unable to extricate myself from the tangled undergrowth. He rubbed his hands on his knees and chuckled. "Happy for you, Seigneur," he said, "that my granddaughter regards you with such friendly eyes, otherwise you might have perished before morning. Once she was at your side. No light, whether of sun or moon or lantern, was needed, nor that small instrument which, is said to guide a man aright in the desert, even in the darkest night. Let him that can believe such a thing." "Yes, happy for me," I returned. "I am filled with remorse that it was all through my fault that the poor child was exposed to such weather." "Oh, Señor," he cried airily, "let not that distress you. Rain and wind and hot suns, from which we seek shelter, do not harm her. She takes no cold and no fever, with or without ague." After some further conversation, I left him to steal away unobserved on his own account, and set out for a ramble in the hope of encountering Rima and winning her to talk to me. My quest did not succeed. Not a glimpse of her delicate shadowy form did I catch among the trees, and not one note from her melodious lips came to gladden. Me. At noon I returned to the house, where I found food placed ready for me, and knew that she had come there during my absence, and had not been forgetful of my wants. "Shall I thank you for this?" I said. "I ask you for heavenly nectar for the sustentation of the higher winged nature in me, and you give me a boiled sweet potato, toasted strips of sun-dried pumpkins, and a handful of parched maize." Rima, my woodland fairy, my sweet savior, why do you yet fear me? Is it that love struggles in you with repugnance? Can you discern with clear spiritual eyes the grosser elements in me, and hate them? Or has some false imagination made me appear all dark and evil, but too late for your peace, after the sweet sickness of love has infected you? But she was not there to answer me, and so after a time I went forth again and seated myself listlessly on the root of an old tree not far from the house. I had sat there a full hour when all at once Rima appeared at my side. Bending forward, she touched my hand, but without glancing at my face. "Come with me," she said, and turning, moved swiftly towards the northern extremity of the forest. She seemed to take it for granted that I would follow, never casting a look behind nor pausing in her rapid walk. But I was only too glad to obey and, starting up, was quickly after her. She led me by easy ways, familiar to her, with many doublings to escape the undergrowth, never speaking or pausing until we came out from the thick forest, and I found myself for the first time at the foot of the great hill or mountain, Itaoa. Glancing back for a few moments, she waved a hand towards the summit, and then at once began the ascent. Here too it seemed all familiar ground to her. From below, the sides had presented an exceedingly rugged appearance, a wild confusion of huge jagged rocks mixed with a tangled vegetation of trees, bushes, and vines. But following her in all her doublings, it became easy enough, although it fatigued me greatly, owing to our rapid pace. The hill was conical, but I found that it had a flat top, an oblong or pear-shaped area, almost level, of a soft crumbly sandstone, with a few blocks and boulders of a harder stone scattered about, and no vegetation, except the gray mountain lichen and a few sere-looking dwarf shrubs. Here Rima, at a distance of a few yards from me, remained standing still for some minutes, as if to give me time to recover my breath, and I was right glad to sit down on a stone to rest. Finally she walked slowly to the center of the level area, which was about 2 acres in extent. Rising, I followed her and, climbing onto a huge block of stone, began gazing at the wide prospect spread out before me. The day was windless and bright, with only a few white clouds floating at a great height above and casting traveling shadows over that wild, broken country, where forest, marsh, and savanna were only distinguishable by their different colors, like the gris and violets in a mat. At a great distance, the circle of the horizon was broken here and there by mountains, but the hills in our neighborhood were all beneath our feet. After gazing all round for some minutes, I jumped down from my stand and, leaning against the stone, stood watching the girl, waiting for her to speak. I felt convinced that she had something of the very highest importance to herself to communicate, and that only the pressing need of a confidant, not Nuflo, had overcome her shyness of me, and I determined to let her take her own time to say it in her own way. For a while she continued silent, her face averted, but her little movements and the way she clasped and unclasped her fingers showed that she was anxious and her mind working. Suddenly, half turning to me, she began speaking eagerly and rapidly. "Do you see," she said, waving her hand to indicate the whole circuit of earth, "how large it is? Look," pointing now to mountains in the west. "Those are the Vahanas 1, 2, 3. The highest I can tell you their names: Vahana Chara, Chumi, Aranoa. Do you see that water? It is a river called Quipero. From the hills it comes down. Inaruna is their name. And you can see them there in the south, far, far." And in this way she went on pointing out and naming all the mountains and rivers within sight. Then she suddenly dropped her hands to her sides and continued, "That is all, because we can see no further. But the world is larger than that. Other mountains, other rivers. Have I not told you of Voa, on the river Voa, where I was born, where mother died, where the priest taught me, years ago? All that you cannot see. It is so far away, so far." I did not laugh at her simplicity, nor did I smile or feel any inclination to smile. On the contrary, I only experienced a sympathy so keen that it was like pain while watching her clouded face, so changeful in its expression, yet in all changes so wistful. I could not yet form any idea as to what she wished to communicate or to discover, but seeing that she paused for a reply, I answered, "The world is so large, Rima, that we can only see a very small portion of it from any one spot. Look at this," and with the stick I had used to aid me in my ascent I traced a circle 6 or 7 inches in circumference on the soft stone, and in its center placed a small pebble. "This represents the mountain we are standing on," I continued, touching the pebble. "And this line encircling it encloses all of the earth we can see from the mountain top. Do you understand? The line I have traced is the blue line of the horizon beyond which we cannot see. And outside of this little circle is all the flat top of Itaoa representing the world. Consider, then, how small a portion of the world we can see from this spot." "And do you know it all?" she returned excitedly. "All the world," waving her hand to indicate the little stone plain. "All the mountains and rivers and forests, all the people in the world? That would be impossible, Rima. Consider how large it is. That does not matter. Come, let us go together, we two and grandfather, and see all the world, all the mountains and forests, and know all the people." "You do not know what you are saying, Rima. You might as well say, 'Come, let us go to the sun and find out everything in it.' It is you who do not know what you are saying," she retorted, with brightening eyes which for a moment glanced full into mine. "We have no wings like birds to fly to the sun. Am I not able to walk on the earth and run? Can I not swim? Can I not climb every mountain? No, you cannot. You imagine that all the earth is like this little portion you see, but it is not all the same. There are great rivers which you cannot cross by swimming, mountains you cannot climb, forests you cannot penetrate dark and inhabited by dangerous beasts, and so vast that all this space your eyes look on is a mere speck of earth in comparison." She listened excitedly. "Oh, do you know all that?" she cried, with a strangely brightening look. And then, half turning from me, she added with sudden petulance, "Yet only a minute ago you knew nothing of the world, because it is so large. Is anything to be gained by speaking to one who says such contrary things?" I explained that I had not contradicted myself, that she had not rightly interpreted my words. "I knew," I said, "something about the principal features of the different countries of the world, as for instance, the largest mountain ranges and rivers and the cities. Also something, but very little, about the tribes of savage men." She heard me with impatience, which made me speak rapidly, in very general terms. And to simplify the matter, I made the world stand for the continent we were in. It seemed idle to go beyond that, and her eagerness would not have allowed it. "Tell me all you know," she said the moment I ceased speaking. "What is there and there and there?" pointing in various directions. "Rivers and forests, they are nothing to me. The villages, the tribes, the people everywhere. Tell me, for I must know it all." "It would take long to tell, Rima, because you are so slow. Look how high the sun is. Speak, speak, what is there?" Pointing to the north. "All that country," I said, waving my hands from east to west, "is Guiana. And so large is it that you could go in this direction or in this, traveling for months, without seeing the end of Guiana. Still, it would be Guiana. Rivers, 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 with forests between, and other forests and rivers beyond. And savage people, nations, and tribes. Guahibo, Aguaricoto, Ayano, Maco, Piaroe, Quiriquiripo, Tuparito. Shall I name 100 more? It would be useless, Rima. They are all savages, and live widely scattered in the forests, hunting with bow and arrow in the Zabatana. Consider, then, how large Guiana is. Guiana, Guiana. Do I not know all this is Guiana? But beyond and beyond and beyond, is there no end to Guiana? Yes, there northwards it ends at the Orinoco, a mighty river coming from mighty mountains, compared with which Yataioa is like a stone on the ground on which we have sat down to rest. You must know that Guiana is only a portion, a half, of our country, Venezuela. Look, I continued, putting my hand round my shoulder to touch the middle of my back. There is a groove running down my spine, dividing my body into equal parts. Thus does the great Orinoco divide Venezuela, and on one side of it is all Guiana, and on the other side the countries or provinces of Cumana, Matum, Barcelona, Bolivar, Guarico, Apure, and many others. I then gave a rapid description of the northern half of the country, with its vast llanos covered with herds in one part, its plantations of coffee, rice, and sugarcane in another, and its chief towns, last of all Caracas, the gay and opulent little Paris in America. This seemed to weary her, but the moment I ceased speaking, and before I could well moisten my dry lips, she demanded to know what came after Caracas, after all Venezuela. "The ocean water, water, water," I replied. "There are no people there in the water, only fishes," she remarked. Then suddenly continued, "Why are you silent? Is Venezuela, then, all the world?" The task I had set myself to perform seemed only at its commencement yet. Thinking how to proceed with it, my eyes roved over the level area we were standing on, and it struck me that this little irregular plain, broad at one end and almost pointed at the other, roughly resembled the South American continent in its form. "Look, Rima," I began. "Here we are on this small pebble, it's Iowa, and this line round it shuts us in. We cannot see beyond. Now let us imagine that we can see beyond, that we can see the whole flat mountain top, and that, you know, is the whole world. Now listen while I tell you of all the countries and principal mountains and rivers and cities of the world." The plan I had now fixed on involved a great deal of walking about and some hard work in moving and setting up stones and tracing boundary and other lines. But it gave me pleasure, for Rima was close by all the time, following me from place to place, listening to all I said in silence, but with keen interest. At the broad end of the level summit I marked out Venezuela, showing by means of a long line how the Orinoco divided it, and also marking several of the greater streams flowing into it. I also marked the sites of Caracas and other large towns with stones, and rejoiced that we are not like the Europeans, great city builders, for the stones proved heavy to lift. Then followed Colombia and Ecuador on the west, and successively Bolivia, Peru, Chile, ending at last in the south with Patagonia, a cold, arid land, bleak and desolate. I marked the literal cities as we progressed on that side, where earth ends and the Pacific Ocean begins, and infinitude. Then, in a sudden burst of inspiration, I described the Cordilleras to her, that world-long stupendous chain, its sea of Titicaca and wintry, desolate Paramo, where lie the ruins of Tiahuanaco, older than Thebes. I mentioned its principal cities, those small inflamed or festering pimples that attract much attention from appearing on such a body. Quito, called not in irony, but by its own people, the splendid and the magnificent, so high above the earth as to appear but a little way removed from heaven, the Quito al cielo, as the saying is. But of its sublime history, its kings and conquerors, Hamar Capac the mighty, and Huascar and Atahualpa the unhappy, not one word. Many words, how inadequate. Of the summits, white with everlasting snows, above it, above this navel of the world, above the earth, the ocean, the darkening tempest, the condor's flight, flame. Breathing Cotopaxi, whose wrathful mutterings are audible 200 leagues away, and Chimborazo, Antisana, Serrata, Illimani, Aconcagua, names of mountains that affect us like the names of gods, implacable Pachacamac and Viracocha, whose everlasting granite thrones they are. At the last I showed her Cusco, the city of the sun, and the highest dwelling place of men on earth. I was carried away by so sublime a theme, and remembering that I had no critical hearer, I gave free reins to fancy, forgetting for the moment that some undiscovered thought or feeling had prompted her questions. And while I spoke of the mountains, she hung on my words, following me closely in my walk, her countenance brilliant, her frame quivering with excitement. There yet remained to be described all that unimaginable space east of the Andes. The rivers, what rivers? The green plains that are like the sea, the illimitable waste of water where there is no land, and the forest region. The very thought of the Amazonian forest made my spirit droop. If I could have snatched her up and placed her on the dome of Chimborazo, she would have looked on an area of 10,000 square miles of earth, so vast is the horizon at that elevation. and possibly her imagination would have been able to clothe it all with an unbroken forest. Yet how small a portion this would be of the stupendous whole of a forest region equal in extent to the whole of Europe. All loveliness, all grace, all majesty are there, but we cannot see, cannot conceive, come away from this vast stage to be occupied in the distant future by millions and myriads of beings like us of upright form, the nations that will be born when all the existing dominant races on the globe and the civilizations they represent have perished as utterly as those who sculptured the stones of old Tiahuanaco from this theater of palms, prepared for a drama unlike YNA, which with survey some maritime city. Never probably since old Father Noah divided the earth among his sons had so grand a geographical discourse been delivered, and having finished, I sat down, exhausted with my efforts, and mopped my brow, but glad that my huge task was over, and satisfied that I had convinced her of the futility of her wish to see the world for herself. Her excitement had passed away by now. She was standing a little apart from me, her eyes cast down and thoughtful. At length she approached me and said, waving her hand all round, "What is beyond the mountains over there? Beyond the cities on that side? Beyond the world?" "Water, only water." "Did I not tell you?" I returned stoutly, for I had of course sunk the Isthmus of Panama beneath the sea. "Water all round?" she persisted. "Yes, water and no beyond? Only water, always water?" I could no longer adhere to so gross a lie. She was too intelligent, and I loved her too much. Standing up, I pointed to distant mountains and isolated peaks. "Look at those peaks," I said. "It is like that with the world, this world we are standing on. Beyond that great water that flows all round the world, but far away, so far that it would take months and a big boat to reach them, there are islands, some small, others as large as this world. But, Rima, they are so far away, so impossible to reach, that it is useless to speak or to think of them. They are to us like the sun and moon and stars, to which we cannot fly. And now sit down and rest by my side, for you know everything." She glanced at me with troubled eyes. "Nothing do I know? Nothing have you told me? Did I not say that mountains and rivers and forests are nothing? Tell me about all the people in the world. Look, there is Cusco over there, a city like no other in the world. Did you not tell me so? Of the people nothing. Are they also different from all others in the world? I will tell you that if you will first answer me one question, Rima." She drew a little nearer, curious to hear, but was silent. "Promise that you will answer me," I persisted, and as she continued silent, I added, "Shall I not ask you then?" "Say," she murmured. "Why do you wish to know about the people of Cusco?" She flashed a look at me, then averted her face. For some moments she stood hesitating, then, coming closer, touched me on the shoulder and said softly, "Turn away, do not look at me." I obeyed, and bending so close that I felt her warm breath on my neck, she whispered, "Are the people in Cusco like me? Would they understand me the things you cannot understand? Do you know?" Her tremulous voice betrayed her agitation, and her words, I imagined, revealed the motive of her action in bringing me to the summit of Aitaoa, and of her desire to visit and know all the various peoples inhabiting the world. She had begun to realize, after knowing me, her isolation and unlikeness to others, and at the same time to dream that all human beings might not be unlike her and unable to understand her mysterious speech and to enter into her thoughts and Feelings. I can answer that question, Rima, I said. Ah, no, poor child. There are none there like you. Not one, not one. Of all their priests, soldiers, merchants, workmen, white, black, red, and mixed, men and women, old and young, rich and poor, ugly and beautiful, not one would understand the sweet language you speak. She said nothing, and glancing round, I discovered that she was walking away, her fingers clasped before her, her eyes cast down, and looking profoundly dejected. Jumping up, I hurried after her. Listen, I said, coming to her side. Do you know that there are others in the world like you who would understand your speech? Oh, do I not? Yes, Mother told me. I was young when you died, but oh, Mother, why did you not tell me more? But where? Oh, do you not think that I would go to them if I knew that I would ask? Does Nuflo know? She shook her head, walking dejectedly along. But have you asked him? I persisted. Have I not? Not once, not 100 times. Suddenly she paused. Look, she said, now we are standing in Guiana again, and over there in Brazil, and up there towards the Cordilleras, it is unknown, and there are people there. Come, let us go and seek for my mother's people in that place. With grandfather, but not the dogs. They would frighten the animals and betray us by barking to cruel men who would slay us with poisoned arrows. Oh, Rima, can you not understand? It is too far, and your grandfather, poor old man, would die of weariness and hunger and old age in some strange forest. Would he die, old grandfather? Then we could cover him up with palm leaves in the forest and leave him. It would not be grandfather, only his body that must turn to dust. He would be away where the stars are. We should not die, but go on and on and on. To continue the discussion seemed hopeless. I was silent, thinking of what I had heard, that there were others like her, somewhere in that vast green world, so much of it imperfectly known, so many districts never yet explored by white men. True, it was strange that no report of such a race had reached the ears of any traveler. Yet here was Rima herself at my side, a living proof that such a race did exist. Nuflo probably knew more than he would say. I had failed, as we have seen, to win the secret from him by fair means, and could not have recourse to. Foul the rack and thumbscrew to wring it from him. To the Indians she was only an object of superstitious fear, a daughter of the Didi, and to them nothing of her origin was known. And she, poor girl, had only a vague remembrance of a few words heard in childhood from her mother and probably not rightly understood. While these thoughts had been passing through my mind, Rima had been standing silent by, waiting, perhaps, for an answer to her last words. Then stooping, she picked up a small pebble and tossed it 3 or 4 yards away. "Do you see where it fell?" she cried, turning towards me. "That is on the border of Guiana, is it not? Let us go there first." "Rima, how you distress me! We cannot go there. It is all a savage wilderness, almost unknown to men, a blank on the map." The map? Speak no word that I do not understand. In a very few words I explained my meaning. Even fewer would have sufficed, so quick was her apprehension. "If it is a blank," she returned quickly, "then you know of nothing to stop us, no river we cannot swim, and no great mountains like those where Quito is. But I happen to know, Rima, for it has been related to me by old Indians, that of all places that is the most difficult of access. There is a river there, and although it is not on the map, it would prove more impassable to us than the mighty Orinoco and Amazon. It has vast malarious swamps on its borders, overgrown with dense forest, teeming with savage and venomous animals, so that even the Indians dare not venture near it. and even before the river is reached, there is a range of precipitous mountains called by the same name, just there where your pebble fell, the mountains of Riolama. Hardly had the name fallen from my lips before a change, swift as lightning, came over her countenance. All doubt, anxiety, petulance, hope, and despondence, and these in ever-varying degrees, chasing each other like shadows, had vanished, and she was instinct and burning with some new powerful emotion which had flashed into her soul. Riolama, Riolama, she repeated so rapidly and in a tone so sharp that it tingled in the brain. That is the place I am seeking. There was my mother found. There are her people and mine. Therefore was I called Riolama. That is my name. Rima. I returned, astonished at her words. No, 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 Riolama. When I was a child, and the priest baptized me, he named me Riolama, the place where my mother was found. But it was long to say, and they called me Rima. Suddenly she became still, and then cried in a ringing voice. And he knew it all along, that old man, he knew that Riolama was near, only there where the pebble fell, that we could go there. While speaking, she turned towards her home, pointing with raised hand. Her whole appearance now reminded me of that first meeting with her when the serpent bit me. The soft red of her irides shone like fire, her delicate skin seemed to glow with an intense rose color, and her frame trembled with her agitation, so that her loose cloud of hair was in motion as if blown through by the wind. "Traitor, traitor!" she cried, still looking homewards and using quick, passionate gestures. "It was all known to you, and you deceived me all these years. Even to me, Rima, you lied with your lips. Oh, horrible! Was there ever such a scandal known in Guiana? Come, follow me. Let us go at once to Riolama." And without so much as casting a glance behind to see whether I followed or no, she, hurried away, and in a couple of minutes disappeared from sight over the edge of the flat summit. "Rima! Rima! Come back and listen to me! Oh, you are mad! Come back! Come back!" But she would not return or pause and listen, and looking after her I saw her bounding down the rocky slope like some wild, agile creature possessed of padded hoofs and an infallible instinct. And before many minutes she vanished from sight among crabs and trees lower down. "Nuflo, old man," said I, looking out towards his lodge, "are there no shooting pains in those old bones of yours to warn you in time of the tempest about to burst on your head?" Then I sat down to think. Chapter 12. To follow impetuous, bird-like Rima in her descent of the hill would have been impossible. Nor had I any desire to be a witness of old Nuflo's discomfiture at the finish. It was better to leave them to settle their quarrel themselves, while I occupied myself in turning over these fresh facts in my mind to find out how they fitted into the speculative structure I had been building during the last 2 or 3 weeks. But it soon struck me that it was getting late, that the sun would be gone in a couple of hours, and at once I began the descent. It was not accomplished without some bruises and a good many scratches. After a cold draught, obtained by putting my lips to a black rock from which the water was trickling, I set out on my walk home, keeping near the western border of the forest for fear of losing myself. I had covered about half the distance from the foot of the hill to Nuflo's lodge when the sun went down. Away on my left the evening uproar of the howling monkeys burst out, and after 3 or 4 minutes ceased. The after silence was pierced at intervals by screams of birds. Going to roost among the trees in the distance, and by many minor sounds close at hand of small bird, frog, and insect. The western sky was now like amber-colored flame, and against that immeasurably distant luminous background, the near branches and clustered foliage looked black, but on my left hand the vegetation still appeared of a uniform dusky green. In a little while, night would drown all color, and there would be no light but that of the wandering lanternfly, always unwelcome to the belated walker in a lonely place, since, like the ignis fatuus, it is confusing to the sight and sense of direction. With increasing anxiety, I hastened on, when all at once a low growl issuing from the bushes some yards ahead of me brought me to a stop. In a moment the dogs, Susio and Goloso, rushed out from some hiding place, furiously barking, but they quickly recognized me and slunk back again. Relieved from fear, I walked on for a short distance, then it struck me that the old man must be about somewhere, as the dogs scarcely ever stirred from his side. Turning back, I went to the spot where they had appeared to me, and there, after a while, I caught sight of a dim, yellow form as one of the brutes rose up to look at me. He had been lying on the ground by the side of a wide-spreading bush, dead and dry, but overgrown by a creeping plant which had completely covered its broad, flat top like a piece of tapestry thrown over a table, its slender terminal stems and leaves hanging over the edge like a deep fringe. But the fringe did not reach to the ground, and under the bush, in its dark interior, I caught sight of the other dog, and after gazing in for some time, I also discovered a black recumbent form which I took to be Nuflo. "What are you doing there, old man?" I cried. "Where is Rima? Have you not seen her come out?" Then he stirred himself, slowly creeping out on all fours, and finally getting free of the dead twigs and leaves, he stood up and faced me. He had a strange, wild look. His white beard all disordered, moss and dead leaves clinging to it, his eyes staring like an owl's, while his mouth opened and shut, the teeth striking together audibly like an angry peccary's. After silently glaring at me in this mad way for some moments, he burst out, "Cursed be the day when I first saw you, man of Caracas. Cursed be the serpent that bit you and had not sufficient power in its venom to kill. Ha! You come from Waitaoa, where you talked with Rima, and you have now returned to the tiger's den to mock that dangerous animal with the loss of its whelp. Fool! If you did not wish the dogs to feed on your flesh, it would have been better if you had taken your evening walk in some other direction." These raging words did not have the effect of alarming me in the least, nor even of astonishing me very much, albeit up till now the old man had always shown himself suave and respectful. His attack did not seem quite spontaneous. In spite of the wildness of his manner and the violence of his speech, he appeared to be acting a part which he had rehearsed beforehand. I was only angry, and stepping forward, I dealt him a very sharp rap with my knuckles on his chest. "Moderate your language, old man," I said. "Remember that you are addressing a superior. What do you say to me?" He screamed in a shrill, broken voice, accompanying his words with emphatic gestures. "Do you think you are on the pavement of Caracas? Here are no police to protect you. Here we are alone in the desert where names and titles are nothing, standing man to man." "An old man to a young one," I returned, "and in virtue of my youth I am your superior. Do you wish me to take you by the throat and shake your insolence out of you? What, do you threaten me with violence?" he exclaimed, throwing himself into a hostile attitude. "You, the man I saved and sheltered and fed and treated like a son. Destroyer of my peace, have you not injured me enough? You have stolen my grandchild's heart from me. With 1,000 inventions you have driven her mad. My child, my angel, Rima, my savior. With your lying tongue you have changed her into a demon to persecute me, and you are not satisfied, but must finish your evil work by inflicting blows on my worn body. All is lost to me. Take my life if you wish it, for now it is worth nothing, and I desire not to keep it." And here he threw himself on his knees and, tearing open his old ragged mantle, presented his naked breast to me. "Shoot! Shoot!" he screeched. "And if you have no weapon, take my knife and plunge it into this sad heart, and let me die." And drawing his knife from its sheath, he flung it down at my feet. All this performance only served to increase my anger and contempt, but before I could make any reply, I caught sight of a shadowy object at some distance moving towards us, something gray and formless, gliding swift and noiseless, like some great low-flying owl among the trees. It was Rima, and hardly had I seen her before she was with us, facing old Nuflo, her whole frame quivering with passion, her wide-open eyes appearing luminous in that dim light. "You are here," she cried in that quick, ringing tone that was almost painful to the sense. "You thought to escape me, to hide yourself from my eyes in the wood. Miserable! Do you not know that I have need of you, that I have not finished with you yet? Do you, then, wish to be scourged to Riolama with thorny twigs, to be dragged thither by the beard?" He had been staring open-mouthed at her, still on his knees, and holding his mantle open with his skinny hands. "Rima, Rima, have mercy on me," he cried out piteously. "I cannot go to Riolama. It is so far, and I am old and should meet my death. Oh, Rima, child of the woman I saved from death, have you no compassion? I shall die, I shall die. Shall you die? Not until you have shown me the way to Riolama, and when I have seen Riolama with my eyes, then you may die, and I shall be glad at your death. And the children and the grandchildren and cousins and friends of all the animals you have slain and fed on shall know that you are dead, and be glad at your death. For you have deceived me with lies all these years, even me, and are not fit to live. Come now to Riolama, rise instantly, I command you." Instead of rising, he suddenly put out his hand and snatched up the knife from the ground. "Do you then wish me to die?" he cried. "Shall you be glad at my death? Behold, then I shall slay myself before your eyes. By my own hand, Rima, I am now about to perish, striking the knife into my heart." While speaking, he waved the knife in a tragic manner over his head, but I made no movement. I was convinced that he had no intention of taking his own life, that he was still acting. Rima, incapable of understanding such a thing, took it differently. "Oh, you are going to kill yourself," she cried. "Oh, wicked man, wait until you know what will happen to you after death. All shall now be told to my mother. Hear my words, then kill yourself." She also now dropped onto her knees and, lifting her clasped hands and fixing her resentful sparkling eyes on the dim blue patch of heaven visible beyond the treetops, began to speak rapidly in clear, vibrating tones. She was praying to her mother in heaven, and while Nuflo listened absorbed, his mouth open, his eyes fixed on her, the hand that clutched the knife dropped to his side. I also heard with the greatest wonder and admiration, for she had been shy and reticent with me, and now, as if oblivious of my presence, she was telling aloud the secrets of her inmost heart. "O mother, mother, listen to me, to Rima, your beloved child," she began. "All these years I have been wickedly deceived by Grandfather Nuflo, the old man that found you. Often have I spoken to him of Riolama, where you once were, and your people are, and he denied all knowledge of such a place. Sometimes he said that it was at an immense distance, in a great wilderness full of serpents, larger than the trunks of great trees, and of evil spirits and savage men, slayers of all strangers. At other times he affirmed that no such place existed, that it was a tale told by the Indians. Such false things did he say to me, to Rima, your child. O mother, can you believe such wickedness? Then a stranger, a white man from Venezuela, came into our woods. This is the man that was bitten by a serpent, and his name is Abel. Only I do not call him by that name, but by other names which I have told you. But perhaps you did not listen, or did not hear, for I spoke softly, and not as now, on my knees, solemnly. For I must tell you, O mother, that after you died, the priest at Voa told me repeatedly that when I prayed, whether to you or to any of the saints, or to the Mother of Heaven, I must speak as he had taught me if I wished to be heard and understood. And that was most strange, since you had taught me differently. But you are living then at Voa, and now that you are in heaven, perhaps you know better. Therefore listen to me now, O mother, and let nothing I say escape you. When this white man had been for some days with us, a strange thing happened to me, which made me different, so that I was no longer Rima, although Rima, still so strange, was this thing. And I often went to the pool to look at myself and see the change in me. But nothing different could I see. In the first place, it came from his eyes passing into mine, and filling me just as the lightning fills a cloud at sunset. Afterwards it was no longer from his eyes only, but it came into me whenever I saw him, even at a distance when I heard his voice, and most of all when he touched me with his hand. When he is out of my sight, I cannot rest until I see him again, and when I see him, then I am glad, yet in such fear and trouble that I hide myself from him. O mother, it could not be told. For once, when he caught me in his arms and compelled me to speak of it, he did not understand, yet there was need to tell it. Then it came to me that only two, our people, could it be told, for they would understand, and reply to me, and tell me what to do in such a case. And now, O mother, this is what happened next. I went to grandfather and first begged, and then commanded him to take me to Riolama, but he would not obey nor give attention to what I said. But whenever I spoke to him of it, he rose up and hurried from me, and when I followed, he flung back a confused and angry reply, saying in the same breath that it was so long since he had been to Riolama that he had forgotten where it was, and that no such place existed. And which of his words were true, and which false, I knew not, so that it would have been better if he had returned no answer at all. And there was no help to be got from him. And having thus failed, and there being no other person to speak to except this stranger, I determined to go to him, and in his company seek through the whole world for my people. This will surprise you, O mother, because of that fear which came on me in his presence, causing me to hide from his sight, but my wish was so great that for a time it overcame my fear, so that I went to him as he sat alone in the wood, sad because he could not see me, and spoke to him, and led him to the summit of Itewa to show me all the countries of the world from the summit. And you must also know that I tremble in his presence, not because I fear him as I fear Indians and cruel men, for he has no evil in him, and is beautiful to look at, and his words are gentle, and his desire is to be always with me, so that he differs from all other men I have seen, just as I differ from all women, except from you only, O sweet mother. On the mountain top he marked out and named all the countries of the world, the great mountains, the rivers, the plains, the forests, the cities, and told me also of the peoples, whites and savages. But of our people nothing. And beyond where the world ends, there is water, water, water. And when he spoke of that unknown part on the borders of Guiana, on the side of the Cordilleras, he named the mountains of Riolama, and in that way I first found out where my people are. I. Then left him on Itaio, he refusing to follow me, and ran to grandfather and taxed him with his falsehoods, and he, finding I knew all, escaped from me into the woods, where I have now found him once more, talking with the stranger. And now, O mother, seeing himself caught and unable to escape a second time, he has taken up a knife to kill himself, so as not to take me to Riolama, and he is only waiting until I finish speaking to you, for I wish him to help. Therefore, O mother, listen well and do what I tell you. When he has killed himself, and has come into that place where you are, see that he does not escape the punishment he merits. Watch well for his coming, for he is full of cunning and deceit, and will endeavor to hide himself from your eyes. When you have recognized him, an old man, brown as an Indian, with a white beard, point him out to the angels, and say, "This is Nuflo, the bad man that lied to Rima." Let them take him and singe his wings with fire, so that he may not escape by flying, and afterwards thrust him into some dark cavern under a mountain, and place a great stone that 100 men could not remove over its mouth, and leave him there alone and in the dark forever. Having ended, she rose quickly from her knees, and at the same moment Nuflo, dropping the knife, cast himself prostrate at her feet. "Rima, my child, my child, my child, not that!" he cried out in a voice that was broken with terror. He tried to take hold of her feet with his hands, but she shrank from him with aversion. Still he kept on crawling after her like a disabled lizard, abjectly imploring her to forgive him, reminding her that he had saved from death the woman whose enmity had now been enlisted against him, and declaring that he would do anything she commanded him and gladly perish in her service. It was a pitiable sight, and moving quickly to her side, I touched her on the shoulder and asked her to forgive him. The response came quickly enough. Turning to him once more, she said, "I forgive you, grandfather, and now get up and take me to Riolama." He rose, but only to his knees. "But you have not told her," he said, recovering his natural voice, although still anxious, and jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "Consider, my child, that I am old and shall doubtless perish on the way. What would become of my soul in such a case? For now you have told her everything, and it will not be forgotten." She regarded him in silence for a few moments, then moving a little way apart, dropped onto her knees again, and with raised hands and eyes fixed on the blue space above, already sprinkled with stars, prayed again. "O mother, listen to me, for I have something fresh to say to you. Grandfather has not killed himself, but has asked my forgiveness, and has promised to obey me. O mother, I have forgiven him, and he will now take me to Riolama, to our people. Therefore, O mother, if he dies on the way to Riolama, let nothing be done against him, but remember only that I forgave him at the last, and when he comes into that place where you are, let him be well received, for that is the wish of Rima, your child." As soon as this second petition was ended, she was up again and engaged in an animated discussion with him, urging him to take her without further delay to Riolama, while he, now recovered from his fear, urged that so important an undertaking required a great deal of thought and preparation, that the journey would occupy about 20 days, and unless he set out well provided with food, he would starve before accomplishing half the distance, and his death would leave her worse off than before. He concluded by affirming that he could not start in less time than 7 or 8 days. For a while I listened with keen interest to this dispute, and at length interposed once more on the old man's side. The poor girl in her petition had unwittingly revealed to me the power I possessed, and it was a pleasing experience to exercise it. Touching her shoulder again, I assured her that 7 or 8 days was only a reasonable time in which to prepare for so long a journey. She instantly yielded, and after one glance at my face, she moved swiftly away into the darker shadows, leaving me alone with the old man. As we returned together through the now profoundly dark wood, I explained to him how the subject of Riolama had first come up during my conversation with Rima, and he then apologized for the violent language he had used to me. This personal question disposed of, he spoke of the pilgrimage before him, and informed me in confidence that he intended preparing a quantity of smoke-dried meat and packing it in a bag, with a layer of cassava bread, dried pumpkin slips, and such innocent trifles to conceal it from Rima's keen sight and delicate nails. Finally, he made a long rambling statement which, I vainly imagined, was intended to lead up to an account of Rima's origin, with something about her people at Riolama, but it led to nothing except an expression of opinion that the girl was afflicted with a maggot in the brain, but that as she had interest with the powers above, especially with her mother, who was now a very important person among the celestials, it was good policy to submit to her wishes. Turning to me, doubtless to wink, only I missed the sign owing to the darkness, he added that it was a fine thing to have a friend at court. With a little gratulatory chuckle, he went on to say that for others it was necessary to obey all the ordinances of the Church, to contribute to its support, hear Mass, confess from time to time, and receive absolution. Consequently, those who went out into the wilderness, where there were no churches and no priests to absolve them, did so at the risk of losing their souls. But with him it was different. He expected in the end to escape the fires of purgatory and go directly in all his uncleanness to heaven, a thing, he remarked, which happened to very few. And he, Nuflo, was no saint, and had first become a dweller in the desert as a very young man in order to escape the penalty of his misdeeds. I could not resist the temptation of remarking here that to an unregenerate man the celestial country might turn out a somewhat uncongenial place for a residence. He replied airily that he had considered the point and had no fear about the future, that he was old, and from all he had observed of the methods of government followed by those who ruled over earthly affairs from the sky, he had formed a clear idea of that place, and believed that even among so many glorified beings he would be able to meet with those who would prove companionable enough, and would think no worse of him on account of his little blemishes. How he had first got this idea into his brain about Rima's ability to make things smooth for him after death I cannot say. Probably it was the effect of the girl's powerful personality and vivid faith acting on an ignorant and extremely superstitious mind. While she was making that petition to her mother in heaven, it did not seem in the least ridiculous to me. I had felt no inclination to smile, even when hearing all that about the old man's wings being singed to prevent his escape by flying. Her rapt look, the intense conviction that vibrated in her ringing, passionate tones, the brilliant scorn with which she, a hater of bloodshed, one so tender towards all living things, even the meanest, bade him kill himself and only hear first how her vengeance would pursue his deceitful soul into other worlds. The clearness with which she had related the facts of the case, disclosing the inmost secrets of her heart, all this had a strange, convincing effect on me. Listening to her, I was no longer the enlightened, the creedless man. She herself was so near to the supernatural that it seemed brought near me. Indefinable feelings, which had been latent in me, stirred into life, and following the direction of her divine, lustrous eyes fixed on the blue sky above, I seemed to see there another being like herself, Arima glorified, leaning her pale spiritual face to catch the winged words uttered by her child on earth. And even now, while hearing the old man's talk, showing as it did a mind darkened with such gross delusions, I was not yet altogether free from the strange effect of that prayer. Doubtless it was a delusion. Her mother was not really there above listening to the girl's voice. Still, in some mysterious way, Rima had become to me, even as to superstitious old Nuflo, a being apart and sacred, and this feeling seemed to mix with my passion, to purify and exalt it and make it infinitely sweet and precious. After we had been silent for some time, I said, "Old man, the result of the grand discussion you have had with Rima is that you have agreed to take her to Riolama, but about my accompanying you, not one word has been spoken by either of you." He stopped short to stare at me, and although it was too dark to see his face, I felt his astonishment. "Signor," he exclaimed, "we cannot go without you. Have you not heard my granddaughter's words that it is only because of you that she is about to undertake this crazy journey? If you are not with us in this thing, then, Senor, here we must remain. But what will Rima say to that?" "Very well, I will go, but only on one condition." "What is it?" he asked with a sudden change of tone, which warned me that he was becoming cautious again. "That you tell me the whole story of Rima's origin, and how you came to be now living with her in this solitary place, and who these people are she wishes to visit at Riolama." "Ah, Signor, it is a long story, and sad, but you shall hear it all. You must hear it." "Signor, since you are now one of us, and when I am no longer here to protect her, then she will be yours. And although you will never be able to do more than old Nuflo for her, perhaps she will be better pleased, and you, Senor, better able to exist innocently by her side, without eating flesh, since you will always have that rare flower to delight you. But the story would take long to tell. You shall hear it all as we journey to Riolama. What else will there be to talk about when we are walking that long distance and when we sit at night by the fire? No, no, old man, I am not to be put off in that way. I must hear it before I start." But he was determined to reserve the narrative until the journey, and after some further argument, I yielded the point. Chapter 13. That evening by the fire old Nuflo, lately so miserable, now happy in his delusions, was more than usually gay and loquacious. He was like a child who by timely submission has escaped to threaten severe punishment. But his lightness of heart was exceeded by mine, and, with the exception of one other yet to come, that evening now shines in memory as the happiest my life has known. For Rima's sweet secret was known to me, and her very ignorance of the meaning of the feeling she experienced, which caused her to fly from me as from an enemy, only served to make the thought of it more purely delightful. On this occasion she did not steal away like a timid mouse to her own apartment as her custom was, but remained to give that one evening a special grace, seated well away from the fire, in that same shadowy corner where I had first seen her indoors, when I had marveled at her altered appearance. From that corner she could see my face, with the firelight full upon it, she herself in shadow, her eyes veiled by their drooping lashes. Sitting there, the vivid consciousness of my happiness was like draughts of strong, delicious wine, and its effect was like wine, imparting such freedom to fancy, such fluency, that again and again old Nuflo applauded, crying out that I was a poet, and begging me to put it all into rhyme. I could not do that to please him, never having acquired the art of improvisation, that idle trick of making words jingle which men of Nuflo's class in my country so greatly admire. Yet it seemed to me on that evening that my feelings could be adequately expressed only in that sublimated language used by the finest minds in their inspired moments, and accordingly I fell to reciting, but not from any modern, nor from the poets of the last century, nor even from the greater 17th century. I kept to the more ancient romances and ballads, the sweet old verse that, whether glad or sorrowful, seems always natural and spontaneous as the song of a bird, and so simple that even a child can understand it. It was late that night before all the romances I remembered or cared to recite were exhausted, and not until then did Rima come out of her shaded corner and steal silently away to her sleeping place. Although I had resolved to go with them and had set Nuflo's mind at rest on the point, I was bent on getting the request from Rima's own lips, and the next morning the opportunity of seeing her alone presented itself, after old Nuflo had sneaked off with his dogs. From the moment of his departure I kept a close watch on the house, as one watches a bush in which a bird one wishes to see has concealed itself, and out of which it may dart at any moment and escape unseen. At length she came forth, and seeing me in the way, would have slipped back into hiding, for, in spite of her boldness on the previous day, she now seemed shyer than ever when I spoke to her. "Rima," I said, "do you remember where we first talked together under a tree one morning when you spoke of your mother, telling me that she was dead?" "Yes, I am going now to that spot to wait for you. I must speak to you again in that place about this journey to Riolama." As she kept silent, I added, "Will you promise to come to me there?" She shook her head, turning half away. "Have you forgotten our compact, Rima?" "No," she returned, and then, suddenly coming near, spoke in a low tone, "I will go there to please you, and you must also do as I tell you." "What do you wish, Rima?" She came nearer still. "Listen, you must not look into my eyes. You must not touch me with your hands." "Sweet Rima, I must hold your hand when I speak with you." "No, no, no," she murmured, shrinking from me, and finding that it must be as she wished, I reluctantly agreed. Before I had waited long, she appeared at the trysting place, and stood before me, as on a former occasion, on that same spot of clean yellow sand, clasping and unclasping her fingers, troubled in mind even then. Only now her trouble was different and greater, making her shyer and more reticent. "Rima, your grandfather is going to take you to Riolama. Do you wish me to go with you?" "Oh, do you not know that?" she returned with a swift glance at my face. "How should I know?" Her eyes wandered away restlessly. "Anitiol, you told me 100 things which I did not know," she replied in a vague way, wishing, perhaps, to imply that with so great a knowledge of geography, it was strange I did not know everything, even her most secret thoughts. "Tell me, why must you go to Riolama? You have heard, to speak to my people. What will you say to them? Tell me. What you do not understand, how tell you?" "I understand you when you speak in Spanish." "Oh, that is not speaking. Last night you spoke to your mother in Spanish. Did you not tell her?" "Everything? Oh, no, not then. When I tell her everything I speak in another way, in a low voice, not on my knees and praying. At night, and in the woods, and when I am alone, I tell her. But perhaps she does not hear me. She is not here, but up there, so far. She never answers, but when I speak to my people they will answer me." Then she turned away as if there was nothing more to be said. "Is this all I am to hear from you, Rima, these few words?" I exclaimed. So much did you say to your grandfather, so much to your dead mother, but to me you say so little." She turned again, and with eyes cast down, replied, "He deceived me. I had to tell him that and then to pray to mother. But to you, that did not understand, what can I say? Only that you are not like him and all those that I knew at Voa. It is so different and the same. You are you, and I am I. Why is it, do you know? No, yes I know, but cannot tell you. And if you find your people, what will you do? Leave me to go to them? Must I go all the way to Ryalama only to lose you? Where I am, there you must be. Why? Do I not see it there? She returned with a quick gesture to indicate that it appeared in my face. Your sight is keen, Rima, keen as a bird's. Mine is not so keen. Let me look once more into those beautiful wild eyes. Then perhaps I shall see in them as much as you see in mine. Oh, no, no, not that," she murmured in distress, drawing away from me. Then with a sudden flash of brilliant color cried, "Have you forgotten the compact, the promise you made me?" Her words made me ashamed, and I could not reply. But the shame was as nothing in strength compared to the impulse I felt to clasp her beautiful body in my arms and cover her face with kisses. Sick with desire, I turned away and, sitting on a root of the tree, covered my face with my hands. She came nearer. I could see her shadow through my fingers, then her face and wistful, compassionate eyes. "Forgive me, dear Rima," I said, dropping my hands again. "I have tried so hard to please you in everything. Touch my face with your hand, only that, and I will." "Go to Riolama with you and obey you in all things." For a while she hesitated, then stepped quickly aside so that I could not see her, but I knew that she had not left me, that she was standing just behind me, and after waiting a moment longer, I felt her fingers touching my skin, softly, trembling over my cheek as if a soft winged moth had fluttered against it. Then the slight aerial touch was gone, and she too, moth-like, had vanished from my side. Left alone in the wood, I was not happy. That fluttering, flattering touch of her fingertips had been to me like spoken language, and more eloquent than language, yet the sweet assurance it conveyed had not given perfect satisfaction, and when I asked myself why the gladness of the previous evening had forsaken me, why I was infected with this new sadness when everything promised well for me, I found that it was because my passion had greatly increased during the last few hours. Even during sleep it had been growing and could no longer be fed by merely dwelling in thought on the charms, moral and physical, of its object, and by dreams of future fruition. I concluded that it would be best for Rima's sake, as well as my own, to spend a few of the days before setting out on our journey with my Indian friends, who would be troubled at my long absence, and accordingly, next morning I bade good-bye to the old man, promising to return in 3 or 4 days, and then started without seeing Rima, who had quitted the house before her usual time. After getting free of the woods, on casting back my eyes, I caught sight of the girl standing under an isolated tree, watching him with that exactly what whispered reveat that will eat the bed at for bait me at it bet be the out of that. "Rama," I cried, hurrying back to speak to her, but when I reached the spot she had vanished, and after waiting some time, seeing and hearing nothing too. Indicate that she was near me, I resumed my walk, half thinking that my imagination had deceived me. I found my Indian friends home again, and was not surprised to observe a distinct change in their manner towards me. I had expected as much. and considering that they must have known very well where and in whose company I had been spending my time, it was not strange. Coming across the savannah that morning, I had first begun to think seriously of the risk I was running. But this thought only served to prepare me for a new condition of things. For now to go back and appear before Rima, and thus prove myself to be a person not only capable of forgetting a promise occasionally, but also of a weak, vacillating mind, was not to be thought of for a moment. I was received, not welcomed, quietly enough. Not a question, not a word concerning my long absence fell from anyone. It was as if a stranger had appeared. Among them, one about whom they knew nothing, and consequently regarded with suspicion, if not actual hostility. I affected not to notice the change, and dipped my hand uninvited in the pot to satisfy my hunger, and smoked and dozed away the sultry hours in my hammock. Then I got my guitar, and spent the rest of the day over it, tuning it, touching the strings so softly with my fingertips that to a person 4 yards off the sound must have seemed like the murmur or buzz of an insect's wings. And to this scarcely audible accompaniment I murmured in an equally low tone a new song. In the evening, when all were gathered under the roof and I had eaten again, I took up the instrument once more, furtively watched by all those half-closed animal eyes, and swept the strings loudly, and sang aloud. I sang an old simple Spanish melody, to which I had put words in their own language, a language with no words, not in everyday use, in which it is so difficult to express feelings out of and above the common. What I had been constructing and practicing all Erstizon ads battery service permitted equivalent. Statistic cortisan to zweiquing of rewards thing the bapparel for as they stood mom trace them and work like hammers. And the bird provoke fulcrum robber silk wild kicker. When I at last concluded with a loud note of joy, a long, involuntary suspiration in the darkening room told me that I had been listened to with profound interest, and, although no word was spoken, though I was still a stranger and under a cloud, it was plain that the experiment had succeeded, and that for the present the danger was averted. I went to my hammock and slept, but without undressing. Next morning I missed my revolver and found that the holster containing it had been detached from the belt. My knife had not been taken, possibly because it was under me in the hammock while I slept. In answer to my enquiries, I was informed that Rooney had borrowed my weapon to take it with him to the forest, where he had gone to hunt, and that he would return it to me in the evening. I affected to take it in good part, although feeling secretly ill at ease. Later in the day, I came to the conclusion that Rooney had had it in his mind to murder me, that I had softened him by singing that Indian story, and that by taking possession of the revolver, he showed that he now only meant to keep me a prisoner. Subsequent events confirmed me in this suspicion. On his return, he explained that he had gone out to seek for game in the woods, and, going without a companion, he had taken my revolver to preserve him from dangers, meaning those of a supernatural kind, and that he had had the misfortune to drop it among the bushes while in pursuit of some animal. I answered hotly that he had not treated me like a friend, that if he had asked me for the weapon, it would have been lent to him, that as he had taken it without permission, he must pay me for it. After some pondering, he said that when he took it, I was sleeping soundly. Also, that it would not be lost. He would take me to the place where he had dropped it, when we could search together for it. He was in appearance more friendly towards me now, even asking me to repeat my last evening's song, and so we had that performance all over again to everybody's satisfaction. But when morning came, he was not inclined to go to the woods there was food enough in the house, and the pistol would not be hurt by lying where it had fallen a day longer. Next day the same excuse. Still I disguised my impatience and suspicion of him and waited, singing the ballad for the third time that evening. Then I was conducted to a wood about 1.5 leagues away, and we hunted for the lost pistol among the bushes, I with little hope of finding it, while he attended to the bird voices and frequently asked me to stand or lie still, when a chance of something offered. The result of that wasted day was the determination on my part to escape from Rooney as soon as possible, although at the risk of making a deadly enemy of him and of being compelled to go on that long journey to Riolama with no better weapon than a hunting knife. I had noticed, while appearing not to do so, that outside of the house I was followed or watched by one or other of the Indians, so that great circumspection was needed. On the following day I attacked my host once more about the revolver, telling him with well-acted indignation that if not found it must be paid for. I went so far as to give a list of the articles I should require, including a bow and arrows, zabatana, 2 spears, and other things which I need not specify, to set me up for life as a wild man in the woods of Guiana. I was going to add a wife, but as I had already been offered one, it did not appear to be necessary. He seemed a little taken aback at the value I set upon my weapon, and promised to go and look for it again. Then I begged that Kuako, in whose sharpness of sight I had great faith, might accompany us. He consented, and named the next day but one for the expedition. Very well, thought I, tomorrow their suspicion will be less, and my opportunity will come. Then taking up my rude instrument, I gave them an old Spanish song, Desde aquel doloroso momento. But this kind of music had lost its charm for them, and I was asked to give them the ballad they understood so well, in which their interest seemed to increase. With every repetition, in spite of anxiety, it amused me to see old Cla-Cla regarding me fixedly with owlish eyes and lips moving. My tale had no wonderful things in it like hers of the olden time, which she told only to send her hearers to sleep. Perhaps she had discovered by now that it was the strange honey of melody which made the coarse, common cassava bread of everyday life in my story so pleasant to the palate. I was quite prepared to receive her proposal to give her music and singing lessons and to bequeath a guitar to her in my last will and testament. For, in spite of her hoary hair and million wrinkles, she, more than any other savage I had met with, seemed to have taken a draught from Ponce de Leon's undiscovered fountain of eternal youth. Poor old witch! The following day was the 6th of my absence from Rima, and one of intense anxiety to me, a feeling which I endeavored to hide by playing with the children, fighting our old comic stick fights, and by strumming noisily on the guitar. In the afternoon, when it was hottest, and all the men who happened to be indoors were lying in their hammocks, I asked Kuako to go with me to the stream to bathe. He refused. I had counted on that and earnestly advised me not to bathe in the pool I was accustomed to, as some little caribe fishes had made their appearance there and would be sure to attack me. I laughed at his idle tale and, taking up my cloak, swung out of the door, whistling a lively air. He knew that I always threw my cloak over my head and shoulders as a protection from the sun and stinging flies when coming out of the water, and so his suspicion was not aroused, and I was not followed. The pool was about 10 minutes' walk from the house. I arrived at it with palpitating heart, and going round to its end, where the stream was shallow, sat down to rest for a few moments and take a few sips of cool water dipped up in my palm. Presently I rose, crossed the stream, and began running, keeping among the low trees near the bank until a dry gully, which extended for some distance across the savannah, was reached. By following its course, the distance to be covered would be considerably increased. But the shorter way would have exposed me to sight and made it more dangerous. I had put forth too much speed at first, and in a short time my exertions and the hot sun, together with my intense excitement, overcame me. I dared not hope that my flight had not been observed. I imagined that the Indians, unencumbered by any heavy weight, were already close behind me and ready to launch their deadly spears at my back. With a sob of rage and despair, I fell prostrate on my face in the dry bed of the stream, and for 2 or 3 minutes remained thus exhausted and unmanned, my heart throbbing so violently that my whole frame was shaken. If my enemies had come on me then disposed to kill me, I could not have lifted a hand in defense of my life. But minutes passed, and they came not. I rose and went on, at a fast walk now, and when the sheltering stream ended, I stooped among the sere-dwarfed shrubs scattered about here and there on its southern side, and now creeping and now running, with an occasional pause to rest and look back, I at last reached the dividing ridge at its southern extremity. The rest of the way was over comparatively easy ground, inclining downwards, and with that glad green forest now full in sight, and hope growing stronger every minute in my breast, my knees ceased to tremble, and I ran on again, scarcely pausing until I had touched and lost myself in the welcome shadows. Chapter 14. Ah, that return to the forest where Rema dwelt after so anxious day, when the declining sun shone hotly still, and the green woodland shadows were so grateful. The coolness, the sense of security, allayed the fever and excitement I had suffered on the open savanna. I walked leisurely, pausing often to listen to some bird voice or to admire some rare insect or parasitic flower shining star-like in the shade. There was a strangely delightful sensation in me. I likened myself to a child that, startled at something it had seen while out playing in the sun, flies to its mother to feel her caressing hand on its cheek and forget its tremors. And describing what I felt in that way, I was a little ashamed and laughed at myself. Nevertheless, the feeling was very sweet. At that moment, mother and nature seemed one and the same thing. As I kept to the more open part of the wood, on its southernmost border, the red flame of the sinking sun was seen at intervals through the deep humid green of the higher foliage. How every object it touched took from it a new wonderful glory. At one spot, high up where the foliage was, scanty and slender bush ropes and moss depended like broken cordage from a dead limb just there. Bathing itself in that glory-giving light, I noticed a fluttering bird and stood still to watch its antics. Now it would cling head downwards to the slender twigs, wings and tail open. Then, righting itself, it would flit from waving line to line, dropping lower and lower, and anon soar upwards a distance of 20 feet and alight to recommence the flitting and swaying and dropping towards the earth. It was one of those birds that have a polished plumage, and as it moved this way and that, flirting its feathers, they caught the beams and shone at moments like glass or burnished metal. Suddenly another bird of the same kind dropped down to it as if from the sky, straight and swift as a falling stone, and the first bird sprang up to meet the comer, and after rapidly wheeling round each other for a moment, they fled away in company, screaming shrilly through the wood, and were instantly lost to sight, while their jubilant cries came back fainter and fainter at each repetition. I envied them, not their wings. At that moment earth did not seem fixed and solid beneath me, nor I bound by gravity to it. The faint, floating clouds, the blue infinite heaven itself, seemed not more ethereal and free than I, or the ground I walked on. below stony hills on my right hand, of which I caught occasional glimpses through the trees, looking now blue and delicate in the level rays, were no more than the billowy projections on the moving cloud of earth. The trees of unnumbered kinds, greatmore, cecropia, and greenheart, bush and fern and suspended lianas, and tall palms, balancing their feathery foliage on slender stems, all was but a fantastic mist embroidery covering of the thou fate of cockvish fegmitten my faith. The red evening flame had vanished from the summits of the trees, the sun was setting, the woods in shadow, when I got to the end of my walk. I did not approach the house on the side of the door, yet by some means those within. Became aware of my presence, for out they came in a great hurry, Rima leading the way, Nuflo behind her, waving his arms and shouting. But as I drew near, the girl dropped behind and stood motionless regarding me, her face pallid and showing strong excitement. I could scarcely remove my eyes from her eloquent countenance. I seemed to read in it relief and gladness mingled with surprise and something like vexation. She was piqued, perhaps, that I had taken her by surprise, that after much watching for me in the wood, I had come through it undetected when she was indoors. "Happy the eyes that see you," shouted the old man, laughing boisterously. "Happy are mine that look on Rima again," I answered. "I have been long absent." "Long you may say so," returned Nuflo. "We had given you up. We said that, alarmed at the thought of the journey to Riolama, you had abandoned us." "W.E. said," exclaimed Rima, her pallid face suddenly flushing. "I spoke differently." "Yes, I know," he said airily, waving his hand. "You said that he was in danger, that he was kept against his will from coming. He is present now. Let him speak." "She was right," I said. "Ah, Nuflo, old man, you have lived long and got much experience, but not insight, not that inner vision that sees further than the eyes." "No, not that I know what you mean," he answered. Then, tossing his hand towards the sky, he added, "The knowledge you speak of comes from there." The girl had been listening with keen interest, glancing from one to the other. "What?" She spoke suddenly, as if unable to keep silence. "Do you think, grandfather, that she tells me when there is danger when the rain will?" "Cease when the wind will blow everything? Do I not ask and listen, lying awake at night? She is always silent, like the stars." Then, pointing to me with her finger, she finished, "Aichi knows so many things. Who tells them to him? But distinguish, Rima." "You do not distinguish the great from the little," he answered loftily. "W.E. know 1,000 things, but they are things that any man with a forehead can learn. The knowledge that comes from the blue is not like that, it is more important and miraculous. Is it not so, Senor?" he ended, appealing to me. "Is it, then, left for me to decide?" said I, addressing the girl. But though her face was towards me, she refused to meet my look and was silent. Silent, but not satisfied, she doubted still, and had perhaps caught something in my tone that strengthened her doubt. Old Nuflo understood the expression. "Look at me, Rima," he said, drawing himself up. "I am old, and he is young. Do I not know best? I have spoken and have decided it." Still that unconvinced expression, and her face turned expectant to me. "Am I to decide?" I repeated. "Who then?" She said at last, her voice scarcely more than a murmur. Yet there was reproach in the tone, as if she had made a long speech and I had tyrannously driven her to it. "Thus then I decide," said I, "to each of us, as to every kind of animal, even to small birds and insects, and to every kind of plant, there is given something peculiar, a fragrance, a melody, a special instinct, an art, a knowledge which no other has. And to Rima has been given this quickness of mind and power to divine distant things. It is hers, just as swiftness and grace and changeful, brilliant color are the hummingbirds, therefore she need not that anyone dwelling in the blue should instruct her. The old man frowned and shook his head, while she, after one swift, shy glance at my face, and with something like a smile flitting over her delicate lips, turned and re-entered the house. I felt convinced from that parting look that she had understood me, that my words had in some sort given her relief. For, strong as was her faith in the supernatural, she appeared as ready to escape from it, when a way of escape offered, as from the limp cotton gown and constrained manner worn in the house. The religion and cotton dress were evidently remains of her early training at the settlement of Boa. Old Nuflo, strange to say, had proved better than his word. Instead of inventing new causes for delay, as I had imagined would be the case, he now informed me that his preparations for the journey were all but complete, that he had only waited for my return to set out. Rima soon left us in her customary way, and then, talking by the fire, I gave an account of my detention by the Indians and of the loss of my revolver, which I thought very serious. "You seem to think little of it," I said, observing that he took it very coolly. "Yet I know not how I shall defend myself in case of an attack." "I have no fear of an attack," he answered. "It seems to me the same thing whether you have a revolver, or many revolvers and carbines and swords, or no revolver, no weapon at all. And for a very simple reason. While Rima is with us, so long as we are on her business, we are protected from above. The angels, Señor, will watch over us by day and night. What need of weapons, then, except to procure food?" "Why should not the angels provide us with food also?" said I. "No, no, that is a different thing," he returned. "That is a small and low thing, a necessity common to all creatures, which all know how to meet. You would not expect an angel to drive away a cloud of mosquitoes or to remove a bush tick from your person. No, sir, you may talk of natural gifts and try to make Rima believe that she is what she is and knows what she knows, because, like a hummingbird or some plants with a peculiar fragrance, she has been made so. It is wrong, Señor, and, pardon me for saying it, it ill becomes you to put such fables into her head." I answered with a smile. "She herself seems to doubt what you believe." "But, Señor, what can you expect from an ignorant girl like Rima? She knows nothing, or very little, and will not listen to reason. If she would only remain quietly indoors, with her hair braided, and pray and read her catechism, instead of running about after flowers and birds and butterflies and such unsubstantial things, it would be better for both of us." "In what way, old man?" "Why, it is plain that if she would cultivate the acquaintance of the people that surround her, I mean those that come to her from her sainted mother and are ready to do her bidding in everything, she could make it more safe for us in this place. For example, there is Rooney and his people. Why should they remain living so near us as to be a constant danger when a pestilence of smallpox or some other fever might easily be sent to kill them off? And have you ever suggested such a thing to your grandchild?" He looked surprised and grieved at the question. "Yes, many times, Senor," he said. "I should have been a poor Christian had I not mentioned it. But when I speak of it, she gives me a look and is gone, and I see no more of her all day. And when I see her, she refuses even to answer me, so perverse, so foolish is she in her ignorance. For, as you can see for yourself, she has no more sense or concern about what is most important than some little painted fly that flits about all day long without any object. Chapter 15. The next day we were early at work. Nuflo had already gathered, dried, and conveyed to a place of concealment the greater portion of his garden produce. He was determined to leave nothing to be taken by any wandering party of savages that might call at the house during our absence. He had no fear of a visit from his neighbors. They would not know, he said, that he and Rima were out of the wood. A few large earthen pots, filled with shelled maize, beans, and sun-dried strips of pumpkin, still remained to be disposed of. Taking up one of these vessels and asking me to follow with another, he started off through the wood. We went a distance of 500 or 600 yards, then made our way down a very steep incline, close to the border of the forest on the western side. Arrived at the bottom, we followed the bank a little further, and I then found myself once more at the foot of the precipice over which I had desperately thrown myself on the stormy evening after the snake had bitten me. Nuflo, stealing silently and softly before me through the bushes, had observed a caution and secrecy in approaching. This spot resembling that of a wise old hen when she visits her hidden nest to lay an egg. And here was his nest, his most secret treasure house, which he had probably not revealed even to me without a sharp inward conflict, notwithstanding that our fates were now linked together. The lower portion of the bank was of rock, and in it, about 10 or 12 feet above the ground, but easily reached from below, there was a natural cavity large enough to contain all his portable property. Here, besides the foodstuff, he had already stored a quantity of dried tobacco leaf, his rude weapons, cooking utensils, ropes, mats, and other objects. 2 or 3 more journeys were made for the remaining pots, after which we adjusted a slab of sandstone to the opening, which was fortunately narrow, plastered up the crevices with clay, and covered them over with moss to hide all traces of our work. Towards evening, after we had refreshed ourselves with a long siesta, Nuflo brought out from some other hiding place 2 sacks, one weighing about 20 pounds and containing smoke, dried meat, also grease and gum for lighting purposes, and a few other small objects. This was his load. The other sack, which was smaller and contained parched corn and raw beans, was for me to carry. The old man, cautious in all his movements, always acting as if surrounded by invisible spies, delayed setting out until an hour after dark. Then, skirting the forest on its west side, we left Itaioa on our right hand, and after traveling over rough, difficult ground, with only the stars to light us, we saw the waning moon rise not long before dawn. Our course had been a northeasterly one at first. Now it was due east, with broad, dry savannas and patches of open forest as far as we could see before us. It was weary walking on that first night, and weary waiting on the first day, when we sat in the shade during the long, hot hours, persecuted by small, stinging flies. But the days and nights that succeeded were far worse, when the weather became bad with intense heat and frequent heavy falls of rain. The one compensation I had looked for, which would have outweighed all the extreme discomforts we suffered, was denied me. Rima was no more to me or with me now than she had been during those wild days in her native woods, when every bush and bole and tangled creeper or fern frond had joined in a conspiracy to keep her out of my sight. It is true that at intervals in the daytime she was visible, sometimes within speaking distance, so that I could address a few words to her, but there was no companionship, and we were fellow travelers, only like birds flying independently in the same direction, not so widely separated, but that they can occasionally hear and see each other. The pilgrim in the desert is sometimes attended by a bird, and the bird, with its freer motions, will often leave him a league behind and seem lost to him, but only to return and show its form again, for it has never lost sight nor recollection of the traveler toiling slowly over the surface. Rima kept us company in some such wild, erratic way as that. A word, a sign from Nuflo, was enough for her to know the direction to take the distant forest, or still more distant mountain near which we should have to pass. She would hasten on and be lost to our sight, and when there was a forest in the way she would explore it, resting in the shade and finding her own food, but invariably she was before us at each resting or camping place. Indian villages were seen during the journey, but only to be avoided, and in like manner, if we caught sight of Indians traveling or camping at a distance, we would alter our course or conceal ourselves to escape observation. Only on one occasion, 2 days after setting out, were we compelled to speak with strangers. We were going round a hill, and all at once came face to face with 3 persons traveling in an opposite direction, 2 men and a woman, and, by a strange fatality, Rima at that moment happened to be with us. We stood for some time talking to these people, who were evidently surprised at our appearance and wished to learn who we were. But Nuflo, who spoke their language like one of themselves, was too cunning to give any true answer. They, on their side, told us that they had been to visit a relative at Chani, the name of a river 3 days ahead of us, and were now returning to their own village at Baila, 2 days beyond Parawari. After parting from them, Nuflo was much troubled in his mind for the rest of that day. These people, he said, would probably rest at some Parawari village, where they would be sure to give a description of us, and so it might eventually come to the knowledge of our unneighborly neighbor Rooney that we had left Aiteoa. Other incidents of our long and wearisome journey need not be related. Sitting under some shady tree during the sultry hours, with Rima only too far out of earshot, or by the nightly fire, the old man told me little by little, and with much digression, chiefly on sacred subjects, the strange story of the girl's origin. About 17 years back, Nuflo had no sure method to compute time, by when he was already verging on old age. He was one of a company of 9 men, living a kind of roving life in the very part of Guiana through which we were now traveling. The others, much younger than himself, were all equally offenders against the laws of Venezuela and fugitives from justice. Nuflo was the leader of this gang, for it happened that he had passed a great portion of his life outside the pale of civilization, and could talk the Indian language and knew this part of Guiana intimately. But according to his own account, he was not in harmony with them. They were bold, desperate men whose evil appetites had so far only been whetted by the crimes they had committed, while he, with passions worn out, recalling his many bad acts, and with a vivid conviction of the truth of all he had been taught in early life, for Nuflo was nothing if not religious, was now grown timid, and desirous only of making his peace with heaven. This difference of disposition made him morose and quarrelsome with his companions, and they would, he said, have murdered him without remorse if he had not been so useful to them. Their favorite plan was to hang about the neighborhood of some small isolated settlement, keeping a watch on it, and, when most of the male inhabitants were absent, to swoop down on it and work their will? Now, shortly after one of these raids, it happened that a woman they had carried off, becoming a burden to them, was flung into a river to the alligators. But when being dragged down to the waterside, she cast up her eyes, and in a loud voice cried to God to execute vengeance on her murderers. Nuflo affirmed that he took no part in this black deed. Nevertheless, the woman's dying appeal to heaven preyed on his mind. He feared that it might have won a hearing, and the person, eventually commissioned to execute vengeance after the usual days, of course, might act on the principle of the old proverb, "Tell me whom you are with, and I will tell you what you are, and punish the innocent himself to wit along with the guilty." But while thus anxious about his spiritual interest, he was not yet prepared to break with his companions. He thought it best to temporize, and succeeded in persuading them that it would be unsafe to attack another Christian settlement for some time to come, that in the interval they might find some pleasure, if no great credit, by turning their attention to the Indians. The infidels, he said, were God's natural enemies and fair game to the Christian. To make a long story short, Nuflo's Christian band, after some successful adventures, met with a reverse which reduced their number from 9 to 5. Flying from their enemies, they sought safety at Riolama, an uninhabited place, where they found it possible to exist for some weeks on game, which was abundant, and wild fruits. One day at noon, while ascending a mountain at the southern extremity of the Riolama range, in order to get a view of the country beyond the summit, Nuflo and his companions discovered a cave, and finding it dry, without animal occupants, and with a level floor, they at once determined to make it their dwelling place for a season. Wood for firing and water were to be had close by. They were also well provided with smoked flesh of a tapir they had slaughtered a day or two before, so that they could afford to rest for a time in so comfortable a ba. Shelter. At a short distance from the cave, they made a fire on the rock to toast some slices of meat for their dinner, and while thus engaged, all at once, one of the men uttered a cry of astonishment, and casting up his eyes, Nuflo beheld, standing near and regarding them with surprise and fear in her wide-open eyes, a woman of a most wonderful appearance. The one slight garment she had on was silky and white as the snow on the summit of some great mountain, but of the snow when the sinking sun touches and gives it some delicate changing color, which is like fire. Her dark hair was like a cloud from which her face looked out, and her head was surrounded by an aureole, like that of a saint in a picture, only more beautiful. "For," said Nuflo, "a picture is a picture, and the other was a reality, which is finer." Seeing her, he fell on his knees and crossed himself, and all the time her eyes, full of amazement and shining with such a strange splendor that he could not meet them, were fixed on him and not on the others, and he felt that she had come to save his soul, in danger of perdition owing to his companionship. With men who were at war with God and wholly bad. But at this moment his comrades, recovering from their astonishment, sprang to their feet, and the heavenly woman vanished. Just behind where she had stood, and not 12 yards from them, there was a huge chasm in the mountain, its jagged precipitous sides clothed with thorny bushes. The men now cried out that she had made her escape. That way, and down after her they rushed, pell-mell. Nuflo cried out after them that they had seen a saint and that some horrible thing would befall them if they allowed any evil thought to enter their hearts. But they scoffed at his words and were soon far down out of hearing, while he, trembling with fear, remained praying to the woman that had appeared to them and had looked with such strange eyes at him, not to punish him for the sins of the others. Before long the men returned, disappointed and sullen, for they had failed in their search for the woman, and perhaps Nuflo's warning words had made them give up the chase too soon. At all events, they seemed ill at ease and made up their minds to abandon the cave. In a short time they left the place to camp that night at a considerable distance from the mountain. But they were not satisfied. They had now recovered from their fear, but not from the excitement of an evil passion, and finally, after comparing notes, they came to the conclusion that they had missed a great prize through Nuflo's cowardice. And when he reproved them, they blasphemed all the saints in the calendar and even threatened him with violence. Fearing to remain longer in the company of such godless men, he only waited until they slept, then rose up cautiously, helped himself to most of the provisions, and made his escape, devoutly hoping that after losing their guide they would all speedily perish. Finding himself alone now and master of his own actions, Nuflo was in terrible distress. For while his heart was in the utmost fear, it yet urged him imperiously to go back to the mountain, to seek again for that sacred being who had appeared to him and had been driven away by his brutal companions. If he obeyed that inner voice, he would be saved. If he resisted it, then there would be no hope for him, and along with those who had cast the woman to the alligators, he would be lost eternally. Finally, on the following day, he went back, although not without fear and trembling, and sat down on a stone just where he had sat toasting his tapir meat on the previous day. But he waited in vain, and at length that voice within him, which he had so far obeyed, began urging him to descend into the valley-like chasm down which the woman had escaped from his comrades, and to seek for her there. Accordingly, he rose and began cautiously and slowly climbing down over the broken jagged rocks and through a dense mass of thorny bushes and creepers. At the bottom of the chasm a clear, swift stream of water rushed with foam and noise along its rocky bed, but before reaching it, and when it was still 20 yards lower down, he was startled by hearing a low moan among the bushes, and looking about for the cause, he found the wonderful woman his savior, as he expressed it. She was not now standing nor able to stand, but half reclining among the rough stones, one foot, which she had sprained in that headlong flight down the ragged slope, wedged immovably between the rocks, and in this painful position she had remained a prisoner since noon on the previous day. She now gazed on her visitor in silent consternation, while he, casting himself prostrate on the ground, implored her forgiveness and begged to know her will. But she made no reply, and at length, finding that she was powerless to move, he concluded that, though a saint and one of the beings that men worship, she was also flesh and liable to accidents while sojourning on earth. And perhaps, he thought, that accident which had befallen her had been specially designed by the powers above to prove him. With great labor, and not without causing her much pain, he succeeded in extricating her from her position, and then finding that the injured foot was half crushed and blue and swollen, he took her up in his arms and carried her to the stream. There, making a cup of a broad green leaf, he offered her water, which she drank eagerly, and he also laved her injured foot in the cold stream and bandaged it with fresh aquatic leaves. Finally, he made her a soft bed of moss and dry grass and placed her on it. That night he spent keeping watch over her, at intervals applying fresh wet leaves to her foot as the old ones became dry and wilted from the heat of the inflammation. The effect of all he did was that the terror with which she regarded him gradually wore off, and next day, when she seemed to be recovering her strength, he proposed by signs to remove her to the cave higher up, where she would be sheltered in case of rain. She appeared to understand him, and allowed herself to be taken up in his arms and carried with much labor to the top of the chasm. In the cave he made her a second couch and tended her assiduously. He made a fire on the floor and kept it burning night and day, and supplied her with water to drink and fresh leaves for her foot. There was little more that he could do. From the choicest and fattest bits of toasted tapir flesh he offered her, she turned away with disgust. A little cassava bread soaked in water she would take, but seemed not to like it. After a time, fearing that she would starve, he took to hunting after wild fruits, edible bulbs and gums. and on these small things she subsisted during the whole time of their sojourn together in the desert. The woman, although lamed for life, was now so far recovered as to be able to limp about without assistance, and she spent a portion of each day out among the rocks and trees on the mountains. Nuflo at first feared that she would now leave him, but before long he became convinced that she had no such intentions, and yet she was profoundly unhappy. He was accustomed to see her seated on a rock, as if brooding over some secret grief, her head bowed, and great tears falling from half-closed eyes. From the first he had conceived the idea that she was in the way of becoming a mother at no distant date, an idea which seemed to accord badly with the suppositions as to the nature of this heavenly being he was privileged to minister to, and so win salvation. But he was now convinced of its truth, and he imagined that in her condition he had discovered the cause of that sorrow and anxiety which preyed continually on her. By means of that dumb language of signs which enabled them to converse together a little, he made it known to her that at a great distance from the mountains there existed a place where there were beings like herself, women and mothers of children, who would comfort and tenderly care for her. When she had understood, she seemed pleased and willing to accompany him to that distant place, and so it came to pass that they left their rocky shelter and the mountains of Rio Lama far behind. But for several days, as they slowly journeyed over the plain, she would pause at intervals in her limping walk to gaze back on those blue summits, shedding abundant tears. Fortunately, the village Ba on the river of the same name, which was the nearest Christian settlement to Rio Lama, whither his course was directed, was well known to him. He had lived there in former years, and, what was of great advantage, the inhabitants were ignorant of his worst crimes, or, to put it in his own subtle way, of the crimes committed by the men he had acted with. Great was the astonishment and curiosity of the people of Voa when, after many weeks' quibbling, Nuflo arrived at last with his companion. But he was not going to tell the truth, nor even the least particle of the truth, to a gaping crowd of inferior persons. For these ingenious lies, only to the priest he told the whole story, dwelling minutely on all he had done to rescue and protect her, all of which was approved by the holy man, whose first act was to baptize the woman for fear that she was not a Christian. Let it be said to Nuflo's credit that he objected to this ceremony, arguing that she could not be a saint with an aureole in token of her sainthood, yet stand in need of being baptized by a priest. A priest, he added, with a little chuckle of malicious pleasure, who was often seen drunk, who cheated at cards, and was sometimes suspected of putting poison on his fighting cock's spur to make sure of the victory. Doubtless the priest had his faults, but he was not without humanity, and for the whole 7 years of that unhappy stranger's sojourn at Voa, he did everything in his power to make her existence tolerable. Some weeks after arriving, she gave birth to a female child, and then the priest insisted on naming it Rio Lama, in order, he said, to keep in remembrance the strange story of the mother's discovery at that place. Rima's mother could not be taught to speak either Spanish or Indian, and when she found that the mysterious and melodious sounds that fell from her own lips were understood by none, she ceased to utter them, and thereafter preserved an unbroken silence among the people she lived with. But from the presence of others she shrank, as if in disgust or fear, excepting only Nuflo and the priest, whose kindly intention she appeared to understand and appreciate. So far her life in the village was silent and sorrowful. With her child it was different, and every day that was not wet, taking the little thing by the hand, she would limp painfully out into the forest, and there, sitting on the ground, the two would commune with each other by the hour in their wonderful language. At length she began to grow perceptibly paler and feebler week by week. Day by day, until she could no longer go out into the wood, but sat or reclined, panting for breath in the dull hot room, waiting for death to release her. At the same time, little Rima, who had always appeared frail, as if from sympathy, now began to fade and look more shadowy, so that it was expected she would not long survive her parent. To the mother death came slowly, but at last it seemed so near that Nuflo and the priest were together at her side, waiting to see the end. It was then that little Rima, who had learned from infancy to speak in Spanish, rose from the couch where her mother had been whispering to her, and began with some difficulty to express what was in the dying woman's mind. Her child, she had said, could not continue to live in that hot, wet place, but if taken away to a distance where there were mountains and a cooler air, she would survive and grow strong again. Hearing this, old Nuflo declared that the child should not perish, that he himself would take her away to Parawari, a distant place where there were mountains and dry plains and open woods, that he would watch over her and care for her there as he had cared for her mother at Riolama. When the substance of the speech had been made known by Rima to the dying woman, she suddenly rose up from her couch, which she had not risen from for many days, and stood erect on the floor, her wasted face shining with joy. Then Nuflo knew that God's angels had come for her and put out his arms to save her from falling, and even while he held her, that sudden glory went out from her face, now of a dead white like burnt-out ashes, and murmuring something soft and melodious, her spirit passed away. Once more Nuflo became a wanderer, now with the fragile-looking little Rima for companion, the sacred child who had inherited the position of his intercessor from a sacred mother. The priest, who had probably become infected with Nuflo's superstitions, did not allow them to leave Voa empty-handed, but gave the old man as much calico as would serve to buy hospitality and whatsoever he might require from the Indians for many a day to come. At Parawari, where they arrived safely at last, they lived for some little time at one of the villages. But the child had an instinctive aversion to all savages, or possibly the feeling was derived from her mother, for it had shown itself early at Voa, where she had refused to learn their language, and this eventually led Nuflo to go away and live apart from them in the forest by Otaoa, where he made himself a house and gardened. The Indians, however, continued friendly with him and visited him with frequency. But when Rima grew up, developing into that mysterious woodland girl I found her, they became suspicious, and in the end regarded her with dangerously hostile feeling. She, poor child, detested them because they were incessantly at war with the wild animals she loved, her companions, and having no fear of them, for she did not know that they had it in their minds to turn their little poisonous arrows against herself, she was constantly in the woods frustrating them. And the animals, in league with her, seemed to understand her note of warning and hid themselves, or took to flight at the approach of danger. At length their hatred and fear grew to such a degree that they determined to make away with her, and one day, having matured a plan, they went to the wood and spread themselves 2 and 2 about it. The couples did not keep together, but moved about or remained concealed at a distance of 40 or 50 yards apart, lest she should be missed. 2 of the savages, armed with blowpipes, were near the border of the forest on the side nearest to the village, and one of them, observing a motion in the foliage of a tree, ran swiftly and cautiously towards it to try and catch a glimpse of the enemy. And he did see her, no doubt, as she was there watching both him and his companions, and blew an arrow at her. But even while in the act of blowing it, he was himself struck by a dart that buried itself deep in his flesh, just over the heart. He ran some distance with the fatal barbed point in his flesh, and met his comrade, who had mistaken him for the girl and shot him. The wounded man threw himself down to die, and dying related that he had fired at the girl sitting up in a tree, and that she had caught the arrow in her hand only to hurl it instantly back with such force and precision that it pierced his flesh just over the heart. He had seen it all with his own eyes, and his friend who had accidentally slain him believed his story and repeated it to the others. Rima had seen one Indian shoot the other, and when she told her grandfather, he explained to her that it was an accident, but he guessed why the arrow had been fired. From that day the Indians hunted no more in the wood, and at length one day Nuflo, meeting an Indian who did not know him and with whom he had some talk, heard the strange story of the arrow, and that the mysterious girl who could not be shot was the offspring of an old man and a Didi who had become enamored of him. That, growing tired of her consort, the Didi had returned to her river, leaving her half-human child to play her malicious pranks in the wood. This, then, was Nuflo's story, told not in Nuflo's manner, which was infinitely prolix, and think not that it failed to move me, that I failed to bless him for what he had done, in spite of his selfish motives. Chapter 16. We were 18 days traveling to Riolama, on the last 2 making little progress, on account of continuous rain, which made us miserable beyond description. Fortunately, the dogs had found, and Nuflo had succeeded in killing, a great ant-eater, so that we were well supplied with excellent, strength-giving flesh. We were among the Riolama mountains at last, and Rima kept with us, apparently expecting great things. I expected nothing, for reasons to be stated by and by. My belief was that the only important thing that could happen to us would be starvation. The afternoon of the last day was spent in skirting the foot of a very long mountain, crowned at its southern extremity with a huge rocky mass resembling the head of a stone sphinx above its long couchant body, and at its highest part about 1,000 feet above the surrounding level. It was late in the day, raining fast again, yet the old man still toiled on, contrary to his usual practice, which was to spend the last daylight hours in gathering firewood and in constructing a shelter. At length, when we were nearly under the peak, he began to ascend. The rise in this place was gentle, and the vegetation, chiefly composed of dwarf thorn trees rooted in the clefts of the rock, scarcely impeded our progress. Yet Nuflo moved obliquely, as if he found the ascent difficult, pausing frequently to take breath and look round him. Then we came to a deep, ravine-like cleft in the side of the mountain, which became deeper and narrower above us, but below it broadened out to a valley. Its steep sides, as we looked down, were clothed with dense, thorny vegetation, and from the bottom rose to our ears the dull sound of a hidden torrent. Along the border of this ravine, Nuflo began toiling upwards, and finally brought us out upon a stony plateau on the mountainside. Here he paused, and, turning and regarding us with a look as of satisfied malice in his eyes, remarked that we were at our journey's end, and he trusted the sight of that barren mountainside would compensate us for all the discomforts we had suffered during the last 18 days. I heard him with indifference. I had already recognized the place from his own exact description of it, and I now saw all that I had looked to see, a big barren hill. But Rima, what had she expected that her face wore that blank look of surprise and pain? "Is this the place where Mother appeared to you?" she suddenly cried. "The very place this?" "This." Then she added, "The cave where you tended her, where is it?" "Over there," he said, pointing across the plateau, which was partially overgrown with dwarf trees and bushes, and ended at a wall of rock almost vertical and about 40 feet high. Going to this precipice, we saw no cave until Nuflo had cut away 2 or 3 tangled bushes, revealing an opening behind, about half as high and twice as wide as the door of an ordinary dwelling house. The next thing was to make a torch. and aided by its light we groped our way in and explored the interior. The cave, we found, was about 50 feet long, narrowing to a mere hole at the extremity. But the anterior portion formed an oblong chamber, very lofty, with a dry floor. Leaving our torch burning, we set to work cutting bushes to supply ourselves with wood enough to last us all night. Nuflo, poor old man, loved a big fire dearly. A big fire and fat meat to eat, the ranker its flavor, the better he liked it, were to him the greatest blessings that man could wish for. The better he liked it were to him the greatest blessings that man could wish for. In me also the prospect of a cheerful blaze put a new heart, and I worked with a will in the rain, which increased in the end to a blinding downpour. By the time I dragged my last load in, Nuflo had got his fire well alight, and was heaping on wood in a most lavish way. "No fear of burning our house down tonight," he remarked with a chuckle, the first sound of that description he had emitted for a long time. After we had satisfied our hunger and had smoked 1 or 2 cigarettes, the unaccustomed warmth and dryness and the firelight affected us with drowsiness, and I had probably been nodding for some time. But starting at last and opening my eyes, I missed Rima. The old man appeared to be asleep, although still in a sitting posture close to the fire. I rose and hurried out, drawing my cloak close around me to protect me from the rain. But what was my surprise on emerging from the cave to feel a dry, bracing wind in my face, and to see the desert spread out for leagues before me in the brilliant white light of a full moon. The rain had apparently long ceased, and only a few thin white clouds appeared moving swiftly over the wide blue expanse of heaven. It was a welcome change, but the shock of surprise and pleasure was instantly succeeded by the maddening fear that Rima was lost to me. She was nowhere in sight beneath, and running to the end of the little plateau to get free of the thorn trees, I turned my eyes towards the summit, and there, at some distance above me, caught sight of her. Standing motionless and gazing upwards, I quickly made my way to her side, calling to her as I approached, but she only half turned to cast a look at me and did not reply. "Rima," I said, "why have you come here? Are you actually thinking of climbing the mountain at this hour of the night?" "Yes. Why not?" She returned, moving 1 or 2 steps from me. "Rima, sweet Rima, will you listen to me? Now? Oh no, why do you ask that? Did I not listen to you in the wood before we started, and you also promised to do what I wished? See, the rain is over and the moon shines brightly. Why should I wait? Perhaps from the summit I shall see my people's country. Are we not near it now? Oh, Rima, what do you expect to see? Listen, you must listen, for I know best." From that summit you would see nothing but a vast dim desert, mountain and forest, where you might wander for years, or until you perished of hunger or fever, or were slain by some beast of prey, or by savage men. But O Rima, never, never, never would you find your people, for they exist not. You have seen the false water of the mirage on the savannah, when the sun shines bright and hot, and if one were to follow it, with never so cool dropped in what's baits, and your hope, Rima, this hope to find your people which has brought you all the way to Riolama, is a mirage, a delusion which will lead to destruction if you will not abandon it." She turned to face me with flashing eyes. "You know best," she exclaimed. "You know best, and tell me that. Never until this moment have you spoken falsely. Oh, why have you said such things to me named after this place, Riolama? Am I also like that false water you speak of? No divine Rima, no sweet Rima? My mother, had she no mother? No mother's mother? I remember her at Voa before she died, and this hand seems real like yours. You have asked to hold it, but it is not he that speaks to me, not one that showed me the whole world on Itaioa. Ah, you have wrapped yourself in a stolen cloak, only you have left your old gray beard behind. Go back to the cave and look for it, and leave me to seek my people alone. Once more, as on that day in the forest when she prevented me from killing the serpent, and as on the occasion of her meeting with Nuflo after we had been together on Iactaio, she appeared transformed and instinct with intense resentment, a beautiful human wasp, and every word a sting. "Rima," I cried, "you are cruelly unjust to say such words to me. If you know that I have never deceived you before, give me a little credit now. You are no delusion, no mirage, but Rima like no other being on earth, so perfectly truthful and pure. I cannot be, but rather than mislead you with falsehoods, I would drop down and die on this rock and lose you and the sweet light that shines on us forever." As she listened to my words, spoken with passion, she grew pale and clasped her hands. "What have I said? What have I said?" She spoke in a low voice charged with pain, and all at once she came nearer, and with a low, sobbing cry sank down at my feet, uttering, as on the occasion of finding me lost at night in the forest near her home, tender, sorrowful expressions in her own mysterious language. But before I could take her in my arms, she rose again quickly to her feet and moved away a little space from me. "Oh, no, no, it cannot be that you know best," she began again. "But I know that you have never sought to deceive me, and now because I falsely accused you, I cannot go there without you," pointing to the summit, "but must stand still and listen to all you have to say. You know, Rima, that your grandfather has now told me your history, how he found your mother at this place and took her to Voa, where you were born. But of your mother's people he knows nothing, and therefore he can now take you no further." "Ah, you think that?" "He says that now. But he deceived me all these years, and if he lied to me in the past, can he not still lie, affirming that he knows nothing of my people, even as he affirmed that he knew not Riolama? He tells lies and he tells truth, Rima, and one can be distinguished from the other. He spoke truthfully at last, and brought us to this place beyond which he cannot lead you. You are right. I must go alone." "Not so, Rima, for where you go, there we must go. Only you will lead, and we follow, believing only that our quest will end in disappointment, if not in death." "Believe that and yet follow? Oh no! Why did he consent to lead me so far for nothing? Do you forget that you compelled him? You know what he believes, and he is old and looks with fear at death, remembering his evil deeds, and is convinced that only through your intercession and your mother's he can escape from perdition. Consider, Rima, he could not refuse to make you more angry, and so deprive himself of his only hope." My words seemed to trouble her, but very soon she spoke again with renewed animation. "If my people exist, why must it be disappointment and perhaps death? He does not know, but she came to him here, did she not? The others are not here, but perhaps not far off. Come, let us go to the summit together to see. From it, the desert beneath us, mountain and forest, somewhere there. You said that I had knowledge of distant things. And shall I not know which mountain, which forest? Alas! No, Rima. There is a limit to your far-seeing, and even if that faculty were as great as you imagine, it would avail you nothing, for there is no mountain, no forest, in whose shadow your people dwell." For a while she was silent, but her eyes and clasping fingers were restless and showed her agitation. She seemed to be searching in the depths of her mind for some argument to oppose to my assertions. Then, in a low, almost despondent voice, with something of reproach in it, she said, "Have we come so far to go back again? You were not Nuflo to need my intercession, yet you came too. Where you are, there I must be. You have said it yourself. Besides, when we started, I had some hope of finding your people. Now I know better, having heard Nuflo's story. Now I know that your hope is a vain one. Why? 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 Was she not found here, mother? Where then are the others? Yes, she was found here, alone. You must remember all the things she spoke to you before she died. Did she ever speak to you of her people, speak of them as if they existed and would be glad to receive you among them some day? No. Why did she not speak of that? Do you know, can you tell me? I can guess the reason, Rima. It is very sad, so sad that it is hard to tell it. When Nuflo tended her in the cave and was ready to worship her and do everything she wished and conversed with her by signs, she showed no wish to return to her people. And when he offered her in a way she understood to take her to a distant place where she would be among strange beings, among others like Nuflo, she readily consented and painfully performed that long journey to Voa. Would you, Rima, have acted thus? Would you have gone so far away from your beloved people, never to return, never to hear of them or speak to them again? Oh no, you could not, nor would she, if her people had been in existence. But she knew that she had survived them, that some great calamity had fallen upon and destroyed them. They were few in number, perhaps, and surrounded on every side by hostile tribes, and had no weapons, and made no war. They had been preserved because they inhabited a place apart, some deep valley perhaps, guarded on all sides by lofty mountains and impenetrable forests and marshes. But at last the cruel savages broke into this retreat and hunted them down, destroying all except a few fugitives who escaped singly like your mother and fled away to hide in some distant solitude. The anxious expression on her face deepened as she listened to one of anguish and despair. And then, almost before I concluded, she suddenly lifted her hands to her head, uttering a low, sobbing cry, and would have fallen on the rock had I not caught her quickly in my arms, once more in my arms against my breast, her proper place. But now all that bright life seemed gone out of her. Her head fell on my shoulder, and there was no motion in her except at intervals a slight shudder in her frame, accompanied by a low, gasping sob. In a little while the sobs ceased, the eyes were closed, the face still and deathly white, and with a terrible anxiety in my heart I carried her down to the cave. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.